Today's video is brought to you by Prize Picks, America's #1 sports app. And when you use my code right now, HMA, they'll put $50 in your account when you put a $5 lineup down. Hard to beat that. They've got baseball, basketball, heck, they've even got the seasonal picks up here for the NFL season. Terms and conditions do apply. Please do remember to gamble responsibly. Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do thank you for tuning on in as we are almost at the end. We're almost at the end of the no football territory. We've got the training camp just kind of kicking off here. The rookies reporting. The vets will be back in here in a couple of days. We'll have actual true what's going on right now, Seahawks news to really turn through, which is going to be great. So we're, finishing up our little bit of prep here, a little bit of a final look here at, what we're sort of expecting and anticipating coming up into the season, and what is going to be very key factors to the upcoming season. Being first off, the camp battles that are going to be undertaken here. This is a team that is really well stocked and loaded with talent and guys that are both set as far as the starters and even set as far as places go in backups. And so there is not going to be a myriad of battles all over the place, which just makes those battles that are being undertaken that much more interesting. And so you look at that first off on this part of it, then you also come to wonder, and I think it's also been the part that has been most of it, the forefront of my mind in consideration about what does it take? How do you get back to another Super Bowl? How can you win another Super Bowl? It's just not easy to do. And you have to have a little bit of that pixie dust magic sprinkled over the top. In this case, being beyond the camp battles and hopefully making you a better team with that. Also, then, can you have a couple of players that can break out? And by breakout, I mean that not merely be productive where they've been sort of prior or not productive, but actually give you a substantial hit, an injection. They don't have to be stars. It doesn't have to be all pro to me. But if you get a guy that can truly kind of break out and really give you the most that they can, for instance, one of the guys I had last year was a Kenneth Walker. I thought that here was a guy that could finally break out in this outside zone system. It was going to take him some time. I even said that in the breakdown last year. Don't expect this in week 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's going to take down into the depths of the season. But then when you see this come alive and his fit to this system and how good he looks into it, he'll look like a little bit of a different back. He'll look like a breakout player. And we saw the impact of what having that type of breakout player could bring to the Seattle Seahawks last year, especially at the end of the season in that Super Bowl run when he was running at his best, when he had really kind of best understood the system. And you had, your blocking was probably at its best as well up front. It was both the running back and the lineman have to kind of learn this system and the blocking style within. It's not necessarily one that's just simplistic per se. And so we're going to look at both these two aspects of things, probably just quick in and out shows. I know that a lot of people are still in the midst of their summer plans. So we're just going to kind of fire through some of this here today. And hopefully you guys are doing well this summer and everybody's about ready here for football as we're just about there. As far as any news goes, we don't have anything really pressing. Like I said, everything's still very quiet, which is how you want it. Let's make sure we're aware of that part of it. We want this to be where we don't want anything going down. We don't want any news of arrests. We don't want any off the field stuff going down. We don't want to hear about an injury that's popped up in training. We want everything to be all quiet on the Western Front. And so the only thing that we have heard about under the injury front has been Devin Eastern, the 7th round pick by the Seahawks out of Minnesota, has come in one of two places. Either one, he was not able to pass the hallowed conditioning test. This is a test that's brought by Mike Macdonald over from the Ravens, inherited from the Harbaugh, I'm going to guess brothers on this one, or at least John. And this is one where they have you come into camp. You got to run through a myriad of a set of tests and conditioning tests to make sure that you're in shape. It's not as much of this, we want you at your explosive best, and we're testing for that. It's much just, did you put the work in this offseason? Or are you coming in a little bit out of shape, a little bit bloated, a little bit fatty? A little bit of, I haven't been on every last detail. So, those big guys like Devin being the one tech, you always wonder a little bit about that. Could be an injury, could be already them setting the landscape for what's going to be another part of the strategy as we move forward here throughout the course of this training camp, which is that one of the perils as well as having a stacked roster is you don't have the extra roster spaces you do when you're not a great team to allow for that player that you think long-term can be really good, but the development needs some time to get there. And so when you have the roster that isn't as stacked, you can afford to kind of put those guys in the back end. When you've got it kind of so filled to the brim, I think it sometimes does get harder to be able to hold these guys onto the roster spot. And one of the ways to get around that, I'm not saying there's any funky business going on here, but one of the ways around that is that you can stash a guy on the NFI or just put him up on that, well, he just wasn't healthy enough to play this year. We're just going to have to put him on for a year and have him in our weight room and have him in our program for a year. And I guess, he's here. We can't cut him for being injured. He won't count against your roster spot. So you just kind of stash him away for a rainy day. Could be a little bit of that. Let's consider when it comes down to this defensive tackle position right now, you have Jaron Reed, Riley Mills, Leonard Murphy, and Byron Murphy and Leonard Williams is your 2-4 stack set on the defensive tackle. Absent an injury there, is there a space even for a fifth on this roster right now? It's hard to say. And even then, when you do, you have Brandon Peely and J.R. Singleton, who was an undrafted rookie free agent you got last year, who gave you some flashes in preseason last year. Peely a little bit in the regular season in addition to that. So probably going to be tough competition. Maybe the type of year that you'd want to look to try to do a little stuffing if you possibly can. But that's been the only real point of news going on right now as far as the Hawks go. And that is just what we want to see. So without further ado, let's dive on in to the magical. I'm trying to count it up. I got 8 here, I guess. The camp battles. Let's go through these first and foremost and kind of lay out what we're dealing with and what we're looking at. First one. George Holani versus Kenny McIntosh versus Jarcadia, right? Yeah, don't forget about Jarcadia. I did not include Wilson on this because I do believe that Wilson is going to make the roster. I just think that he's at the very least a hammer, a short yardage answer for you, especially if Charbonnet's not there. When it comes to, I think, Holani and McIntosh in particular, I don't think they're exactly short yardage guys. I don't know if Jarcadia, that's the plus of his game either. And so you have a guy that's kind of unique. He's going to stay on this roster. I look at this as being between these 3 guys. And all very interesting stories. In a guy like Kenny McIntosh, a guy that had a major knee injury in college, who went and tested, and he had a really, really great 10-yard split for running back. Great burst, but the 40 wasn't on point. And then teams were looking at that with the injury history, had him fall down the draft despite the fact he was part of a very productive backfield out there with, I believe, James Cook out there in Georgia. And a guy that could, run snaps for you as a wide receiver. You saw that on the tape with him in Georgia, literally lined up as a slot and running pure routes and looking good and comfortable doing it. And then he's had a couple of major injuries here. And around those major injuries, there's actually been some good play. There's been some really nice runs, and he shows off the ferocity that you could feel on the Georgia tape. The burst has come to life, which has really showed up well. The ability to break tackles in the open field, finish runs. He runs bigger than his size would necessarily indicate, but then where is he at as far as his injury goes? Is he able to come back strong? Is it one of those things where we have to wait for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks for them to even figure out, if they can get into then fully good to go at that point? But this is a guy that if you really want to talk about the full collection of skill set, if there was just him 100% healthy, I think it's his job because he can bring so much to the table. Third down running back duties, flex it out into wide at times, all that. Holani certainly filled in really well last year for you in filling in for those third down running back duties because, of course, with Kenneth Walker, you wanted to kind of protect him from that. So Zach Charbonnet was your third down back, and when he went down, Holani came in. Holani, likewise, like McIntosh, has shown you some really good flashes. He had a nice touchdown run. I think it was against maybe it was Tampa Bay last year, I want to say. But he had a really nice touchdown run against them where he was able to bounce it outside, drop a little bit of a hezzy on the defender, and then cut that edge and get it. He's ran well in the preseason as well. So this is where it's nice because I think the competition is going to be really strong. And don't undersell Jarcadia Wright. He had a couple of really big runs last year in the preseason, got kind of stashed away on the practice squad. Your injury situation held up outside of McIntosh pretty well overall. You didn't have a real big need. You weren't going to look to carry 4 running backs really, like start out the year with three running backs on the roster as it was, because your 1-2 guys were going to take so much of the load. And so Jarcadia is a guy that I think they do like. He's got some legitimate burst. You can see he's got some good size to him here, even in the image. But this will be a nice fight to watch. And I imagine hopefully, Kenny can actually get some carries in the preseason and we can truly see the best man win, because then you're really stacking up this running back depth chart 4 deep then. And as I've often said, I've been through this so many times through so many years in recent history, that running back room just takes hits. It just does. It's one of the understandable reasons why it's a devalued position, because of the fact that guys go in a heartbeat. A guy like Kenny McIntosh last year can just get injured in preseason and he's done, or injured in the scrimmage game the prior year to that. and he's done for the year. It happens like that to this position. It's very tough on those bodies. So you need the legit 4 stack that you can get if you can do it. Not all teams can do it. Hell, some teams struggle to even put 1 up there, don't they? But if you can hold the 4, they don't have to all be 4 amazing backs, but that there's real good strength and there's some real nice abilities within there. You can put the full complement of a playbook of 3 downs together and have that 3rd down back who can both pass protect and be a dangerous weapon for you out of the backfield. That's what you're looking to kind of, culminate here. So it's between those 3 guys, in my opinion, where the fight's going to be undertaken. Really going to be kind of paying attention to where Kenny is as far as the health-wise coming into camp. Because if he's late, if he's behind, it's really going to be probably George Holani's, to win, his job to take at that point. He's got to kind of lose it for it to be taken away. Next up here. Sorry, you guys can't see my face on this. Oh, geez. Okay. Well, that's the band. We got Stephens and Bradford. Sorry, my face. And yeah, I guess I did disappear, didn't I? What is going on here? For some reason, it didn't. We'll have to just do this. We'll do it live. We'll have to do it just a blank screen. I don't know why it didn't. Man, this stuff sometimes it works until it doesn't. Okay, well, you guys can hear me. So we got Stephens, Beau Stephens, Bradford, and Christian Haynes as the 3 guys that are going to be fighting it out here for that right guard spot. And here's where the battle gets fun between these 3 guys. Bradford beaten up all over the place by the fan base, way overstated to a major degree. There was even a pylon session occurring, I think it was like yesterday or the day before on Twitter, where people were looking at his snaps from the Patriots game and what he was doing in pass protection in that game. And, yeah, that's not going to be his best performance when he's matched up against those really fine defensive tackles they had up there to throw a really heavy challenge his way. And if you could have made it better, it would have been great to have done so. Were you in a position to really ideally do so? Not really. It's the problem with offensive lines is you don't just go, well, we got 4/5. 4/5 of our line is on point. It's nice. It's great. How do we upgrade this other 1 spot? There wasn't that trade to be happen or draft pick to be happen that was going to really do that. Not in a substantial way. It was one of those things where you might have just gone laterally, if at best, and trying to make a move to just try to swap out what you have in Bradford. And with it, of course, lose any of the continuity factor you get to kind of keep when he's actually in there. And so Bradford's a guy that is going to be able to, do the things in this offense overall for the most part. I don't like him on wham blocks. I'll tell you that. When he pulls back across the formation post snap, it takes a little while. But he can move out in front. You get him going downhill. You get him going forward, and he can do some of the movement stuff. He does give you the good, strong, flashy snaps in there as well, where he can really overpower and create some running lanes, especially in the running game. And he's a guy that's going to always struggle a little bit in pass protection. But keeping in mind, the ideal for this team is to stay in the back third of the NFL as far as passing attempts, to limit the spotlight you put Bradford under in those bad pass pro situations. So that's the ideal and how you want to set this up. Is he the long-term answer here? No, probably not. But is he a guy that is going to be, should be continuing to get better a second year in the system? Yes. And he's a guy that is not as bad as people tried to make it out to be. Yeah. People thought Beau Stephens was going to be taken, and it was instantly going to be representative of the fact that Stephens was going to somehow just take his job. It was a certainty. And it's probably not going to happen. He's a little more rooted in there than we may think at this point. And when it comes to Haynes, I don't know what we're going to get. You took Haynes out of UConn as one of the cleaner offensive line prospects in that draft. You took him as a guy that was supposed to be a phenomenal fit to zone blocking, that he had just done that almost specifically out at UConn, and that was going to be him easily transitioning into that. He's supposed to have an NFL-ready body and be good to go and hit the ground running and not take a long time to get where he's going. So, where is he at on this point in his game? I'm hoping he's improved. I've got to say, I think that I made a prediction last week when I did my preview on the roster projection and how I saw it going. And then I said, hey, I'm not sure this guy makes the roster. I think in Beau Stephens, the team looks at a Beau Stephens and a Haynes and they go, well, we know what you are. Not bad. It's not completely atrocious, but we know what you are. The development hasn't occurred. And then with Beau, you go, yeah, long-term, we're going to see development with this kid. And I really wonder with Haynes, I hope he's had the offseason of his life. I hope he's trained to be in the best possible shape, because if not, I think he's got an uphill battle here. This should be his job. He should be starting right now. Should be no camp battle being undertaken between these guys. but instead we kind of are because, Brad, he's kind of languished there a little bit. It was rough last year watching, but we're on the berm there watching training camp, and comes out there and he's not getting reps at first. Then he's getting reps, but he's getting reps as a center. Then he's wearing a brace suddenly on his shoulder. Then we hear about some nebulous injury that's occurred to him. There's just a bit of a strange energy right now when it comes to Christian Haynes, and hopefully he's able to step up, because if we can get a guy there that can really pop now, the rest of the line is cemented. This is our one weak link. And though I say it's overstated, it is the weak link. And it does need to be corrected at some point or another. And if Bradford can just step up that game a little bit more from a consistency standpoint, we didn't need the flashy snaps as much, just more consistency in there, less of the whiff. You really would have things stabilized in a major way. When it comes to the cornerback position, this is a fun one. You've got, of course, Julian Neal. We've got Fuller out of Toledo that we took there. Igbenogany. And then you've got Nehemiah Pritchett as your four stack going toe-to-toe here. And this is a real fun fight because there's a lot of stuff here. There's a lot of stuff here as far as a lot of variance in what you've got here for this kind of final potential cornerback spot. If they may keep two on that, we'll kind of see when it comes to it. But you do have in Noah Igbenogany, a guy that was a former first-round pick. This is your freak kind of, maybe we can tap back into that freakishness that made him that first-round pick, and then it can all come to life. He's a 5'10", 3/4, 5'11", about 32-inch long arms, 200 pounds. So just, about average across the board there. 4'4", 161, 37-inch vert, 10'8" broad. There's some explosiveness too there in his game coming out of Auburn as a cornerback. And boy, do we love our Auburn cornerbacks. We brought him in. Nehemiah Pritchett, DJ James a couple of years ago. Whoever's the scout for the Seahawks who covers the Auburn team is a hell of a salesman. So in Igbenogany, you got the former first that you're hoping, okay, maybe it just takes a while for it to come to life in this kid. And if I remember correctly, he was looked at as a little bit of a rough prospect coming out that, though talented, was going to take a little bit of time to get to that place that Jobe was going to be good. We, of course, remember Nehemiah Pritchett last year with a couple of fantastic plays in coverage. He's got that one in the back of the end zone where it looks like he's beat. He manages to recover. The receiver seems to catch the ball. They're twisting in midair. As they're twisting in midair, he somehow is able to wrap his hand around and knock the ball out just before they hit the ground. Absolutely as good a play as you would have seen last year from anybody across the board. And there's no doubting this guy's coverage ability. He can play man, he can play zone, he can play off, he can play press. He can probably run with just about anybody. The question comes down to tackling, willingness to get off blocks, pathways to the ball carrier, decisions to get fooled, quote unquote, on a route being run on a run play because you decide to make it look like you got tricked rather than you really got tricked and you could have gotten in on that. And then the tackling itself, wrapping, rolling, being consistent in that manner. All of that needed to improve coming out of Auburn. It was the distinct area in his game that was lacking. I don't think we saw necessarily a huge improvement from it last year. If you look at his tackling numbers and all that from the limited time that he's on the field, it was not still great. So that's the part you're looking for him to come forward. If he can have that come forward, he probably grabs the job. And if he loses the job, it's probably going to be because the tackling held him back. The other couple guys, of course, we'll see where Fuller's going to be at with Toledo. There's some possibility of him sliding between a little bit of the corner to the potentially even the safety role here and being looked at as a guy long-term that they want to transition to safety. That's a little bit of the new model. It's kind of the new model in the NFL. It's like how a lot of to get zone guards in the NFL, if you run a zone blocking system, you're seeing a lot of those teams have to go out there and they go and grab a left tackle in college who they then transition to guard at the pro level so they can get the mobility, the athleticism that they're really looking for. And so you're doing something similar now in this day and age, I think, from the safety position. Is I want to make sure I'm getting the coverage in there along with what I can hope is the tackling coming forward on that. Hey, I have a guy that's got corner background. He's going to be able to bring that, and especially in this defense, that asset safety to do cornerback things at times. You don't just tell the safeties you're playing half a field, you're playing single high, you're coming down in the box. You're asking these guys sometimes to roll post snap to an outside corner position. You've got to know the technique. You got to be able to understand how to play it out of that and not be a fish out of water, as a lot of safeties would look like if you put them in that position post snap. So Fuller might be going to the safety position, especially if this cornerback room and the competition gets even more heated as we go along here. But Julian Neal is a little bit of the X factor within this too as well. I think Neal makes the roster no matter what. I think he's a guy that he comes from the background of just looking like a Seahawks type corner in the way that they like them built, good all around, good tackler. He played in literally this defensive system coming out of college. So it's going to be a very seamless fit for him to come aboard here to Seattle and not have any sort of length of time where he's going to go through the ropes to try to figure out like, okay, you guys want me here, there, and then you want me there. He should be able to go bang, bang and hit the ground running. So he fits into what would essentially be, in my opinion, kind of your fourth cornerback. I think Imanwari is kind of more counted as a cornerback at this point than a safety. So he's in there as sort of your fourth corner, and then it becomes the fifth corner. Who's that guy going to be? Who can, between those other three guys I talked about, even an extra guy or two, I know they've got on the roster, like a Shamar Charles might be in on the mix of this as well. I think it's mainly between these guys, though. I think they're going to be really looking at, like, we'd love to see Nehemiah come in and tackle and do great with that, make the decision easy for us. Love to see Macdonald come in here as well, if that can happen, and tap into the first round potential too. We'll see which way it goes with this, but you've created some really good stiff competition, as you can see with a couple of these other positions, like I've shown with running back. This is also when we were talking about you'd have these guys duking out for what is essentially that final roster spot for this positional group. What a good position to be in, isn't it? Not too shabby. Next fight is really between two guys, in my opinion, and that's going to be Drake Thomas and Tyrese Knight. Yes, sir. Two really outstanding players, in my opinion. I just love these guys as far as just play. I mean, they're not stars maybe, but just you love the way these guys play the position. Drake Thomas is the Seattle Seahawks version of the Honey Badger. He doesn't care. He's going to stick his head in that hole. He's going to root around. He knows he might get scratched and bit up a little bit, but he don't care. Might get a little bit bloody, but he don't care. Guy was just got better and better as the year went along last year into that will linebacker role. Really took it from Tyrese Knight. And then Tyrese Knight, on his 300 snaps last year, just in his fill-in duty at times, if Ernest was off the field on a little bit here and a little bit there, and then Drake Thomas the same way. I filled in for a game for him, I believe, as well. Maybe no, he filled in as a middle linebacker, I think, for Ernest on one of the games. Anyway, he had 300 total snaps last year. He was an absolute demon on special teams. But then, of course, he was your highest graded off-ball linebacker on this team. Higher graded than Ernest Jones, higher graded than Drake Thomas. Remember, he had that game where he had the double strip sack fumble there, which, of course, is going to help your grade out a lot when you've only got the 300 snaps. But the point of being 300 snaps is it's not 10 snaps, it's not 50 snaps, it's 300. And he really performed well beyond that. And you got to give the guy a lot of kudos, because you lose your job, be very easy for you to take a step backwards on special teams and get a little bit pouty about that. Like, I had a great rookie year. I came into training camp, my leg was a little bit beat up. I wasn't at my healthiest best. This other guy was, and I lost the job because of that, not because I'm not good enough. And yet, he never complained, never, we got plenty of pro athletes in this day and age that'll complain. He was just a good soldier and went out there and just, said, okay, I'm going to do whatever I can to get back onto the field. And this guy, I think, still does have some really good long-term potential. Drake Thomas was just fantastic for you. The way he was shooting gaps and getting TFLs in the run game, where you worry about him getting second level block because of his size, but he sort of negates that if he just shoots the hole and gets in the backfield because he's anticipating so brilliantly. Had himself that interception and coverage on Christian McCaffrey, where he was in the right place at the right time to go pick that thing off. He was really good. And again, got better with almost every successive game throughout the year last year. Drake Thomas got better. This might be the most ferocious battle in camp. And yes, I understand Drake Thomas got the 2-year contract extension, but it wasn't like he got paid $20 million, like a 2-year, $10 million deal. So, you let the best man win here, as you proved out last year. It wasn't Tyrese's job just because he had the best rookie year for a will linebacker going back to KJ Wright. That wasn't enough to earn him that. I don't think that the contract here with Drake Thomas is going to be enough to necessarily earn him just that. Oh yeah, it's going to be your job. I think the team's going to continue to push with competition. And in fact, I think it'd be one of the places that John Schneider would probably, if I was to guess, consult Mike Macdonald about being very careful. We started out with the Legion of Boom era from a standpoint of competition is king. We churned through the roster of like 1,500 players in 3 years. We said, this is going to be our standard of play. You earn your job. I don't care what you've been paid. Matt Flynn, $26 million free agent contract. To hell with you. We like Russell. We're going with him. And that's got to rule your day. And that we let that die off over time. We didn't keep to that standard as much. We started fitting to positions and saying, okay, this is your job, and then that's going to be your job. And the competition wasn't as thick because of it. So I think that you will try to create that in camp, these kind of situations. Drake's got to come in right as well, but you got good depth here. You got good frontline starters here. You got a guy in Tyrese Knight that can play either the Mike or the Will. And as I said before, also great special teamer. Next up, we got Nick Callerup versus Saubert versus Harrison Bryant. Now, this is one that's a little bit harder to see, I think, a little bit because of the fact there's a little bit of you had both of these guys kind of on the roster last year and you made it work. But some of you having them on the roster and making it work last year had to do with the Saubert having some health issues through a big part of the season and allowed you to have kind of Callerup on there. Callerup kind of came onto the scene last year, undrafted rookie free agent guy that really was a great blocker in camp. Had a couple of catches around that to give you a little bit of something there. Almost get a little bit of sort of the Disley vibes from him a little bit and how he plays. Maybe it's because his number is 89. So maybe I'm just doing a little bit of the laziness there with that. But Callerup blocked well for you. He had a key block in the Steelers game that freed up Kenneth Walker on that 3rd 19 on a draw. He was one of the guys out in front really making it happen on that play. Saubert, of course, you're the guy in the famed 2-point conversion against the Rams in the second game who came off the chip and release and was open there as the 4th read for Sam Darnold on the play. And so you've got Barner and Arroyo will be your 2. Now, are you going to keep 4? That's kind of the question here. It's hard on this because you have Robbie Oots, you have Sundle, or not Sundle, but Brady Russell, your 2 fullbacks essentially on the team. I know Russell can do some tight end stuff, but that's kind of takes 2 spots there. And then you also have Jalen Milroe as a 3rd quarterback on the roster. And so you are a little maybe limited down from carrying 4 per se with what you have kind of on the roster already. But that we'll see. If it does come down to 4, then it is 2 of these 3 guys. If it comes down to just 1, then it's just 1 more spot for the 3 tight ends between all 3 of these guys. And we'll see which the fight plays out to. I think that there's a lot of similarity here between Saubert and Callerup. These are blocking kind of specialist tight ends, and what they mainly do, they can give you some functionality as pass catchers. Harrison Bryant was looked at as a little bit of a brighter prospect coming out of college. A guy that could be a kind of bit of a dual wall guy that's now kind of turned into a bit of more of a journeyman guy. I think he's here more for the insurance factor here on the team, but you never know. He might be able to slip through. And again, the talent was always there with him coming out. I liked him a little bit. There was nothing super flashy about him. Just kind of an all guy, could do all around kind of stuff, but wasn't able to go into the Kevin Stefanski tight end friendly offense with the Cleveland Browns, necessarily able to do a lot out of that. Keeping it moving here, we've got the battle here that is going to be another real fun one to see how this plays out. And that's going to be Jared Ivey versus Mike Morris versus Jamie Sheriff. Don't you forget about Jamie Sheriff. Don't you do that. Don't you do that. Oh, man, this is a fun one. A real fun one. And another one that I think is going to be as hotly contested a camp battle as you will see. Spears are coming out, tridents, maybe even a grenade. I don't know. Anything's possible at this point. First, you have here in Jamie Sheriff, the guy that's been the X factor in this battle, because Seattle's actually trained him to do some off-ball linebacker stuff. He's got some twitch. He's got some bend. He's got some get off the ball. There's some traditional elements that you look for coming off the edge that right now on the roster you don't have as much of. You have a lot more of just power guys. And the team spoke up this offseason about wanting a little bit more of a guy that could be a little bit more of a quick winner when it comes to off the edge. And that is what Jamie Sheriff is. And now he's got some actual background with playing some of the off-ball linebacker stuff as he was doing last year. So a very interesting guy to watch. The front 2 guys, the guys that'll get more of the headlines as being between these 2 really. I know O'Toole is also in on this as an edge there, but I think these are the main 2 guys that are battling out with Sharif kind of as the X factor guy. I just don't think O'Toole's in the same category. And Morris, you have a guy that played the Mike Macdonald defense going back to Michigan in college, and the big power edge role and being a big oversized guy, he would have seemed to fit to that really well when Macdonald came here, but he hasn't really been able to find the field a lot. And when he has found the field, he hasn't necessarily done a lot. I think the most notable thing he did last year, I think he had like a strip fumble on a kickoff last year. And so he's a guy that does play with a lot of effort. Brock Hurd was talking about looking at him at OTAs, and it looks like he's really, really developed his body and really put on some good weight and gotten himself stronger. Just probably as much as anything, he needs kind of he needs a go-to that he can work off of. Now he knows the defense, knows how to play a good strong edge, got the size to hold up out there. You just have been kind of waiting for it to pop, and it hasn't quite popped. Jared Ivey had some really, really good flashes, including that Packers game last year in the preseason. A kid out of Ole Miss who I thought was draftable. I believe I had a 4th, 5th round grade on him coming out of college. Can't remember which one it was. but another guy, big, long, very strong, knows how to use his hands better than Mike Morris does. A little bit, I can work off contact. Morris can sometimes get a little bit wrung and held up if he isn't able to land his power quite right. So main kind of difference between them, though, they have a lot of overlap. Neither are going to be real quick winners or twitch guys in the way they go about it, but they do fit typically to what Mike wants in the scheme as far as off the edge goes. So that'll be a great fight to see. And if we'll really kind of finally learn a little bit more too, especially if Sheriff has a really great preseason and goes off to where, are you guys really leaning on to wanting this, this quick twitch edge guy? Is this something you're really looking for? Or you really all about the power guys? Because it certainly would inform us a little bit more as we're trying to understand a little bit more heartily what they're looking for in the draft. And it does seem like they've got a little bit more narrowed in their focus at times on that aspect of things. We got, boom. My last fight here is really for that final wide receiver versus final cornerback spot. And I say, I don't even have really any players on this one because it's just a variety of so many different guys that could come and take this role. I mean, we've got two guys just named White alone out of the receiving core that are in the mix of this. Plenty of defensive backs that could be in the mix of this. Maybe an extra safety like a D'Anthony Bell that just is such a good special teamer. And that's what this position really comes down to. More than what you do is the skill set for the position that's under your name. It's more of what can you do on special teams? Can you go out there and can you be awesome? Not merely good, not merely average, not merely get by. We want to be the best special teams unit in the NFL. That is what we are shooting for every offseason right now. You can see that in their approach of things. And you're not going to have this just simply because, you're kind of last guy around and you're willing to do it. You have to be good at it and willing to do it. And that's the really nice part about keeping the special teams unit up is it's not just Jason Myers and Dixon. It's all of these other supporting things around it of the buy-in that occurs and that you have these guys that are phenomenal what they do in that way, making this every Sunday a monster tactical advantage almost over anybody else that you play. And so you create that, of course, by having a lot of competition there of guys that can do it. And I would say this is the fun part too, is how do you measure against the guy that can do it really well versus the guy that might be able to give you some of the traditional skill set? Cody White, for instance, might be the best receiver. Ricky White might be the best pure receiver as far as the back end receivers once we get past the frontline guys. But then maybe an Irv Charles, who you trade a 7th round pick in 2028, a conditional, maybe the guy that's just such a good gunner has been his track record resume that supersedes that. Maybe you got some corners. You're playing so much nickel basis and dime basis, like 80% of your coverage, you're leaning in that. Maybe you need more cornerbacks on the roster. Maybe you could do with one less wide receiver because of the fact that, you run the ball so much. It's not as much of a necessity. So it'll be the fun part of this to see who can kind of win over the other. I do think it'll come down to that. Who's that better gunner? Who's better on kickoff coverage units? Who's blocking better on punt return units throughout training camp? You've got to separate yourself here. And I think in the past on other Seahawks teams, you could have just gotten by just, well, I'm willing to do it, coach. I mean, I'm willing. I mean, I'm a receiver, but I'm willing to be a special teamer. And I think the team wants guys that are going to love doing it because they got to see last year, and it's got to only more, to me, reinforce this positioning you had walking into off season of this being of the most importance. That there's so many teams out there, including like the Rams, who don't look at it with any importance, and you can really take advantage of this part of the game because of that. So those are my main camp battles. I think everything else is pretty well locked in. Your frontline guys are there as far as, like the tackle position. I think even left guard position is pretty well set up and suited as far as how it's going to go. I know Cable Do and Richmond will be kind of fighting out a little bit between those two guys there, but you may end up kept them both last year on the roster. You may end up doing again so this upcoming year, especially if Haynes is, I'm kind of suspecting, if not, maybe a release candidate, maybe a guy that you look to move for a later round pick somewhere if you're not quite getting him to where you want him at as far as that goes. But everything else is pretty well set and good to go. Olawatimi is your number 2 at the center position. You get 4 African defensive tackles, your 4 edges. I think Patrick O'Connell will be the other probably off-ball linebacker who will be fighting out a little bit with Chris Paul, but I didn't want to get into too much of the minutia back-to-back to the very final roster spots. And that is another one that is there that I didn't mention that is one worth noting where, Paul is a guy you stole from the Rams as an undrafted rookie free agent who, I think they drafted him actually in maybe the 4th round or something. A guy that just needed to clean up some of the undisciplined play in his game, guy that would sometimes overshoot gaps, overrun plays. He's a little smaller, so he's trying the bad habit got built because he kept trying to get around blocks ahead of time. I'll get up to the spot and then the block can't get to me. But if the play ain't going there, you're instinctually not going to where the flow is going of the play. You're just running yourself out of the play. And so he has to clean some of that stuff up. Good news is you can clean that stuff up. Now, the question with him will come, can he take on the blocks? He ain't getting any bigger as far as that goes. But you got some fun competition there too as well. I think safety positions are pretty well set. D'Anthony Bell may have an inroad on there, but boy, it's going to be, I think, hard for him, especially if a Fuller does make the roster. I think they like a little bit. My instinct here is they like Fuller's long-term as a potential safety there and a development guy in that position, but we'll see with that. We get to the next part of this, which would be the 4 guys that I've got as breakouts. I've not chose 10. I've not chose 8. I've tried to be realistic about this. And this was a really tough one to put together and think about. Because though there are a lot of candidates as far as potential breakouts go, I think you've got to factor in some of the extra math when you do some of this. So you're not just pointing to guys that, well, this guy was pretty good last year. So he should be good this year too. He stayed like Torrey Horton. Horton had sparkling production for a short period of time last year. And then the injury came up, and easy enough guy to point to and say, well, that would be a breakout candidate. But how's he going to see the field enough to do that? Absent an injury, you have to kind of predict an injury for that breakout to occur. And so I do think that there's a little bit of, difficulty on this when it comes to certain guys and saying, well, this guy will be the breakout on it. I would say as well, I'm not going to look at guys that have already broken out. Devin Witherspoon to me is already broken out. Nicky Manwari has already broken out. I think that there are non-ball watchers and there's ball watchers, and non-ball watchers will sit there and be like, yeah, Nicky Manwari's okay. Ball knowers look at them and they go, that guy's an absolute monster. NFL players looking at, I don't need to have 5 seasons. It's like, we don't need to do this with certain guys. Certain guys are just that good right out the gate. And so he's there. Ernest Jones, all pro now. We're not going to point to him. I'm not looking at our tackles. I think they've broken out and become what they are, and they're damn fine players at that. Zabel the same way. I think Zabel will continue to improve what he did last year, but there's a little bit of, though it wasn't some all pro year out the gate, everybody can kind of see where he's at. It's not a breakout of a surprise. I think he'll get a little bit better. You can call it a breakout, I guess, if you want, but again, I think a little bit of you've already kind of done some of this last year to a degree. Though if you want to tell me Zabel would be a breakout by your definition, I would say, okay, I get it. That one would be fair of the ones I left off my list, I would say. First off, Ty Okada. Ty Okada is the safety that filled in for you last year with Coby Bryant going down for a collection of games, played a lot of snaps. He was rated, I think, the 14th highest rated safety in the sport by PFF last year and playing on almost a half a season of that play. He was a guy that, like Drake Thomas, when he came in initially, he looked like he was a little bit in over his head. And then he just progressively got better as the year went along. And he made some fantastic plays. If you guys remember last year, there's I might be able to find it here. It's worth flashing again just because it was such a fun play. Oh. Sorry, I don't have it. I lied. I don't have it on me. But he had the one-handed interception with the Packers. We all remember that with that deal where he's got the leaps out and grabs out the one-arm ball and pulls it in. And then you've got the interception against the Redskins last year where he was able to climb the ladder up. The guy's got a 43-inch vert coming out of college. Ty Okada does 43 inches. Man, that is what they say. Jordan had like 47, right? So you're getting up there. So you got he climbs the ladder against the Washington Commanders there in that game, and then gets the interception and gets the toe drag swag down as well. Got the toe taps down inbounds as well, and just an amazing interception. So he provided you good all around play, but then also gave you some highlight level, real kind of plays in addition to that. Not just a boring kind of guy. A lot of people are trying to project a little bit of Bud Clark being an instantaneous starter for the Seahawks just right out the rip. I don't think he's going to be so. I think he's going to be more of a role guy in this first year. And part of that reason is because Okada is so ready to take on this full role that he's going to be able to do all the pre-help with Julian Love on all the pre-snap adjustments. And it's because there's a lot of communication going on in this defense prior to the snap, a lot of changes prior to the snap. You need a guy fully locked into the playbook to be able to pull that off. Having a rookie trying to do that as he's trying to learn the sport at the same point in time is probably a bit information overload. So Okada will be your starter day one, and Okada is going to be, again, I would estimate a top 15 safety in this sport. May not have a little bit of namesake there, but that's again why I wanted to point to this one as a breakout, because I think that it's coming, and I think he's going to earn himself some big time cash here this offseason by having a really, really strong season. Not a Pro Bowl year, but a top 15 season to me for a full season at that point would be absolutely a breakout. I know that it would seem like already AJ Barner has already broken out, but he hasn't quite. 500 yards receiving on the year last year. And certainly in the playoffs, had a couple of different moments where he really, was able to stand out. Big touchdown catch, of course, in the Super Bowl itself. We all know he's a fantastic A1 blocker. I've got a great clip on the site of Jared Verse and him taking Jared Verse to town one-on-one in pass pro and just throwing him to the ground by the end of the rep. Absolutely dominant in that way. But this is a guy that I think that in this offense with Fleury coming aboard, his tight end background within this, understanding, how to utilize at times tight ends to free them up for production just through the scheme. I think that's one of the things Shanahan does a really, really great job of that separates himself from some of his acolytes at times is his ability to create the separation, a lot of times through the flood zone concepts, just attacking your zone, overloading it, and then kind of running that tight end, being a Kittle behind that. And then he's kind of freed up and you're like, how are they not covering Kittle? And it's like, well, the designs are intricate and they set your coverage up and they attack the coverages you're running to make it happen. And so I would guess Fleury's going to take a page out of some of that. There's this room for this to grow in Barner's game. I think that, he is one of those guys that kind of got punished a little bit last year from so much of the target share of the limited passing offense, 29th in the NFL in passing offense. Yet a huge portion of your share went to Jackson Smith and Jigba. Like 37% of that target share of the passing offense then went over to him. And so that's just going to limit down some of those opportunities for some of the other players. But with him, I think that he's got a lot of room to grow here and become an 800-yard guy. Take it from 500 to 800 yards, 8-9 touchdowns receiving in a season, and then being an A1 blocker in addition to that. I think that makes him a Pro Bowl level player in my opinion. I think that's a type of season that's just been waiting to kind of pop up, where then he fully gets then all of the praise that is just deserving of him for what he's done and kind of growing his game from Michigan. Being looked at as a guy who's just going to be a blocker only. So I talked about him coming out. You guys all know that, followed the channel. And then I told you guys coming out, this guy's got an ability to catch the ball. Michigan just didn't throw the ball. Michigan had Colston Loveland on that field with him at the same time. So when it's a little bit like what he's dealing with now. And the limited times that they were going to throw the ball, when the ball was going to go out, it was going to probably go to Colston Loveland. It was more of the H-back tight end, whereas AJ was more of the inline, traditional type dude. And H-backs are going to get more of the catches in this day and age, especially in college. And so he's been kind of waiting on this opportunity, but it does not speak to his limitations in his game or his inability to produce in that way. He absolutely can and will. And I'm putting faith in him this year. He's one of my breakout guys. My third breakout guy is Riley Mills. Look at that man just taking that guard backwards, putting him under his armpit, sticking his finger in Drake May's ear hole right there in that picture, making him scream before he pulls him down to the ground and tackles him. Riley Mills was looked at by many consensus-wise as a guy that should have been a top 50 player in the draft that he came out of, but he tore his ACL in his final college game. And the ACL tear happens because you start your college career at Notre Dame as a 255, 260-pound defensive end. They move you to becoming a 295-pound three-tech monster. That's a lot of weight to put on the body in 3 years, especially with athletically. You're driving and cutting and trying to really be sharp in those movements, and that's can kind of lead to this type of stuff where you get to kind of a stabilized point where you got all the muscles able to handle all that weight. Got all of last year to basically kind of get over that fully, get through the offseason now fully. There was a story coming out of OTAs of a snap where Mike Macdonald had to stop reportedly OTAs during this offseason at one point because he literally had bent over backwards Anthony Bradford and kind of quasi-injured Bradford on the play. And, Mike's like, look, we want to go intense. Let's chill it, guy. That's a little too much intense. And this guy, I think, just has a little bit of Jared Allen, what is the guy's name? My brain sometimes doesn't matter. The kid out of Denver, though, and I know they're both white, so it's a little bit of the lazy white comparison. But if you look at their bodies too, though, they both kind of have the same kind of bodies and how they look. And that would be Zach Allen, a guy that the Seahawks were very interested in a couple of years ago when they were trying to decide between boy, I'm really spacing out today. Draymond Jones. So Draymond Jones and Zach Allen were the two guys Seattle was trying to toss over. John tried to get both of them, ended up grabbing Draymond Jones. Zach Allen went to the Denver Broncos, and the rest is history. But this guy's a lot like Zach Allen, and he has been a really impactful, one of the most impactful portions of that Denver defense in their rise to becoming one of the best in the NFL. And so if he could provide that, he can give you that type of impact. Boy, what would that do to this defense? As that now your fourth defensive tackle, what does that do for your rotations? Does it allow you to allow even guys to be even more fresher, even better, because they don't have to carry even the 35 to 40 snaps, because I can get them down to like 30 snaps? It's kind of going to be one of the interesting points where this becomes a force multiplier situation. His impact helps the defense, sure, but then it just rounds the rotation out. Seattle wants to throw waves at you. I want every guy in this field to going 100 miles an hour every snap. I don't want them to feel like they got to leave a little bit extra in the tank because there's another snap after this snap. Just go off the field. We'll bring another guy out, catch your wind, get back out there, roll it again. You want to send them waves one after another. And you can only do that when you've got the depth you really can trust upon to be that good from the frontline guy you have going out of the game. You can conceptually say you want to do it. But if your third, your fourth sucks, you ain't doing it. You're going to run that starter out there for as long as you possibly can. No, stay out there. Just breathe. Stay out there. Just breathe. Stay out there, man. No, I'm not having him out. He sucks. You'll be fine long term, okay, bud? Just not right now. You're not good enough. Stay out there. Stay out there. I think it's a little bit like that. So we're not going to run into that this year. He's going to be, I think, a really, really good player for this team, and a guy that we're going to understand. Yeah, this is why a lot of these people saw him as that type of talent, because a guy that went to defensive tackle, remembering, okay, the injury's there, but what I lead with in telling you what he did with Notre Dame, he started out as a defensive end and then went to defensive tackle. When can you have some hope a player might develop down the line and show some improvement and rise up in his game? Well, if it's a guy that's transitioned recently to that position, if it's a guy that just recently added the 30 pounds to his body, on top of the injuries we're talking about, well, that's a guy that can grow with time. That's a guy to get more comfortable in that position with time, more dominant with time. So thinking about that, a little bit of his trajectory and the pathway that he's taken here, I think there's a lot of hope that this is going to come to bloom sooner than later with Riley, as long as, of course, health can hold up, God willing, on that way. But he is my third guy that I think is going to break out on this team. I think in the case of breakout, I know with Okada, I've said top 14 rated sort of safety again for a full season at the safety position. Barner to me is an 850 yards, 9 touchdown type of dude, run blocking his ass off. Riley Mills, I'm going to put him down for a 7-sack season this year, and also being really strong in the run game, and that he's going to hold up, I think, fairly decently on the limited snaps I've seen from him, pretty well at times when the team wants to put him in there at nose tackle and have him give Byron Murphy a blow on a series here or there in addition to that. So really stoked for him. And my final guy is a guy that I know has done some stuff up until this point. So I'm not going to label it and say that Rashid Shaheed hasn't, put up some decent years. He obviously has, including this last season, but has he quite broken out? I don't know that he's quite broken out. I don't know a guy that goes for a late fourth and a late fifth round pick last year at the deadline is necessarily a guy that has per se broken out. When you look at him, he's never had over 719 yards receiving through his 5-year career up until this point, or 4-year career up until this point. Sorry. He's been a big time receiver as far as the catches are for a high yards per average. He's got 12 total touchdowns receiving here over that 4-year career. I think as well, when I looked at the rushing yards for him prior to last season, 57 yards rushing had been the highest that he had done. Last year, he had 69 yards rushing, and most of those came 7 carries, 64 yards when he came to Seattle Seahawks. What I'm saying with that is the New Orleans Saints throughout his time there did not use him at all with that fly sweep stuff. We saw when we worked in that fly sweep stuff with him here that he was really good with it, that it was a great counter punch. He busting off 30-yard runs down the field on the back of it like he did in that Rams game in the second game of the year. And then when you looked at a little bit as well, as I got into this and started to kind of unpack some of this stuff, punt returns for a touchdown in his time there with the Saints, he had 2 punt returns for a touchdown. but he had no kickoff returns for a touchdown. So I extrapolate a little bit on this. Number one, I think Seattle is going to utilize him way more in the run game. I'm not going to get to the receiving stuff yet. I haven't even gotten to that yet. He's going to use this stuff more in the run game. I think this is a guy that you easily should be carving out 25 to 30 carries over the course of the season and watch him go get you on the back of that 250 yards rushing. But then when you see how spectacular he was as a returner here, both as a punt returner, the punt return touchdown here for you, but then as a kick returner too as well, where he had, I believe, a couple of kick return touchdowns with the Falcons game, and then of course the 49ers game in the playoffs. And the punt return with the Rams game, how important those were also timely. But I think this guy could have almost a Devin Hester-like effect with Jay Harbaugh, with this special teams unit. Seeing what he was able to do, what you're almost looking at when you look at this data is you're seeing a guy who's very talented to do it. The touchdowns illustrate that he had in 23 and 24 on the punt return game, and the high average indicates that as well. But then you get that kind of going guy in an environment that also doesn't seem to be maximized to be the best of special teams units in the NFL. And let's face it, when you've got some coaches kind of rolling through there a lot, special teams is probably the thing that gets a little bit forgotten about. And then that guy gets to go to a place where special teams is put at the forefront, where we're going to not only block this up, we're going to put some dynamic things in place to really free you up here. You know, like the kick return touchdown that he had, I believe, against the 49ers, the Seahawks sort of feign like they're going to block to the outside gunners coming down, and then they block to the inside instead. And then they just kind of let him run past the outside guys in the anticipation that your speed going up this way, them going this way, they're not going to be able to maintain their lane and then cut over to you in time. You'll have gotten past them and up the football field. So those other blocks can now spring you up on the front side blocks that will have a numbers game essentially on more blockers than they have guys to be able to get you tackled, as long as you can run past those first two guys on the outside. So now you have them married up to that. Devin Hester-like impact in that way, a guy that can be used with the fly sweep stuff in that manner of things. And then the pass catching will be able to come up in a major, major way, from the simplified to just being able to be running more different routes. And then there's just more of the chemistry that'll be on point with Sam Darnold. And everything that we've heard about in OTAs is that these guys are absolutely on the same page and how they are syncing up right now. Everything that we've heard about that has been the case. So that's going to come forward with it. But then there is what I would call the simple. And I hammered on this at the end of the season a lot, and it played out to be very true. Is that you could feel over time with Seattle and this offense into the second half of the year, teams wanted to flow the double team towards Jackson Smith and Jigba. Teams also wanted to eliminate the running game of Seattle that they were heavily committed to. So how do you kill two birds with one stone? You got two safeties. I want to roll double to Jackson. I want to put a safety down in the box to deal with the run. I don't like the fact that I got to do both those two things. Those two things are separate of each other. But can I technically do it? Yeah, you can technically do it. Sure. But then what happens? I got one-on-one for Rashid on the outside. Two safeties up. Let's go back to the Rams game, third game of the year, conference championship early in the game. Two safety high look to begin things, cover two shell. Free safety says, I'm going to go over here to Jackson and just kind of keep an eye on him post snap. So I'm going to wind this way. And then the strong safety goes, I'm going to get down here and help out in the run game. And then you got press coverage over here with Shaheed on the outside. And that's just, you saw in that play, he didn't have to do some brilliant release. He didn't have to turn into Michael Jackson at the line of scrimmage to try to get himself off the press coverage. It was boom, boom, bah, he gone. Like Darius Williams, you cannot run as fast as me. Bye. So one of the brilliant parts about having these speedy receivers is that they sometimes in themselves can force the safety to have to stay up top, have to stay over there helping out that corner who's probably not just going to be quite fast enough, because Sheed's just got a different level of speed. So what I mean by the simple is Sam steps in the line of scrimmage. I feel the safety going over here. I feel this safety coming up that way. I got the press over here. Easy button. I'm just going to throw it as far as I can and let him run under it. And I think you're going to see a lot of that this year too as well. It was exactly the thing, in fact, that Derek Carr was advising Sam when they made the trade for him last year. He said, yeah, just you don't understand how fast he really is. Just throw it as far as you can. He'll get up under it. These guys that are at this level of speed in the NFL, these types of your Deshaun Jackson types, right? They're just at a different level of speed with these quarterbacks see. And so it takes time to kind of go, oh, I can just, and he's just going to run under that, huh? Oh my God, he is. He's catching up to it. Look at that. Oh, I can just do that every time. So sometimes it can also be the easy for Shaheed. It doesn't have to be necessarily everything schemed up perfectly or he's creating brilliant amount of separation in his route running. Some of it will be just the fact that there's so many dangerous parts of this Hawks offense that the concentration of the defenses to those dangerous parts will, I think, this year especially free him up beyond all of those other things that I just talked about. Those are my 4 breakout players, though. Ty Okada, AJ Barner, Riley Mills, and Rashid Shaheed. You guys let me know what you think. I know there's a lot of candidates here. I turned over the thought process of throwing an Arroyo in there. I hope he can get to that place of breaking out. I don't know if the opportunities are going to necessarily present themselves as much. Health is a big part of it, of course, with him in addition to that. And that was where it was just quite tough. I need Arroyo to get through a full season healthy before I can predict Arroyo is going to get through a full season healthy. So when I go back to him in college, there's a lot of those, banged up here, banged up there, struggling to get through here, go to the Senior Bowl, get injured at the Senior Bowl. Got to see him healthy here for the season before we can get to the prediction point to me of him breaking out. I do think if you want to say Jadarian Price basically is breaking out, I have him at about 950 yards rushing for the year. That's where I would project him out to go. This goes over the top, of course, where Price Picks has got him at. I think like 725, 750. So an easy pick there to be had. I think he's going to come out and get a lot of opportunities right out the jump. Charbonnet, I think that the team's shown a background of being real careful with these kind of injuries, and they're not going to rush him back, which is really going to then, I think, free up Charbonnet to be able to go out there or free up Jadarian Price to go out there and early on, especially in the season, do a lot of eating well behind a really good offense and a good offensive line. So Jadarian technically, I guess, would be a quasi breakout if you want to call 950 yards rushing a breakout. I just think he'll be very efficient and 4.5 yard average per carry kind of efficiency as far as how he's run in the bottom line goes. But I couldn't find anybody else on that I thought was anybody that was really much to the breakout side of it. As many of these guys, I think, have already kind of done the work and put that time in. But you guys let me know. I'd love to hear from you guys. If there was somebody that you think is going to jump up to the forefront this year, we will pop over to you guys in the chat. If you have a question for me or a comment you want me to read, just do please put Brando, Hawks Nest, B. Just lets me know because we have a lot of interdiscussion always in the chat. So it just gives me the opportunity to make sure I'm responding to who wants to be responded to, because not everybody does. I want to thank, if I can as well, the sponsor of this show, which is Prize Picks. Prize Picks is America's #1 sports app. They got so many options running this game today, and Mariners just got a dub today. Maybe a good time to jump in on some of the daily fantasy, the weekly fantasy with that. Change your lineups over each and every way so you don't get stuck in on one if it does go wrong. Go head-to-head with others out there on that way. We've got the seasonal picks up there. You got a quarterback you think going over and under on the yards for the year, or a receiver you think's going to go off. There's some nice, real easy picks to put together your nice little ticket there on that side of it. I've got right now, for instance, of course, JSN going over 1,300 yards. I don't think he's going to go up to 1,900 yards again this year, but I do think a good 1,500-yard season feels very much within his grip. I think Sam and him have a really good connection, and I think they're only going to be able to build upon that further this offseason, even with the double teams flowing his direction. I've also got Jacoby Myers going for 749 receiving yards this year, as I do see him as being a guy that is going to be darn near the #1 option for that Jacksonville Jaguar offense. Yeah, Parker Washington will get his share, and I know that they'll get the kid they took out of Colorado will get worked in a little bit more too as well. And yep, we always got the LSU guy as well in the mix of that in addition to it. But I do just think that he came in there and you just felt like it was a breath of fresh air for Trevor Lawrence. He could walk in there and he had a lot of trust. Brian Thomas, that was the name I was trying to think of there. Yeah, Brian Thomas and spacing on the other. Why am I spacing on this guy's name? Travis Hunter. That was the other name. Gosh sakes, there's sometimes. So take advantage today. Go utilize the code HMA. When you do a $5 lineup of any of those various items just brought up, in fact, you just pick teams or you just pick games if you want to do that. You do a $5 lineup, they'll do $50 into your account. So $5, $50 in your account when you use HMA as a code, or you can click the link down in the description section below, just in this video. There are terms and conditions that do apply. Please do see their site for details. And yes, I know there are some limitations in the state of Washington, but if you do use this app on a casino and a casino's network in the state of Washington, you can use it in full at that point. Please do remember, Gamble responsibly. I thank you guys for watching today. If you can for me, please do. Please hit that like button. I do really appreciate it. And let's pop over, see what you guys are in the chat here. Artho, thank you for the $50 donation. Let me get my applause button for that. Let's go, brother. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. Appreciate your content. You are a Spartan podcaster. I'll take that. That's high praise. Anybody loves a good any man loves a good comparison to Spartans. It's the way it goes. Just the way it goes. But thank you, my man. It's been a great off season with you guys. You guys have rode with me throughout this whole off season, even when it's gotten to quiet periods, and even as summer is kicked into full here in the Pacific Northwest. As I know many of you have many things to go do right now, and you got to take advantage of the summer in the Pacific Northwest. For those that aren't out there, it's a very small breath of time. Get on the waters, get out the bark, get out in that sun, soak it up. It's going away soon. So I appreciate you guys for tuning in through that time period. And I've had a really good time this offseason, just enjoying this Super Bowl and enjoying with you guys together and being able to just turn over the prospect of all the potential great things to come with this team. And boy, there's so much possibility here still with this team. It just feels like they're just getting warmed up. They're just beginning, But that is a very kind $50 donation on your part, Artho. I really, really thank you for that, man. And always happy and kind. Always a pleasure to do this for you, man. I love what I get to do. Baker, thank you for the $2 donation. Cards getting busted for gambling. Slow news week. Yes. I really shouldn't laugh. This is like one of those things where I don't fully believe this, but like I kind of believe it, like you watch a video of like a dude getting hit in the nuts on the internet and you laugh about it. You kind of feel a little bit bad. You're like, careful how much you're laughing about it. And we're laughing so much when you get it in your nuts and you're doubled over in pain, huh? And so there's a part of me with the Arizona Cardinal fan base that goes, I just feel so bad for you guys. And it's already hard enough with the owner you have stacked in your situation and the voluminous amount of negative and bad years and lack of any kind of lineage or just no pathos, just you exist. And you exist every year to know that you're not going to do anything. And then you go into an off season like this where you're leaning into the full tank mode. And you're leaning into the full tank mode at the same point in time, you're drafting a running back number 3 overall, who probably should not have been taken number 3 overall. You're taking a 3rd round quarterback that you're drafting to specifically be just a lifetime backup quarterback in a best case scenario. You're starting journeyman quarterback who's merely a bridge and that you're already in the midst of looking to see how you can pivot off from, has held in. And now we have their scouts literally putting betting tickets together, knowing what, and it's even worse than people are being talking about with this banker, because not only is it a scout who put the betting picks together of who they were going to take, and he put a full ticket together, folks. So he didn't say, okay, they're taking Jeremiah Love at 3, and that was the only take. They just threw that pick out there. The scout put all of their selections of what they intended to select down, meaning it was kind of prefabricated what they were going to take. There was no reaction to what was then going on during the drafting process. You simply had everything hard lined in. That's scary. That's where that is the absolute formula to putting a draft together where you're reaching for need or you're not picking for value. It is the absolute opposite epitome to the other end of the scale of picking for value. So, yeah, this one went. The only reason this one went below the radar is because it's the Cardinals, and this is just what you've kind of come to expect. So it's like, of course they do. Of course the scout did. But I maintain I don't see the future of that team finding the method. You can have small market broke ass teams who can find a way to get to championships. Bengals, for instance, we're just going to be phenomenal draft and developers. And then hopefully we'll luck into a quarterback that then brings it all together. But woe is me. I don't know if the Cardinals have that kind of pipeline. I don't know if they have something they do that can allow them to separate over the top of all of this bad. Jay Stern, thank you for 36 months as a Hawks Nest member. I really thank you for that long time dedication to the channel. We will be doing a call-in show next Saturday, 12 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, 12 o'clock PST. Next Saturday will be a call-in show here for the Hawks Nest for members of the channel and patrons of the channel. Chase, if you had to guess, when do we get the Spoon deal done? And what do you think the numbers look like ballpark? I would say that the deal gets done within the first 2 weeks of training camp. I would estimate that within probably the next week would be my true guess, but we'll see on that point of it. Ballpark gets harder to quite factor in, Chase, because I know John would love to do the same kind of situation he did with JSN here, where he's kind of lopping on the numbers onto the end of it. So if he's able to take the last 2 years of Spoon's rookie deal and then throw the extension on top of that, now he can bring up the average per year and have it, fit to where the agents like it a lot better. But then they're able to really massage the numbers out to where it makes so much sense for the team, even at that cost, meaning that, okay, he gets his 35 million per year. He gets to go far beyond what the last guy got paid, but he has to do that on the back of having these last 2 years of his rookie deal still locked into what they are. You're getting your money, you're getting your guarantees, the money will come, but you're going to have to wait at that point. I think if he's going to insist upon, no, I want more of the bonus money now, I want more of the money in hand now, well, I think it becomes less of that APY. You're now down to 30 million per year APY situation. And you're probably looking at the extension being, you might even just tear up the last 2 years of deal and just do a 4-year contract extension at that point, something like that. I think it's one of those two scenarios. It's kind of hard to know which one because of the fact we don't know what Spoon might be willing to do. JSN was very accommodating, willing to take the deal that he took and the manner he took it, but I don't know if every player is going to be built to do the same, which makes it where I've got to kind of have two of those possibilities there, Chase. Thank you, man. Appreciate the long time support on the channel. DJ says, hey, B, you think Dan Hawson should curse the Rams? No. Do not play with black magic. What is the thing that happens with everybody that plays that has a wish granted? What happens with every contract that's signed with a demon? Right, DJ? Like, you may think you can control the power of evil and guide it in the direction to damage what you want damaged, but there's going to be splash damage on that thing. And there ain't goggles that'll save you. Don't play with the dark arts. Don't even dangle the toes in the water. Have I fed Pumpkin? Pumpkin has been very well fed. She's always well fed. There you go, Mr. Grubb. Jack Youngbug with a broken femur. Yeah, tell me that effer wasn't on some pain pills. Yeah, they took some wild stuff back in the days. It was Wild West City when you hear about some of and even into the 80s, it even started to get worse. They were just, here, take this. What is it? I don't know. Just take it. All right. Yeah, and steroids, I think, were, to your point, Chris, a lot more injected into the game of football, both at college and pro levels a lot earlier on. You mentioned the 70s. I think it definitely a lot earlier on than is sometimes acknowledged, where it's looked at as this thing that sort of just came up for a blip of time into the 80s, so to speak. W3 says, Brando, got to say you're a man of many talents. Your Charles Barkley impersonation is amazing. Them boys coming. Them boys coming hard. I'm going to tell you that right now. Down San Francisco. I'm just talking about the team now. I'm not talking about nothing else. Them boys are coming down there. Each and every one. I ain't going to talk about them big old women with them churros. They like them churros down there in San Francisco. Them churro eating women. Them big old. Give me trouble today, don't you? Yeah, Dynabold. Yeah. Arnold was definitely saucy. He was kidded out. Megan Hawks says, let you know the member stream is at 5 a.m. my time Sunday, so I may not make it. Oh man, I'm sorry, Megan. I'm a little bit locked up with my scheduling here the next couple of weeks, so I had to kind of just shoehorn in as I kind of could. We'll get another one turned around quickly though, so I've been a little overdue to get one done. We'll get another one around fast on this. So we'll do this one today and bounce back over, maybe halfway in August. We'll do another one too if you can't make that one. I have to do them around kind of the Mariner games too. Rich, how good is Emmanuel Wilson's contract balance? He has the build to be a nasty running back, but does he have the balance? I think if I was to try to describe his running style, it would be, there's no fluff, there's no muss. It's downhill, but it's downhill like, just like a battering ram kind of energy to him. And so what you will see with him is he gets a carry downhill, defender comes up, can have pristine tackling technique, take him head on. And when he hits, he's going to send that defender backwards and he's always going to fall forward with a good couple of yards each time. So when he gets to that build up speed point, he's not a guy, he's not like a Bruce Lee with the 1-inch punch thing. He's not going to, from a yard away, create the explosion there. But if he can get the couple yards of headway going, and it's why I think he's such a good fit here, is Green Bay used a lot of it on inside runs with him in A and B gap. And I understand with his size and his build, you think A and B gap power runs is what you want to be doing with him. But when you did get to see him on pitch plays to the outside or outside zone runs, where now he's getting a little bit of that build-up speed at play, that then once the impact happened, it was always a good thing working in his favor. And the type of back that if you have those kind of collisions happen 15, 20 times over the game to defenders, they're going to start making business decisions. Like, it hurts. Those kind of tackles just hurt. So there's nothing fancy about his game, but the thing he does bring is a nice thing that can both work well for the short yardage game where you do go downhill and I'm going forward and, he hits, he's falling forward. But boy, the underutilized thing is those outside zone runs. It's where Green Bay, I felt like he was at his best on those runs. It's just for some reason or other, Green Bay just didn't want to use him on it very much. Jay Melfair, B, how much would Morris being a guy who could generate a good comp pick as a reason to hold on to a guy like that instead of going with one of the new guys with promise? I don't know that Mike Morris is going to be worth a comp pick necessarily. So, Morris hasn't done anything right now to get more than a veteran minimum on any place that he goes to. If he was to go to another team, he certainly would probably get a couple of opportunities. He's not at the point of being kicked out of the league by any measure, but he's in that kind of closer to fringe than he is to established place. So he's got work to be done to generate. So that would then, because of that, not be a factor in consideration of going with the guy with the promise. And I think you want, I think that you've got the comp pick played next year. I don't know if you're playing it. You've already played the comp pick this year. I don't know if you're going to be able to play the comp pick next year, Jay Melfair, because you don't have the same number of free agents coming off the book next year. You don't have that same kind of 4 stack of guys that's just going to give you those 4 easy picks on the backside of it, including a guy like Morris. So you got to go with the guy with the most promise, remembering that the edge group is a little old and that the future is a little uncertain. And so you do need to start to see where you can set some of the groundwork for that future a little bit. Training camp's gonna be fun. You know it, man. Or Titan, is Jadarian Price doing well? Was watching an NFC fantasy show about a week ago. They said he is struggling with blocking and might not get a lot of touches early on. I don't know how they make that assessment. How does see that's I never get this part thing that's risen up at points where they're tightened on this and maybe you can explain it to me, but I don't get the thinking on suddenly we're making determinations about players in OTAs. They're not in pads, they're not running full stream, they're not hitting. They're like they're blocking in shells at half speed. So how do we make any kind of determination about a player whether he's struggling or whether he's ascending when those are the conditions of OTAs? The NFL Player Association has done all they can to bend over backwards to try to remove teams, including finding our team, including us being costed draft picks because we went too hard in OTAs. So this is the thing that people want to do is they want to get reactive because it seems like news, but that's where people are giving you, to me, false news. They know that people are hungry for it. They know that people want it. They know that it's going to generate clicks if they can say something like that, right? But that's where you have to, you got to cut through some of the BS in these days and age, which is a way we shouldn't have to, but we kind of do have to in cutting through. He's been fine. What they're doing is they're tight and they're not basing it off of anything that's real coming out of camp. They've not been put in a lot of blocking situations. What they're doing is they're basing that off of him in college. He wasn't a particularly good pass catcher and he didn't do very well as a pass blocker in college. So it's like you invent the lie. It's partially invented on some truth that you could always fall back on if someone ever calls you on it, but it's not really based on anything other than you just drawing clicks. Not you, of course, but them. Yeah, he is a no nonsense runner. There's no frills. There's no I'm gonna mess around. There's no wasted motion. He's kind of the inverse of a Kenneth Walker. You didn't like Kenneth Walker's dancing? He thought he was not getting, just put his foot in the ground and go downhill. Well, you'll get that with Wilson. Dante, you should have Hawk fans call in and give some opinions. That'd be awesome. I'm working on that. So I've got to do a call-in show for sure. We can't do the video one like I can normally do I do a call-in show, Dante, for we do it for members right now once a month. So I do a call-in show for that. I can't do it on a normal thing because there's some pitfalls potentially with having people join your live stream and not being able to control what they're putting on their screen, if you know what I mean. But if I can do a voice only call-in and pull that off, and I think I can use like a Google Hangout thing or something like that to kind of put something together. I will put that on my list to try to get that set up this year because I think that could be cool to do that at times, even on some post game periods and stuff, to have people call in and talk about it a little bit here and there. I think that could be interesting. So I will try to get that on my list. It's good, great suggestion. Megan says, Hawks just played my first Lorcana card event yesterday. Got third and would have won, but a couple of panic attacks and a few breaks. So excited. Oh, not bad. That's not too shabby. Their place ain't too shabby. Congratulations. Yeah, he was really good when Jacobs went down. Or need brother. He was fine. And of course the Packers, they're in that mode like the Eagles are with Saquon, where even if and I think that Wilson was a better number 2 than what the Eagles have, their number 2 there. But you see with both these two teams, like we're going to be one of these few teams that pay running backs these rich free agent contracts. We are going to get the most out of that. Niners did this with McCaffrey too. Like, oh, we're going to trade a second, third, and a fourth round pick for you. Oh, we're going to give you money. Yeah, you're going to get 450 touches. Like it is kind of a funny new thing in the NFL where running backs can't get paid. No big free agent running back contracts. Now we finally get a little bit of that. And these teams are just like, run. They're backups. Our backup's good too, coach. If you want to give him, he makes $20 million a year. He doesn't need a breather. This is partially why I'm not big on going with Kenneth Walker this year. If you're in your fantasy as well, because what do you think the Kansas City Chiefs are going to do with Kenneth Walker? Yeah. like I like to say, like the cocaine mouse in the cage, just hitting that button for another hit and then wear him out. Wilson's more likely the Hawks' Nick Chubb, more so than JPJ, I think. Yeah, kind of an interesting comp. I think you're referencing Rich Scott McLuhan's comp of loving Jadeveon Price and seeing some of Nick Chubb. I get where some of his thinking is with Nick Chubb to the JDP thing, but I do think that it's a little bit not quite, it's like, it's not quite an alignment. It's kind of close. I can see it. The contact balance, I think especially had to remind Scott a lot of that in Jadeveon, but he's not quite got the build size to him that Chubb brought with that contact balance, which to your point, Wilson does have. Three Guns Deep, do you think a VPN would work with Prize Picks to make it look like they're somewhere else? I think they have gotten around that to where I don't think that they let you, they did a couple of years ago, even Three Guns Deep for me when I was in Washington. And that I think they've got advanced software that prevents you from utilizing a VPN. What's up, War Chief? How you doing, man? Base Guru, Brandon. What I want to know is if Bradford has any chance of being beat out of his starting job this year. It's a very small chance, in my opinion, and for a couple of different reasons. Number one, I think because Beau Stephens is going to need some time to develop. I like his long-term future, but I just do think my instincts on this and what we're hearing out of training camp from people that are there or at OTAs and a little bit on stuff, just initial first look at him. I think his guy's got some potential, but I think that's a long-term situation. I think in Christian Haynes, I could be operating with way too harsh of a mentality here. And I will admit, I sometimes find myself drawing into conclusions on certain things at times. And maybe it's a little bit, premeditated, and that you got to give things a little bit more time in the oven to cook. And that's the part I think of the newest lessons of what I'm trying to learn in football right now as I go through is trying to get a little bit of a better understanding of when can I anticipate development? When can I anticipate a guy's more stuck from what I'm seeing on tape and that's going to stay stuck? These are inherent issues I can't fix. And so when it comes to Christian Haynes, this is one of these things that's like, really hard one to kind of turn over. How much was injury a factor last year in preventing him from taking a step forward? How much is it that the team seems like a little bit on the surface that they've almost quasi kind of bailed on him completely as a right guard option? And maybe he's just going to be a guy that's in there that they hope can push with Olatimi at the center position and enough so that they can move Olatimi at training camp. There's a couple different ways they can go here, but it does not seem confidence is at the forefront with Christian Haynes. And so you have then in Bradford a guy that has started so many games for it versus these other guys that are there. I think Richmond and Cable I don't think are going to be able to overtake him either. Both those two guys might be more of that's not the position that's best for them. And then the other part of it being that you have a guy going into a contract year, and so let's say it is 50-50 or it's 51 Beau Stephens, 49 Bradford. Is there a part of the team at that point that's going to put Stephens out there for the 2%? I don't know. I don't think so. And I'm basing this upon a lot of the Coby Bryant, Ty Okada battle that went down last year where, Okada's the new guy on the scene. Coby Bryant's established. Coby Bryant's bounced through 3 different positions and been a good, been a good guy behind the scenes in doing so, hasn't complained or moaned. And so even if Okada was like a little bit better at that point, were you going to play Okada ahead of Bryant for a marginal difference in play, thus deep sixing Bryant's potential bid as he's going to run into free agency next year? You're sort of punishing the player for no reason. If you get the position a significantly better option than Bradford, then you can go to Bradford at that point and be like, all right. But I've always thought that if the pathway is to Bradford not being the starter, it then probably means that Bradford's going to be moved in a trade. I don't think that you're going to ask him to then sit in his free agent contract year and be like, okay, you were 3% not good enough. So you're no free agent contract for you. It's a lot of money lost to that guy. Would have been a lot of money lost to Coby Bryant. And maybe there's those out there where they would say that that's not the team's purview or problem. That's a player problem. And maybe they're right about that. But I think that's where some of this is the theoretical versus the practical, the actual that when it really reality hits, you got to do this a little bit creatively from a front office approach. Cards got some great players. Wonder why they're doing bad. Weather Titan Cards didn't even draft the gambling quarterback, and they're still getting busted for gambling. Oh, thank God I wasn't born in Arizona. Oh, Lord. I don't know how Mike does it. Yeah, the back pick was awful. Awful. Yeah, at least Taylen Green's fun. Beck's not even fun. Like, not you just draft a career backup. You didn't even get like a fun version of the backup. You didn't even get a Gardner Minshew. You got the on script, no improvisation, 5-yard arm backup, old ass 25-year-old backup quarterback. Yeah, I don't think he's going to develop either. I think just neither of the two picks should have been the pick for the Cardinals. They had Minshew, they had Brissett. Just do what you're doing and what you already signaled you were doing this offseason, which is punting to next year's quarterback class, which I'm going through this quarterback class, folks. It's legit. Like it is so strong on tape right now. They might fall back to earth. They might fall back, but any team that wasn't looking at next year's draft versus this year's draft class of quarterbacks is just being stupid. But I think the whole reason they justify it too with Beck is it's just that they drafted him with the full intent express for the purposes to just be a backup quarterback, which is a weird thing to do for a 3rd round pick, in my opinion. Like we drafted Milroe to be a guy that could develop into a frontline guy for us. Like there's a lot of stuff for Milroe to clean up, but he's got natural tools. Beck has no natural tools. He has not been blessed. War Chief says, I'm in complete War Chief, bring it on mode. I'm like, bring on the ugly Rams, bring on Darnold, Garrett, Satan, bring it on. We'll take all of you, every single one of you. Let's go, man. I'm the same way. Let's get it. Love hearing Zabel say, let's go to war. It's going to be a war. Let's get after this thing. Rich, if you had to guess what quarterback would get in the 2027 draft, who is our best option? That's an easy answer. It's an easy answer. That man's name is Leonard Moore. Leonard Moore out of Notre Dame is one of my blue chip prospects in next year's draft. So currently my blue chip prospects, I'm about 60 players deep as far as my prospecting for next year's draft. My blue chip guys, so I've got blue first round grades. I'll probably end up with about this year's draft's looking like I'm going to end up with about 13, 14, maybe even closer to 20 first round grades. I'm just getting into it, but boy, I'm really liking what I'm seeing so far. But I've got 4 blue chip grades given out right now, and not one of those is a quarterback. 2 edges, Colin Simmons and Dylan Stewart. And then I've got, of course, the freak show himself, Jeremiah Smith. I mean, come on, the Ohio State wide receiver. And then the last one would be Leonard Moore, cornerback out of Notre Dame. So, Rich, this is the year to me when you're sitting on 12 draft picks to move up in a class. And so, in my opinion, you get a couple of quarterbacks taken to the top of the first round. You're going to probably see the Simmons and Dylan Stewart taken up if they have a good year in this. All this is built on them having a good final year, by the way. If anybody falls in their face, all bets are off. You'll have Jeremiah Smith taken, right? So this pushes a guy like maybe Leonard Moore, who is a blue chip guy, but maybe now falls down to a 7 and 8. And now you can make your Julio Jones, like the Falcons did in their trade to move up for Julio Jones. You can make your Julio Jones-like trade at that point. And Leonard Moore would be a guy that would be a fantastic addition. Do-it-all guy, awesome upside, full meal deal for a player, good size to him, easy peasy. That'd be the best one. I've got right now Ellis Robinson, Kelly Jones in the second round, Jamari Sharp, Xavier Brown, Bryce Pollock. I've got those guys in the third. And then I've got Ashton Hampton right now in the fourth. Let's some variance on those guys' level of fit to our defense. But more's the truth, man. Arch Manning going to Arizona. It's going to be painful when the Manning family pulls the yellow card on Arizona. When they pull the Charger card, you know what I'm saying, Co? It's gonna hurt a little extra hard to this Arizona team. Well, I guess, I guess Dante Moore's good too. I guess he's all right as well. We can just draft him, right, guys? Who needs a Manning, right? What has Manning ever done anyway? Arch never won anything. Guys, where'd you go? Guys? Dante's not bad. That's not a bad consolation prize. Yeah, I'm sorry, Megan. I'm a little bit stretched on time right now with this, setting up the show on this one. Got busy with some things offline, but I wanted to get this show in. I've been a little bit over. So I had to just kind of squeeze in where I possibly could. Rumors they're waiting for the Patriots due to sign first. Could be. Very well be. Give him $1 more than whatever he signs for. Bob's Weed. I don't watch college ball that much. Is Arch all that good? Arch is a guy that in certain ways, yes. Is it being overstated? Yes, Bob. So everyone's talking about him right now as no-brainer number 1 overall pick and has kind of talked about him that way since he's walked into Texas before he even played a game. And that's not really kind of accurate. And then he started out his first 6 games last year, 7 games, and he looked in over his head and he didn't look particularly good. And then he lit it up as the year went on, which quite frankly, I just talked about a second ago, you want to give guys time to develop. That's why I say with all these grades I tell you to on these guys, these aren't final grades because the final thing you do in your last year of college is going to ultimately be the biggest sway. That isn't that the prior stuff doesn't factor in, but that what you've done in that most recent season, especially if you continue to build upon prior performances, is really going to then carry the weight of evaluation. With Arch, tough, had to wait a little bit extra time from what people wanted to see. Finally did start, had 6-7 games there that was tough out the gate, then finished really strong. Quick trigger, point guard type quarterback. So it's not an arm strength, let it rip, kind of fits in alignment with a little bit of Peyton in that way. He's got a 3rd generation mindset to the position that shows up on throws with anticipation, in his mechanics, in his feel of pressure for the pocket. I think it's one of the real outstanding places that Arch has that stands out is that he can sense pressure and operates around that pressure in a correct manner. He uses the right footwork. He moves into the right direction. He can extend plays. He can work off script in ways Peyton and Arch could never. Outside of the rarest of occasions. And he can operate in that manner very, very consistently on top of then just being a kind of point guard distributor type. He's got probably 4.55, 1.58, 10-yard split kind of speed. So on the faster side for a quarterback, good athleticism, good open field runner. Arm strength is, slight above average, but I wouldn't go as far as to call it a strong arm. But he's, so he's probably got to go to a warm weather environment. This is the thing with Peyton. Peyton probably needed coming out of college to go to a dome. His brother Eli had a little bit of the stronger arm. He could go into the elements of New York and operate within that and be just fine. I think Arch is cut a little bit more from the cloth of Peyton, or maybe his grandfather Arch, who also played down the dome in New Orleans. So he's got to probably either play in a warm weather area or he's got to play probably in a dome as far as his home games go. But under that environment, he can elevate himself in another year of playing like he did at the end of the last year for a full season. He will elevate himself into the number 1 overall pick. It'll be between him and Dante Moore probably duking it out at that point. But he's not generational, Bob. I will say that. Sometimes you luck into like the Niners getting Walsh to coach in 79, drafting Montana in 79, drafting Lott in 81, trading for Fred Dean. Yeah. It's not just one thing with that, to your point earlier, Titan. You find these organizations that have had a great run. It's a couple of different things going correct at the right time. Like Bill Belichick was an amazingly smart defensive coach who was ahead of everybody in the NFL on that side of the ball in a major way. But then it also needed to have a Tom Brady injection in there as well. but then how does like that Dontar Scarnecchia, their offensive line coach that was there for all those years and what he brought in that factory, like it ain't one thing when you build these things together. It's kind of a variety of things fitting together to make it happen. And to your point, maybe a little bit of the luck blessing aspect kind of comes into play. Catalyst, I don't think that, man, your point, Catalyst, I don't think the Manny family is going to let Arch go to Arizona. No, 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 no. Peyton says no, 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 no. Eli says no, 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 no. Why you want my Arch when we ain't going to give it to you? Contract after the sales final? Could be. Jody's like, look, we don't want to pay. You got the Devin thing, right? You got the Devin bill, right? This picture of the equivalent of the Kosla family and Jody's having a conversation like, okay, everything's cleaned up on the books. So just, we got this $175 million Devin Witherspoon contract. You got that one, right? That's you guys, right? That one's on your end. It's now your team. Your team. Kosla's be over there like, I mean, it hasn't closed. I mean, we're in a soft close state. I think it's still to you on that one. Well, you know what? The negotiations are just kind of held up right now. Just not getting any movement. Weird. Will you start getting movement once I sign this contract? You never know. It's a second round grade I got on him right now, Charlie. So I got a mid-second on Arch. There is more work to be done to elevate himself, but he's not bad. He's solid. Is Shredder? Who's Shredder? Is that Arch? That his nickname is Shredder. Megan Hawksnest, the Cards need Dr. Fassler's help. He's a voodoo witch doctor with friends on the other side from The Princess and the Frog. Not even he could save them. I don't even think that helped. I think they're too far gone. I think that owner's taking them too far. There's no coming back at this point. Scouts are betting on big. You're not even paying your scouts well enough. That's another part that extends. Like, why does your scout feel like he's got to take this risk that carries this huge punishment, including, I believe at this point, that's a felony. Like, well, because you're not probably paying your scouts too, huh? Get your scouts living in squalor down there in Arizona. Some little shack without AC and cockroaches crawling all over them as they sleep. What's wrong with you, Bidwell? Seahawk fan 1, the Hawks Nest. How much better do you think Mike's scheme could get in year 3? How do you think he adjusts to the Rams' 13 personnel? What advancements within the scheme do you think we will see? Great questions. Fantastic questions. This is a guess, of course, on all this stuff. So it's without a lot of certainty necessarily, just sort of trying to take things evolutionary wise, logically to the next step where they should be going. With Mike's scheme, it is the ultimate in complexity, deception, and the amount of details that are loaded to the hilt on these players. And that I think there's times where Mike, when he comes in and establishes this system, understands I can't put all of the layers on them at once. It's going to take over time, draping the layers on top of each other before then the full picture shows. Like, you ever seen that where the picture where they take it's like got the see-through laminated paper, and there's like the first image comes down, it's a house, and they bring the second image, and now it adds a tree, and then the third image adds a little cloud over the top, a little happy cloud over the top, and then you get another image, and there's a little now mountain in the background over the top of it, right? And you drop all of them down, the layers eventually become this very rich image. But initially, you got to start one to the next. And I do think when Mike, in the first couple of years here, there has been a little bit of just initially showing these images down. For instance, my proof of this would be, I don't think that he has stacked the box at the same level of rate that he did in Baltimore. I don't think that he's run the level of complexity of blitzes to the same level that he ran them more there than he ran them here. He's dialed them back here. I think those things speak to limiting down some of the complexity, bringing things into more of a layman's terms before we can then advance to the next level of things. Oh, I got the basics. Now let me go to the advancement. Oh, I got the advancement. Now let's add on that extra, even finer layer on there where we can really get crazy with it. The Seattle Seahawks were the best, most effective blitzing team in the National Football League last year. Yet they were a bottom third blitzing team. I think Mike has that bullet in that gun, twisted twisted thing, ready for that fire to happen. That special one whenever he needs to bring it out like an elephant gun, and that he didn't have to bring it out because the front four would generate pressure on their own. But it's always sitting there to be had when he comes up to a game where the front four pressure is going to fail. And now he can bring it out. And because they've got the extra years where I think beyond 1 or 2 years, I can completely understand why this would be a type of system that I'm going to be better in year 3, 4, 5 than I'm going to be better in year 2 in this system because of understanding the details of the system. I don't think it's the same way in a Robert Saleh type system. I think in year 2, I'm going to be just about as good as I'm going to be in year 5. That system's not going to have way more machinations and twists and adjustments. I'll be about the same. Every more year you can get a defender in this defense to just learn a little bit more to glom from Mike, that little bit more on how he operates, the more I think that they're able to do more of the stuff. And the system is almost endless in the amount of things it can do. Players can play almost any position. You can blitz from any direction. You can stack from any box. You can play from any coverage. You are not just a sort of, this is just how we do it. We run it this way every time. What you see is what you get. Quite the opposite. What you see is not what you're going to get. And so I do think that the advancement comes in on Mike having more of tendencies and times in certain games when the defense, if does happen, the defense struggles to drop some more of the blitzing and to get a little bit more crazy with that. And the players will have a better understanding of being able to do it more. It is where this defense comes from in its origins. The origins of this defense are Buddy Ryan. The origins of this defense are the Bears front of we're going to put a bunch of bodies on the line of scrimmage and we're going to overload your blocking schemes and we're not going to give you time to get to the 7-step drops. We're not going to give you times to hit us deep because you're going to be having a guy hitting you before you can throw that ball. And Mike he diverged from that a little bit. And I think the reason he's done so in part is, yes, them learning the scheme, Seahawks fan one, but also because he's also recognized that his front four can get the job done on their own. They don't need the pressure of the simulate fronts or the stack boxes to do it because there's sometimes a price to be paid when you run that stuff. Now, when it comes to the Rams and how to deal with this, I think first off, again, blitzing is going to be leaned into a little bit more in the future. I don't think you go up into becoming like a top 3rd team, but I think you can become a middle of the road type blitzing team if you had to. And I think even just going from being like what I think they were like 24, 25th last year, getting yourself to 17th or something. More man-based coverages on the back end of that because you got the guys who can do that on the back end, who can hold up in that way. But I do think against the Rams 13 personnel, I've thought a lot about this as far as what Mike can do, because the first game you did a really good job in attacking them. The Rams kind of stepped into your trap in the first game because the Rams were going to do a lot of play action and weren't as committed to running the ball in that first game. And Seattle just had a free rusher or a blitzer always on top of Stafford coming out of the play action. Second game, Seattle blitzed a ton in the early part of the game. Rams way more committed to running the ball early part of the game. And then in the third quarter, still Seattle was blitzing a pretty good amount. Then Seattle stopped blitzing. Seattle started getting stops. So then you get to the final game of the year where, again, there's just stay in nickel, not as much of the stack boxing, not as much of the blitzing, kind of just playing it straight up. You do hold down the Rams offense relatively well throughout the course of that game for the most part. But of course, at the end, they find some life there, especially after the Woolen taunting penalty. So he tried some different things is kind of what I'm saying on the Rams games. There was some different stuff that was tried. I think that blitzing is not the answer against Stafford. I think we've learned that. These quarterbacks get to a certain age and it's just a loss blitzing them. It's just not going to quite work like you'd like. Now I say that at the same time when Bears blitzed the ever-loving crap out of Stafford in the playoff game against the Bears, right? And they were great at that in that game. Though, how much did the weather maybe factor into that? Receivers not being able to get sure footing and that type of thing. That was a bit of an anomaly than anything else. The place I wonder about that you could maybe think about is dialing in some of the base personnel at times when you get the 13 personnel. But I don't think you feel forced to have to do it unless the Rams are really finding effectiveness at running the ball out of 13 personnel. But I think that second game, why Mike was driven to want to blitz heavy was that he understood I'm going into this with a light box and commitment to nickel against their 13. If I just bring the guys down as blitzers, I create the extra bodies down around the line of scrimmage and this should be effective. I think that then led you to, in the second game, kind of getting over your skis towards trying to stop the run too much, which then left you too much space on the back end to get cut up in the passing attack by Stafford. So I think it's more of a little bit of willingness to more transition to, at times, some of the base stuff with them defensively. And that maybe that just is incurring, you bring out a Tyrese Knight as that third line off-ball linebacker there, but it's also one that I don't think you feel driven to have to do that unless you see that they're making headway against your 13 person, against your nickel. And I don't think that they really fully proved that they could do that last year enough. As much success as they did have against our team, last year, overall offensively, a lot of that was, and the majority of that was really in what they were doing in the passing attack. So that's where we get to the back end. I also think that the other part I've thought about this Seahawks fan one is that the Seahawks run the cover two shell. The difference of the cover two shell that they run is the players will wait the extra beat post snap to then roll to the coverage they're going to roll to. A Fangio cover two shell rolls to the coverages instantly post snap. Seahawks coverage two shell waits a beat. I think Stafford has last year especially started to anticipate a little bit when he wasn't coming out of play action, especially with what the Rams do now. With Rams do a lot of straight drop back from under center. So it's not play action, it's straight drop back under center. And I think what that allows you to do then is that then allows you to attack before we have rolled our coverage to the spot. So if I'm waiting a beat to roll my coverage to the place, because I'm trying to confuse you about where the coverage is rolling, and you can be decisive enough and quick enough to attack that spot before the coverage then, which is going to be a little bit late. That's the downside, right? If I wait to roll the coverages post snap a beat, then that coverage with it will be a little bit late getting to the spot that it's got to go to. I might get the deception advantage. I might get the confusion factor, but the coverage is going to be a little bit of a beat late getting to where it needs to go. So I would just say that these are the places I try to lean into, is maybe a little bit less of the coverage beat stuff with Stafford, maybe a little bit more of leaning into rolling the coverage quick post snap with him. It's kind of like with Stafford. Maybe there's a little bit of, I've got to dump a little bit of we're going to disguise and confuse this guy. I can do that on almost every other quarterback. I'm not going up against a monster like this against almost anybody else, but against this particular monster, I need to use the right sword and shield. And maybe deception and cloak and dagger is not quite what you want to lead into with that. That'd be kind of the directions I would go to. Great question. Yeah, you don't play with the Ouija board. This is the same story with this. Like, all of these warnings are out there for these people that play with this stuff, that like get into this stuff. Like, I got a witch on Etsy. It's like, y'all don't see how this story goes every single time in every civilization's backstories. Like, it all plays out the same way. Like, you don't got control over it. Don't play with it. Leave it alone. Don't touch the fire or you're going to get burned. I read that the Cardinals are looking for a starter since Brissett's holding out. Yeah, it's a little awkward down in the desert, even more so than it normally is. Three guns deep. Don't underestimate people wanting to go to the Cardinals. They are in Arizona, which is a very nice place to live. A lot of people with money have a tendency to go to that place. Indeed, I wouldn't push you back against any of that. Three guns deep. So Arizona is a great place to live. Good affluency. Great place like Scottsdale when you're in Phoenix, as far as an awesome place to live is, for especially if you got a lot of money. But you know what else? There's another place, three guns deep, very close to Phoenix, that is also one of the better places to live in the country, one of the more affluent places to live in the country, with some of the best weather in the country. I can attest to it because I currently live here. San Diego. San Diego is also a really nice place, but the Manning family came in and told San Diego that we're not going to let Eli play in San Diego, because it's not just where you're having them play in the city that matters to the Mannings. The important part, the key, is ownership. And if your ownership is crap, there is no way the Manning family is going to let you take their favorite son and have his career get languished in a situation like that. So this has nothing to do with the city of Phoenix itself. It would be just specifically Bidwell, his reputation, and the way that he has guided this Cardinal organization throughout his time. The Arizona Cardinals want to see Carson Beck, and he will shock the world. Maybe so. It seems like all running backs have one attribute of greatness: JP speed, Charbonnet shiftiness, Wilson Holani. Wilson vision. Holani plus 1+ rating in every Madden category. Thoughts? Yeah, I think most running backs are number one, all running backs are built differently. It's not that there's 5 archetypes and sort of a running back has to fit between kind of one of those 5 archetypes. Everything's got a little bit of a different assembly involved in what they bring. I do think that, it does tend to help if you got like at least one thing at the forefront you can lead with and then build around that. I'm powerful, but I got a little bit of shiftiness. I got I'm a speedy guy, but I can bring some power, and that it's when you really can have a counter to your plus skill where you really separate yourself. I'd say Rich is more than just the forefront skill. Do I have the secondary that really matches in nicely to the front one? Do I have a pass rusher that can hit you with supreme power, but then can also dip and bend around you like a Reuben Bain? Like that's where to me the greatness gets created. I don't think if you're off the one trick pony type thing, you can really just create off that. You got to have kind of the secondary stuff. But yeah, it's accurate on that. I think with Jadarian Price, I don't know if I'd say speed. I'd say to him, it would be more of the contact balance would probably be the place that'd be my forefront skill with him. I have to think about Charbonnet a little bit. Maybe shifty. I don't know if Charbonnet's a super shifty guy. Wait, just join. Was he talking about the cocaine mouse? I like to use that reference. I'm a child of the 80s, so they used to show us the commercials of the 80s as the mouse in a little cage where he'd be over there tapping on the button, getting his little hit every 2 seconds. This is what happens when you do. All right, I ain't doing that. Now I see why Kenneth Walker's the third signed with the Chiefs. It's his contract and he wants to get paid, right? Yeah. You can't blame you never can blame running backs for wanting to get paid. He earned it, for sure. But like a lot of people are saying, like Herbicide and a few others here, it's hard to see him lasting there because Casey's going to use him to the nines, and he's probably a running back that's got to have a little bit more of a split load to be able to be at his best, especially for a full season. My guess. Mookie in the house. What's up, Mookie? It's good to see you, brother. He says, I don't really see it with Sam Levitt at an NFL level. Now he's at LSU with a big chance to up his profile. What say you? Just watched him the other night. And I'm probably a little bit higher on where you're at with Sam Levitt. As far as that goes, I have a late 3rd round grade right now on Sam Levitt, Mookie. He is a work in progress. So 6'2", 2.5, or 6'2", 205. Wait, is that? Hold on. Yeah, I got that right? Okay. Yeah, I got that right. So injury shortened the year a little bit last year. I got him a very athletic running back with some plus arm strength who plays fearless, maybe a little bit too fearless. Top end running back for the position, using a heavy dose of read option and keepers to his game. Dynamic both within the pocket and the open field. He's got a little stop-start move that loses defenders. Quickness. I think he's got legit 4.5 speed for the position, and then a willingness to also run over guys too. He doesn't have to be in the perfect position to get a throw off, and he can take a solid hit and still deliver the pass. Mechanically, he is sloppy. The arm slot is not consistent, and with it, his accuracy struggles. A ball can sail on him specifically because of this issue. He leans into his legs too much, exiting clean pockets too early. Not really much of a progression reader. So, if he's coming out in this year's draft right now, is he a guy that's taken in the third round? No, there's anticipation in here in the growth in his game. I think some of him not taking those steps last year, if we look at it with Sam, comes from him having the injury and not playing. I'm trying to check and see how many games he played in full last year. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He played 7 games last year. And so, and look, he wasn't necessarily bad in those 7 games that he did play. But number one, as a runner, he'll be one of the better runners in this draft class, Mookie. So a guy that, it's not just simply he's like Arch is going to be like fast. I don't know if Arch is like super shifty, and this guy can be shifty. And then the guy can kind of give you some of that Tim Tebow, I'll run you over like a fullback at the quarterback position thing. Again, that maybe a little bit partially of why he gets a bit broken is some of that fearlessness. I think you can clean up mechanical stuff. The arm strength is there. It's just getting him to get into a more of a consistent delivery, getting his lower half, talking upper half, getting the arm slot in the right position consistently, throw after throw. There are plenty of throws he'll put out there where you get the flashes and the pops on tape where you're like, okay, yeah, there's an NFL arm here. There's NFL mobility here. And I think what it came down to for me with him is that I think the things that are errant in his game can be cleaned up. I don't think that he's got something inherently mechanically broken inside him that you can't, kind of overcome a little bit there with it. But 2024, though, last year was cut short. 2024 and his basically, first year starting there, threw for almost 3,000 yards, 24 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, ran for almost, 500 yards. So, he had a very good first year before last year was cut short. He needs a final year to kind of cement it. And I think he could elevate beyond my late 3rd round area that I've got him in. He could elevate himself into even probably, he's got a long way to go mechanically. It's not getting fixed in an off season, but can he start to show some of the uptick there, Mookie? Can you start to see some of that cleaning up? Like I've been working on it. We're hearing all about how John Mateer this off season, it doesn't have the thumb injury anymore. So now he can work on his throwing motion in full. And so some of the same issues you have with a guy like Mateer on tape, heavy into leaning into his legs, arm angle all over the place, mechanics all over the place. Well, can he clean that up? And if he can clean it up, they elevate themselves a lot as prospects if they can do so. It is the big what if. And he is going to LSU now where, hopefully he can get a chance there to, we got Monty, you got Kiffin down there. Is maybe a chance for be around a guy who's been around NFL quarterbacks and knowing how to get some of that development at play. I will say with Kiffin, I don't think that you find yourself looking at him with the quarterbacks that have come out of his classes and saying these guys aren't mechanically pretty clean. The problem that you end up having coming out there is that there tends to be with his quarterbacks, it's like the guy doesn't have the arm strength, or the guy's got, good mobility and accurate, but again, or not, there's not enough size, like a Matt Corral type where the size is limiting, or you have a Jackson Dart type where like the arm strength is fine, maybe a titch over average, it's like, it's okay. We're here. He's getting a guy that might have the liveliest arm, Mookie, of any quarterback that he's had a chance to work with recently. And that's going to be pretty exciting to see if he can develop that. But I like this talent. The way he runs with the ball, man, that stop and start, his ability to lose defenders in space and then also run strong. I know it's a quarterback and you can't be a running back at the NFL level with that, but it will be something as a skill set that allows him to hit an NFL field really fast and be productive, even if he's running a real scaled back playbook, in my opinion. Nathan, thank you, Mookie. Appreciate you, man. Looking forward to the syndicate here in a couple weeks. Nathan Tucker, thanks for the $10 donation, Nathan. Right now, there's a lot of progress being made regarding the expansion of the Seattle Supersonics. I've been hearing they could make an announcement by the end of the year. Love, 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 love. Sonics for life. I hope so, man. They've teased us, Tucker. I've been hearing about this for about 4 years that it's imminent. It's just a matter of time. It's coming. I was a huge Sonic fan. I loved watching them. The George Karl teams, especially, were just fantastic. Sucks they've been gone for so long now. As we're getting almost 20 years, we're going to start to turn towards. And it's hard to believe that when they left, you didn't think it was going to be 20 years before you saw a Sonic team back in Seattle. NBA has been having to kind of go through some things, I think, here and there just a little bit, trying to find their footing in the sports landscape and where they stand and where their sport is at right now versus where it's been historically. But I'd love to see it. I know the city of Seattle is voracious basketball fans, that they would love it, that they would support it, that they miss it badly. And hopefully when we get it back, we do get our history back with it, that we don't get the silly crap like Oklahoma City trying to take our players that have been retired and all that. Like, you guys, whatever. That's over there. We get to keep our old stuff. Our old stuff is still our old stuff. Our championship banner, all that. But hopefully, for sure, Nathan, hopefully soon. NBA needs to get on this thing. We're due. We've been waiting, chomping the bit over here. Champing. Thank you, though, Nathan, man. Very kind of you. Very kind of you, that donation. And very kind of all of you guys for all of your support of the channel. Much, much, much appreciated. New Blacks, why does everyone immediately think Bradford will be easily replaced? The coaches clearly like him. It's just the bad snaps stick out in people's mind. Football is a sport because it is one that is, there's so few games. There's so few, opportunities. There's so few plays considering other sports, be it baseball with its 162 game season, basketball with its 82 game season, that everything is more magnified. Plays are more magnified. And so when you've got a guy in him that has so many bad snaps, and when his bad snaps go bad, they are horrific. And typically when you have a bad snap from an offensive lineman, they at least, they'll get their hands on a guy. They'll at least kind of get a early win if it's a late loss. They don't just get completely bulldozed. And his bad snaps gets bulldozed. But there's the good, clean snaps in there too. There's the dominant snaps in there as well. And he's a very unique player in that way, and that there is a bit of the feast or famine that exists there. But the feast is more than the famine overall. And, if you can clean up some of the bad snaps to where, okay, it's a loss, but it's not a catastrophe loss. You went a little backwards, but you were able to delay him. I think if you can get to that place with him, and that's where the coaching staff looks at this with it, is that we get the dominant snaps, and then we can limit down some of the negative snaps. Not that we eliminate them, but we limit down the amount of damage that can be done when they happen. I think that's where they're operating from. And some of this, I think, also comes from the fact that people are sort of anticipating that there must be something right behind him that could be just as good as them. But I think this also speaks to there being a little bit of the missing puzzle piece here of the talent behind Bradford to truly push him in the way that we thought Christian Haynes was going to. Three Guns Deep, if you guys check on last season, the last 8 games of the season, Bradford was a top 10 by PFF for those games. Let's go. Great stat. C-Town, I'm high on price. How much do you expect for him to play in the preseason? I think you'll get a little bit of work, but I don't think you're going to exhaustively run him a lot. I think you're going to have to wait for Zach Charbonnet to get back a little bit into the season. And so you're going to need him to shoulder a lot of the burden early on in the year. You're not going to want to get him worked down or tapped out in the least through preseason period. You're going to want him fresh as a daisy by game 1. So a couple of carries to get him acclimated, but I don't think, he'll do his work in training camp on the practice field, and you'll have him prep from that. I think you're going to limit down some of this because you don't want to get in the situation, C-Town fan, where you have both Charbonnet and Price getting to week 1 and neither are active. Got to be a little protective of that. What do I do? Sorry. Thomas, Brando, I don't know if I'm wrong, but I thought I saw the odds of Seattle winning plus 6,000 odds. I could have missed it. Red. Current odds 1,100 to 1,200. So 6,000 is a bit much. I'm not sure you saw that. 6,000 would be crazy. Mick, hey, Brandon, who is your favorite quarterback coming out of next year's draft class? Dante Moore. Dante Moore is a lot of fun to watch. I think he's a guy that I could see very easily. Another guy that's you can see where the advancement's going to come in his game. 6'3", 206, rhythm-based passer, just a free and easy. He has a free and easy release that generates extra RPMs on his fastball. He's one of those guys that's just a flick of the wrist and he can get the ball out there 40 yards on a line. And it just stands out where there's some guys that just, Jalen Milroe, for instance, is not a free and easy thrower. Things really feel segmented and everything's got to go through its process for the ball to eventually come out. It's not even about elongated delivery, though there's a little bit of that at times with Milroe, especially when he can get inconsistent on his delivery. It's just that the whole feeling of it feels like a whole ballet has to occur before the ball comes out versus those guys where everything just feels like it's a snap, just a snap, the ball's out. Snap. It's like just everything's one seamless motion. And he's that way. Also capable of layering in throws. I think he's got more than functional mobility, scrambles well and throws well on the run when he's scrambling around. He shows more than flashes of progression reading, good footwork in the pocket, steps up, making throws back across his body, on the move, moving to his right. Both of those he does with really good accuracy. He's even got some under snaps from center on his resume off last year, Mick. So the guy that wasn't just operating in shotgun to where I'm going to have to teach him footwork, he's starting to pick up some of that footwork and look comfortable doing it, operating from under center. I think he's going to be a free and easy prospect, a very easy one who's going to build upon last year. Even if it's not a major jump from last year, just a little bit more even than what you did last year, he would have been probably the first quarterback taken in this draft if he had come out. And I think he would have superseded Fernando. I think if you had really gotten through all of the evaluation process on this down to the end of the line on this, he would have overtaken Fernando, in my opinion. I currently have a first round grade on him. Not a blue chip grade, but a first round grade, Mick. Currently right now, by the way, for those who are interested, I've got Dante Moore in the first round, Arch Manning in the second round. I have 4 quarterbacks currently listed in the third round. CJ Carr at the top, Darian Mensah, Sam Levitt, Norris Sellers. Then in the fourth round, I have Brendan Sorsby. In the fifth round, I have John Materier, Julian Sand, and Drew Mestmaker. If Carson Beck doesn't work out for the Arizona Cardinals, do you think Dante Moore, Sam Levitt, Darian Mensah, or Trinidad Chambliss can be the quarterback target? Trinidad's not going to go up high in the draft. Man, he's going to be 29 years old by the time he comes out. Darian Mensah is a lot of fun. I was watching his tape the other night. He's underrated. I think it's probably going to be a Dante Moore. I think that even if they're picking number 1 overall, they're not going to get Manning. I think that's okay though, even if it plays out that way, because this could really play out great for the Cardinals because you could take a team that wants Manning and Manning's want to go to this team and they'll give you the draft capital. You need to move back a couple picks. You still pick up a guy like Dante Moore, but pick up more picks in addition to that. That'd be the ideal for the Cardinals. And one of the reasons why tanking should be a little bit at the forefront of what they're thinking this year, even if they don't want to admit it, it should be at the forefront of what they're thinking. But Dante Moore would be the guy that would be the fit then to me on that one. I think Levitt has a chance to elevate himself. I think he's got a lot of work to do to clean himself mechanically, as I was talking to Mookie about a second ago there. But I don't think that he really can elevate himself past being more of a, late first round guy, in my opinion, with Levitt. I think that you're going to have to draft him knowing I got more work to do on him mechanically. It's getting better, but it's not fixed. And that's where to me I would be, I think once you got to get more into top 15, things got to be cleaned up in that area if you're going to get to sort of top 15. But this is going to be a fun quarterback class. You never know. Any of these guys can get elevated. Any of these guys can turn it on. And we've seen, man, if you have a final great year, it's going to push you up the boards in a major way. Myles Garrett will be a problem. How do we handle him? I think the fact that you're a heavy running team, the word on Myles Garrett in the past has been run right at him. Not that he's a bad run defender, but that sometimes you can find some success going right at the guy rather than letting him chase down plays. I think that in the passing game, it just comes down to a lot of, chip and release with tight ends and with running backs. And that you do a heavy amount of commitment to that. Then the third part of this prong becomes running. When you're going to be a team that's just going to run at the rate that the Seattle Seahawks are going to run from a volume approach, there's just less opportunities for those guys that are pass rushers to get after it. And that's going to kind of build and protect you a little bit there. So they can't just pin their ears back and get after it as a pass rusher. Now, I got Manning as a second round guy right now. I think he can elevate himself up, but where he's at right now in his game currently, I'm putting him as a second rounder. You guys should take JJ McCarthy off our hands. You guys just love him so much there. There just feels like just a natural fit though with it. We would want to take something that means so much to you. You got so much investment. You put money into it. Who's your favorite prospect you've seen so far in next year's draft? Oh, this is easy. This is easy, Mick. It's kind of a cheat answer too. Jeremiah Smith. Jeremiah Smith is the best prospect in next year's draft. Oh, by far. The most talented wide receiver that's come out since Jamar Chase, probably more talented than Julio Jones. He is simply he's a jaw dropper. That's a receiver that can turn around a receiving core on his own. I do think that is a little bit of a cheating answer, I would say. But if not that, I would probably go to Colin Simmons out of Texas. Would probably be the other guy that I would say is my number 2 ranked dude. Thomas B. What would be funny if Seattle traded up next year's draft to go get one of the super elite college guys like Jeremiah Smith, Archie, or the very best college defensive player. It's what I'm most hot to trot upon. Like if you talk about an idea that has me most fascinated, we're all thinking that with this 12 draft picks we have and with the cap space we have, we're going to have to do a move. We're going to have to make a trade deadline deal. I've kept coming around to the fact of like, what if you potentially don't end up having to do that? Like, what if you're able to go through the period and do just fine without just sitting on that stuff in pocket? And then what if you can get to next year's draft, this draft, which should have, unlike many of the recent drafts, truly 6, 7, maybe even 8 blue chip players. And the thought process for me, Thomas, I do think a Jeremiah Smith's out or a Colin Simmons is out or, Dante, or, college, a quarterback's out. But that if you could be in that sort of 7 area, the price isn't going to be too expensive to move up there to go get one of those blue chip guys. I'm getting more and more onto this concept because you have the draft capital to do it. And John's never moved up in a first round, but he's never had this kind of draft capital to be able to potentially move up in a first round. And if you could add a difference maker like that young, on a rookie contract to what you have on this roster, just a way to re-inject youth back into it, re-inject youth that actually is difference-making talent in addition to being youthful. Yeah, he'll pull a John Elway and Eli. Manning family's not going to Cardinals. Just, that ain't happening. Remember the Hawks Nest, did you get a different camera or something? You look different. I do have a new somewhat setup here. And as you guys can see with it's a little bit of a skew. I'm trying to get it balanced, but I'm not having a good time with it. I moved to a new machine. So I was on my old computer there and things were starting to get tapped out last year on the old machine. So I've updated it. Probably looks a little bit, hopefully cleaner. I'm hoping sounds a little cleaner with the new system. Is Carson Beck an elite pocket passer? No, he does not have a good enough arm strength, and he knows he doesn't have good enough arm strength. So he has to throw with a ton of anticipation, too much anticipation. And he doesn't have the accuracy to operate off the back of that. So he's a check down Charlie. You like Bryce? Bryce got a long way to go, man. Long way to go. Really talented. Can't deny there's definitely some great talent there, but just another one of those guys with just so much rawness to his game. Thomas Archie's good, but I think he's overrated. Peyton, he has a Manning name. I think Peyton's son is way better thrower. I don't think he has a gun by any measure, that's for sure. But then too, Peyton didn't have really a gun either. And he does have that mobility factor of his grandfather, which neither Peyton or Eli had. C-Town, Manning has his family to help him. I think he'll develop into a great quarterback. I do feel like, and that's part of the stuff I saw with him, Thomas, on to C-Town's point on this, is that a lot of what I got to see with him on tape is you get sense in watching Arch that there's some stuff in what he does that comes from having these guys around him as a brain trust to bring him along, and that it does help him kind of ascend faster for the position as far as the wisdom factor goes than other younger quarterbacks and how they operate, especially within the pocket and just timing within the pocket, feel within the pocket, sense within the pocket. He's got a little bit more of an advanced understanding there that does, stand out in a major way. Whether Titan, does anyone think Drew Mestamaker, Oklahoma quarterback, might be better than Arch Manning? I think it's possible, man. And in the final year of college, a lot can, change that away. I thought Drew Mestamaker had a lot of look to him, a little bit like a Fernando Mendoza. Was running a lot of heavy RPO type stuff there in North Texas. Very decisive decision maker, capable of rolling through multiple reads, strong ball placement, can throw off platform and on the move. Does have kind of a funky delivery, kind of squatty as he gets to his drop, and the ball is held very low, which forces a little bit of a windup, though he snaps it through fast. Solid athlete for the position. He hasn't proved it against any kind of competition as he's coming out of North Texas and just having transferred to Oklahoma State. So there's a little bit of advanced math that has to be there as far as what you're going to see with this guy. And, what is cool is that he is going to bring his receiver with him from a couple of quarterbacks doing that this year. Darian Mensah is doing the same thing where they not only, these college teams now not only go get the quarterbacks that are really talented, they get their number one receiver at that same college and bring them with them. It's kind of a cool concept. Well, they're tied with some faith in the Cardinals being 13th best team in the NFL. Anywhere from the 13th, you're thinking that they're anywhere from the 17th to what would be the 13th best team in the NFL? I don't know, man. That's hard for me to see. Yeah, I think Arch is going to be fine. Then we got Mookie in the house. Yeah, man, he's going to be very careful where you go. He ain't going just anywhere. And that Manning family, it's not like they've gained less sway with the NFL over the last 20 years. Mick, Brandon, I know you've been wanting us to sign Clowney, but what about Kyle Van Noy as our last edge? He played for Macdonald and might be willing to get limited snaps because of his age. I'd be fine with it. I'd be okay with it. And I'm certainly, a preference to Clowney, but it's more of a preference for just give me the fifth edge. I guess you get breaking down the bottom line for me. I don't have a ton of faith right now in the Morris Ivy factor coming hugely forward. I think those guys kind of are what they are. And if you could bring in a guy that's actually a valid, has a track record as a pass rusher, I got a Super Bowl contending team. The less I can have that are question marks and unknowns, the better. And especially if I can remove those unknowns at basically what would be a little bit more than the vet minimum, which Van Noy's not getting more than that. I'm okay with it. Or Chief, I feel like Arch in college couldn't touch Johnny Manziel with a 10-foot pole. They're just different kind of players a little bit, I think, to a degree. And Arch is, Johnny Manziel is kind of the definition of the kind of college quarterback that's gone back to even guys like Charlie Ward back at Florida State back in the day. And there's a rich history of these smallish, thinnish, hyper, mobile guys that are magic at the college level that aren't going to do diddly squat at the pro level. That's great. They were great as college players, but we're also kind of talking more about this, I think, War Chief, about, how do you project as a pro player? And Johnny Manziel, it was very easy to see how he was not going to project well as a pro player. It's very easy to see how Tim Tebow was not going to project well as a pro player. But it's also, it's weird, because you'd think it would translate to the next. Like, oh, you're outstanding in college. You should be at least a good functional NFL player. But it just doesn't work that way, unfortunately. So I think you're right, essentially, but it's also a little bit of with like, it's a but also. I don't think we're in the same category. Johnny had a lot of problems with work ethic, being committed to the game, love of the game. Johnny liked being a college football player. Johnny liked the flash and the dash. Johnny was a very talented guy. But I don't think that we've heard any of that being how Arch is built. And that all of that was a big preventative force from Manziel reaching any upside as a pro, on top of the fact that the guy was built like a bit of a stick figure. He's going to get crushed and beat up and injured, even if he was starting a lot. And Arch is just a little bit more, I think, sturdier built. Thomas B., the Manning family will want to be in either a big market or one of the best football teams in the NFL. Certainly don't think they'll be letting him go to the dregs, to your point. Well, they're tight. I think the Mannings are going to go to Miami or the New York Jets. It's been a while since they've had elite quarterbacks. Miami, late 90s. Jets, early Joe Namath. It's possible on both accounts. And this is a bit of a guessing game. Based on the reasoning of having Eli not go to San Diego, it was a big part of that was less to do with the San Diego market, and it had to do with the ownership. And we've gotten a lot of confirmation of this on people that have reported on this. So knowing that the family was driven before by don't like this bad ownership, I guess the question I'd pose to you, or Titan, is do we currently look at the Miami and the New York Jets ownership and say that's good ownership? If I'm the Mannings, if I'm in Peyton's head right now, does he look at those two teams and say, I've got good ownership groups and I got bad ownership groups? Which column am I putting either of these two teams in? I think bad. But they are East Coast. I think the East Coast is going to be a draw. The Miami will be in a warm weather environment. I think will be best with Arch's skill set. So it's possible. It is possible. I've kind of gotten hung up on that being a thing that I think is going to be a bit of the driving force, is that it may be to go to an organization with a rich fan base, with a rich history of winning, or it could just be down to a bottom line of, do we have a great owner? If I got the great owner, then we can put the rest of this stuff kind of together. Yeah, three guns. That's where it's hard to see the Jets for me. Not with their track record to me. Mix is let the Cardinals do something awful like trading for JJ McCarthy after Kyler wins the quarterback battle. That would be a very Cardinal move. That would be very Cardinal at this point. Thomas B. Koslow won the negotiation because the wife was going to be the head of the Seahawks, similar to Jody. Yeah, kind of interesting. I saw that note in there as well. Kind of interesting. Worked well for us so far. Yeah, not a generational talent. Dolphins more possible than New York to me. That's where there's at least a little bit more to me of, I'm not convinced the owner's great, but there's some supporting factors in there that could kind of override that. They might be in a better shape by that point too as a team in general terms. It's not about blitzing. It's about sending a message. Yeah, Peyton's son might be better than Archie. He has looked pretty good. I'm not sure how old Peyton's son. I think he's in high school still, 16, something like that. And he does have a habit of terrible years when franchise quarterbackers on top of the draft. 73 Burt Jones, John Elway. Hey, Burt Jones is the truth for 5 minutes. Yeah, they've had a pretty rich history of drafting quarterbacks. I'll tell you what, they've taken some swings, haven't they? You put that list together. Manning, Luck, Richardson. Some real home runs and some real misses. Getting excited too, herbicide. Yeah, Johnny was late to the Colts. You got over there. You remember that, right? I don't think Bradford's losing that starting job as well. Nathan says, we are a month away until it's finally time for preseason football and hard knocks for the Seattle Seahawks. The big question is, who will make the 53-man roster? We will find out. We're going to have some fun battles, and I'll tell you what, you want to make the Super Bowl roster. They know it. You got an uphill battle. You better be in your best shape. You better be on your P's and Q's. Rich says, you think any top teams would trade us so we could get Leonard Moore? That's where I'm trying to fit that in as more of what I would think to be I'm trying to fit within what I think could be realistic if it were to be an option. If John's going to trade up in the first round, it's going to be a player, in my opinion, that he's going to have ultimate conviction on, because he's never done it before. And that to me is going to be that he wants to see a blue chip player then. He wants to be able to say, I've taken the best cornerback in an extremely strong draft. And the second part of that has got to be that he doesn't get held over the coals on a trade up. If I'm moving to number 3 overall in the draft, part of the reason the Cardinals couldn't move the 3rd overall pick this year and end up taking a running back instead was because they wanted too much for any team to move up there, because that's the historical cost to move up to that spot. You're giving me multiple first-round picks. You're giving me a second-round pick. You're probably giving me a third-round pick. You got to give it all up for that. You move just about 5 spots to like a 6 or 7. And now I can kind of get into a place where we're just talking now more like future first, future first plus a third. It starts to get into a place that's just a little bit more feasible to pull this off, And that's where with Moore, I wonder on this to where I go, a couple quarterbacks taken in the top 5, probably an Arch Manning and a Dante Moore, maybe even a third guy. But let's just go with those 2, Jeremiah Smith, couple of edge rushers, probably a tackle taken in there. And bing, bang, boom, you're at 7, 8. And now you can be at that spot where we'll jump up from 32 and we'll throw you the 32 and we'll throw you a future first and we'll throw you a 3rd rounder. And we even got one more extra kicker we can throw to just kind of seal the deal. And that would be the one to me that just that's why I'm kind of anticipating it being that one. On top of a guy like Moore comes in and just, you put him into this cornerback room. You have the best cornerback room in football by a mile at that point. By a mile. Why we want to upgrade from Bradford? No, we'd want to. It's just whether you can is more. It's less about whether you want to and more about linemen don't grow on trees. It just wasn't possible to do so really this offseason. Catalyst people are scarred from the past decade of bad O-line play. Russ's handicapped Seattle's ability to maintain proper continuity. Definitely seen some bad ones. I think you're probably onto something a little bit there with that. Three guns deep. San Diego is a terrible place to live. It's in California. I would never live there, but that's not what the shit's about. I get that some people are in that place of it, but it's like, I think most people 3 guns deep, you'd say, I was just say, pick 3 different, most people be like, yeah, it'd be a great place to live. Beaches and all that. I would just say that's, yeah. Coke and Brando, how much do you expect to see from our draft class in the preseason? Well, you're going to get a lot of Bud Clark, a lot of Julian Neal, a lot of the guys probably into the day 3 side of it. I think Jadarian Price will be under a little bit of a pitch count, in my opinion. But Stevens and those guys, you're going to give them a lot of run, I would say. Ton. Bud Clark probably just about plays all 3 games all the way, just about, not all the way, but he probably gets as much run as any safety in preseason. You're going to have him do a couple of things too. He's going to be, I think, dime cornerback, slot corner, and both safety positions. So you got to give him a lot of run to get that going. Yeah, I think you're right, Mookie. I was trying not to steal the contact bounce one or the other one, but it is contact bounce with Charbonnet, I would say. He can be up to full speed and work through. And Jadarian Price, that's where there are similarities between the two of them. Guys can be around their feet, hit them in the thighs. Some running backs get just totally driven and taken down by that stuff. And these guys can just keep kind of churning the legs on through. It's like those old machines you'd see the running backs run through with the pads that go kind of lengthways. And then the running back starts up from a full speed. He's got to run through the pads. And, those backs that can just kind of do that with force and thunder. And those guys, you've seen some guys that go through there and they get stuck in the pad because they don't have enough of the forward, press on that to do that. Yeah, I think that's probably a better one than, I wouldn't say shiftiness would be the right one with Charbonnet. I knew him. Jeremiah Price, Jeremiah Love has very good speed, but the question is who is faster, who's better? I think Jeremiah Love is probably the better back. He's 4.37. Price is a 4.5 guy. So there's a little bit of difference on speed and explosiveness. Love's a little bit more of is a better guy catching out of the backfield, probably better as a blocker. But Price has got his benefits too. There's a reason why Love was taken number 3 overall. First Price going significantly further down the draft in the first round. Neal says AB gets hate on way too much. Yes, his mistakes are viscerally bad, but he's part of the best offensive line the Seahawks have had in a decade. He has value, regardless of how some 12s feel. Well said. Very well said. Nathan Tucker, drop another $10 donation. Oh, no, that was the one you dropped, I think. I read that one. My bad. I am behind on a dono, though. Let me catch up on my donos here. You did drop another dono. There we go. John, thank you for the $5 donation. John, it's early, but 12 picks in a potentially strong draft is exciting. Next year, targeted package move-ups could be historic. Hawks team that's so strong. The draft is the real deal. You're hearing, John, from pundits out there telling you that this next year's draft should be stronger. We're anticipating this draft. Like, I'm 55 prospects into scouting this thing, and I can see why people are looking at this as being a stronger draft. And it's got a couple of different reasons for that. Yes, is it that the quarterback position is going to be significantly improved, and there's going to be a lot of really fun guys with that? Yeah, that's part of it. But is it partly because you're going to actually get a lot more blue chip guys in this draft? I don't know if I don't think I got one blue chip guy out of last year's class. So when you guys hear me say that I've got 4 blue chip grades handed out right now, early on in this scouting process, and last year I had 0, that's another reason. But then just the thickness of talent, and that the guys I'm looking at right now, 2nd, 3rd round grades right now, with nothing but an opportunity in this final year to build upon that and improve it even more so. So yeah, it is that. And that is a little bit of what I'm turning over is the targeted move up. The targeted move up for the blue chip player. Not the targeted move the Hawks have done prior, because John has moved up a ton in the 2nd round in years past. Be it for DK Metcalfs, or I believe Paul Richardson and Tyler Lockett, Jaron Reed, all 2nd round move ups. So I am anticipating that you're going to move up somewhere. Would love to see it in the 1st round, but maybe John does a couple of 2nd rounders, on this, John. That's also on the table. And what's cool about this is that you could flip a prime 3rd round pick here at the deadline. You throw one of those picks out there, get a player, help your team, and you still have 11 selections in next year's draft. You still have an extra 3rd round selection in 2028. So you still have that opportunity to move up, even if you make a deadline move. You're thinking alignment. This is where I'm thinking too as well with this. Yeah, if the opportunity presents itself to get a difference maker and add on top of this team and stack it up even more because that guy's just so good, you can't deny it, go make that move. But as well as you can get through all of this season, have the tremendous ultimate success once again, and then be able to also have all of these draft picks to re-inject this thing. How do you keep a sustained winner? How do you keep the Super Bowl window open that much longer? Through that method. That's the way right there. Absolutely, John. 100%. Nathan, thank you for another $10 donation. Nathan dropping $20. Appreciate you for that. Very kind of you. Very kind. Have you thought about seeing The Odyssey in theaters? The best way to do it is in IMAX. Directed by Christopher Nolan, based on epic generations-old story, has Matt Dillon and Tom Holland. I'm struggling with this one, Nathan. I got to be honest with you. There are movies that Nolan's done that I've liked a lot. And I understand he is a guy that is really a different kind of director in that, he is a tentpole director where he makes a movie, it's a must-go see kind of event. There are things with Christopher Nolan over the years for me, though, as a storyteller that have gotten more problematic with time. And they start to show up and they become like, when you're kind of aware of them, they become more and more and more of a part that you start to realize. I think that there's a very like almost a clinical, sanitized almost feeling sometimes in watching some of his movies, that there's almost a little bit of a feeling of a lack of humanity, of like I'm watching almost like a science experiment more than I feel like I'm watching a story always unfold. And I didn't feel like a way about his early work. Like I loved Insomnia with Al Pacino. It was a fantastic movie to me. Just a great whodunit with him and Robin Williams going back and forth. The Prestige is, I think, an amazing film. But I think over time, things have become less. There's no humor in his movies. Everything gets very clinical, and it's about the visual. I think sometimes these guys that are very visual story, they lose a little bit of the, hey, I need the humanity in the story and the keeping it. It's more of like, well, I'll get you the visuals and I'll get the swing music. That's another problem I've had with him is half of his movies, I can't hear what the hell is going on. He's trying to do something sound wise to be super innovative. And it just leads you, I like, tell me that there aren't huge portions of Tenet where you can't understand the dialogue. I don't get the point of that. I think some of his movies get nonsensical where they're so elaborate and they're so and like, it doesn't make any sense. I was stoked on the Odyssey initially to go and see it, but I got to say, man, the clips that I'm seeing coming out don't make me want to go watch it. I'm watching Damon flip around this hammer in one scene where it looks like he's moving in slow motion, not even swinging at anything. I've seen where he's like shooting a bow where he's not even aiming it, but he's like hitting accurate. He's like just hip firing a bow and looking like he's never fired a bow in his life. It's some of the stuff that I've seen from it is jarring, and it doesn't seem like it's also got a true intention to fit itself to the epic of old. It seems like it's trying to do some sort of modernized take on this, which doesn't seem to have been an improvement based on stuff I've heard. I'm open to it. I'm just, Nathan, I'm on the fence with this one, with some of the track record of Nolan and then some of what I'm seeing on some of these clips, which there's some ones I've seen that have been straight cringe where I'm like, dude, yeah. And boy, once you get that clinical feeling to some of those movies, it's hard to shake it at times. Where there's the feeling of a human touch here. But I completely understand the hype behind him. So I don't want to make it seem like he's the guy that's earned his reputation, and some of his issues are just my own little thing that I have with him that just I find bothersome a little bit. But I'm not sure. I'm still waiting for the clip that kind of brings me in. Like I saw one clip really 2 days ago where they're like running from the Giants and these guys are running through the forest and they like run into this like tree trap thing. And it looked like something out of a Monty Python movie. I was like, this can't really be out of the film, is it? This isn't really, yeah, it is. Ugh. But I maybe get there eventually. I'm turning it over, Nathan. I'm struggling with that one a little bit myself. Randall in the house. Thank you for the $5 donation, Randall. Hey, bro. Just got back from Oregon Coast. Went from 65 to 95 in 6 hours. Ownership, change, hang up, spoon deal, money in escrow and all that, or business as usual? I don't really know on the spoon thing, to be honest with you. I don't think ownership change will really do much for that. I mean, the ownership change didn't do anything to mess with the Jackson Smith and Jigba extension. So I don't think it would affect this. I think this was always a deal with Spoon Randall that was going to take a little bit more to kind of navigate through, because there was more money on his deal from the prior, more bonus money on his deal from the prior that you had to get through. There was no guarantee he was going to take the same kind of deal that Jackson was willing to take, stacking his new contract on top of his old contract. And then you had the Christian Gonzalez thing here where Jackson didn't have another guy at the same point in time that was sort of like, there was both are looking at the edge, going like, you sign first so I can sign for a little bit more, which is happening right now between Devin Witherspoon and Christian Gonzalez, who share the same agent. I think all of those factors kind of make this thing a little bit more stickier to try to figure out and navigate the waters of, getting this deal done. On top of, I think Witherspoon's a little bit more of the type, knowing that he held out on that first contract as the 5th overall pick for the guaranteed money, maybe hard driving a little bit more so for getting paid more, and that makes it a little bit harder as well as that final extra element. But I don't think it's ownership that's a part of this. It's all of those other things that is probably causing it to get a little bit hung up. Nathan, my gosh, my man, you are super kind. Thank you for another $10 donation. Really appreciate you. Of all the movies he's directed in his career, my favorite Christopher Nolan movie by far is Oppenheimer. Based on a true story, won 7 Oscars, by the way, including Best Supporting Actor, Best Director, and Best Picture. Yeah, Oppenheimer, I didn't mind Oppenheimer as much, and I think that there was definitely some good performances in there. I think that there was even some times in there where you got even a little bit of that levity that I think sometimes is completely just missing from his, movies, and everything just becomes very morose and very serious all the time. But he's a very talented filmmaker, Nathan. I don't want to get it. And I love the fact that we have a guy that's doing original stuff and his vision of things, and it's very singular to him. And that used to be a little bit what you got with Hollywood. You'd have guys, directors, you love them, you hate them, but even in guys that you didn't necessarily over the moon, like this guy's the best thing ever, you could recognize the talent and the singular artistic voice that they're speaking with, where they're not an amalgamation of 3 other this and that. They're a guy driving their own vision of things for right or wrong. And with that, you'll get sometimes the great results. And with that, sometimes you maybe get some middling results, but that you're always getting somebody that's kind of swinging from that artistic place. And he's operating from that way. And I do think that there's a lot of directors and a lot of writers and a lot of actors, a lot of storytellers in this game that aren't trying to kind of put that stuff together in that way, try to really, truly create art, which is what I think he is trying to do. So, even when he does go haywire, I mean, even if the Odyssey isn't some epic, that's one of the best epics ever and blah, 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 you're still going to sit back and be able to watch a very watchable film for 3 hours, which 3-hour film, that's saying something. So I do like him. And I do like the earlier stuff. I really do love, Memento. And, as I said, The Prestige and Insomnia. Those are movies that I just think are really top notch, tight, well-constructed films. And I will see the Odyssey eventually. I'm turning over the theater stuff, and I wish some of the clips coming out would give me a little more faith than they have so far. Where I'm just like, what do we like? Just not understanding some of the choices, and then when you hear about some of the stuff that they cut out and change out, and they're going to move this for that, and move this to this, and we're going to change this out, and it's sort of there's a point in a story to the Odyssey. Like there's a story you're trying to tell. You start changing too much of that, and you move it off of the theme of what's trying to be told, which is fine. But then you're sort of saying, well, my new theme, I'm even better than this timeless thing that was created, that's been read for thousands, enjoyed for thousands of years, and timeless. I'm even better than that. That's where it's like, careful. But you're awesome, Nathan. Thank you for the donations. And Oppenheimer was great. It was a very good movie. I like that one. It's a good choice. Randall, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you. You guys are just kind as ever here on the channel. Have you read John and Mike were involved to some extent in the ownership interview, for a lack of better term? Swear I saw a headline, but could be wrong. No, you saw that right, that they were included in the process, and it is smart to do so. I kind of, with the way Jody's done so many things throughout this process so intelligently, I maybe should be giving her more credit for having done that, because you would want them as part of this process. If these were 2 guys that were operating from here that were sort of, lame duck guys, where it's like it's only a matter of time before ownership moves on to something new away from you, maybe you feel differently. But when it's 2 guys that are going to be here for a long period of time, who are foundational pieces, and this new ownership group knows it, yeah, give them a voice on that process. The more voices you get from Jody's perspective in making this decision, because it's a hard decision. How do I find the right owner? How do I find the right owner who's going to stay committed to this city? How do I find the right owner that's not going to create drama? How do I find the right owner that's going to stay committed to building a winner? How do I find the right owner that's not going to try to just change everything for the sake of changing everything? Maybe they tell me one story right now, and then they change everything tomorrow to the way that they want, and then they break it. This thing that I have, and my brother has so just step-by-step constructed through decade after decade after decade. So the more voices you can get on that, the more feedback you get on that, the better from Jody's perspective. And those are 2 guys that I would absolutely want to have. I'd want to have their opinion on it. I'd want to hear what they've got to say on it. And so props to her, man. Very cool that she did so, and she included them in the process. And it's got to feel cool from their perspective to be included in the process, and speak to their level of like, hey, this is how much an intricate part of the organization you are now, and will be on in the future. So Take ownerships, big guy. Own it in full. Not that they weren't already. Not that they weren't already at all. Thank you, Randall. Appreciate you, man. It's good to see you in the house. Glad you had a good trip out there on the West Coast. Hopefully you guys aren't got too much smoke rolling through the hills out there on the east side. To me, Sam Levitt's like a bigger Drew Brees. I mean, maybe it's tough on that one for my concept on that. Drew Brees coming out of Purdue was absolutely really clean mechanically. Undersized guy, 6 foot tall, but had to do everything mechanically super clean because he didn't necessarily have the great natural tools. He could, be pocket mobile and he could do a little improvisation stuff. He got, I think, a little bit better at that when he went to New Orleans as much as any time in his career. Whereas with Levitt, I mean, he can work off script all the time. He's more mobile than Drew by a significant portion. A little bit bigger, like you said on that. So you put that one in there. I think that the mechanics are different on the two of them. Levitt's got a long ways to go to get himself cleaned up mechanically. And some of it works in his favor. Like he can get hit and then just sort of kind of throw the ball as he's getting hit and still put it 25, 30 yards down the line. Like Sam Darnold does this, where Sam gets hit and he can still be throwing the ball and get it off. And like other quarterbacks, that ball would have fluttered and fallen and hit the ground or got intercepted, and they can somehow push it down the field, get it to the receiver. And that's where he is different in that way. But Drew, if you're hitting him in mid-throw, I don't think he can make that same kind of throw at his size. So it's hard for me on that kind of comparison. Drew was also hyper accurate. Levitt's a 60% passer right now in college, where you can close your eyes in college football and throw for 65%. So there's just some differences there to them a little bit. Mookie, as a reminder for everyone on this show, Seattle Seahawks Syndicate live from training camp on August 5th, 7th, 8th for the town hall at Fast Fashion Brewing in Sodo on August 7th. So do keep an eye on that, folks. We got Bryce, Mookie, and Dan, which will be doing the Seahawks Syndicate coverage. I'll be coming in remotely in on those aspects of it. We got the 5th, the 7th, and the 8th. They will be at training camp. And then we got the town hall at Fast Fashion Brewing in Sodo, August 7th. So guys, do take note of that. Please do show up. Give those guys some love out there. It's middle of summer. You got nothing to do. There's a Mariner game that day. Go down and watch the Mariners. Go check them out over there. Be a nice, long, fun day. We're doing well out there, Mookie. In today's 7th round draft, the 102nd overall pick would typically fall in the 3rd or 4th round. So Johnny Unitas would have been a 3rd rounder. He's also released by the Steelers. He had kind of a weird looking body for a quarterback, even back then. I could see why somebody on the initial stop were like, he was kind of a gamer, right? I bet he's the guys like didn't practice well, but just like in the game, he just kind of turned it on. I'm basing that on nothing, by the way. I can't believe the Chiefs signed Justin Fields. I can't either. I will say Andy Reid once took a Michael Vick, and I did not think necessarily Michael Vick was going to work in the West Coast offense when he signed him at that time. Michael had some background with the West Coast, but you're like, I don't know how he made it work. You never know. Steelers did have a lot of quarterbacks at that time. I did forget about that. That was also at that time. Well, that was before Bradshaw. I take Levitt over Mateer. The latter's issue is he plays like Baker or even Menzel at his worst. There's improv and then there's just bad jazz. You're 100% on point with it, man. And I do too. And I think as well, your questions of Levitt are still, even in my opinion, there. Because though I do technically like him, I'm putting him as like a late 3rd round pick. I'm essentially, Mookie, putting him in the position of where I would have had Jalen Milroe selected as it currently stands right now. And yeah, I think Mateer's very wild at the stick. And it does not help when you're that wild at the stick when you also have so many issues from an accuracy mechanical standpoint. It just leads to a lot of chaos all over the place. And you love how tough he plays and you love his ability to have ice water in his vein at times, but he's got to get better at the boring stuff. Catalyst says this is the best and really only effective long-term strategy for maintaining the offensive line. Some fans just want instant gratification. We have a very good young offensive line entirely through the draft. Amen, man. Amen and amen. Rich, if you had to pick a running back for 2027 draft, who is it? Jaden Baugh, Kewan Lacey, Nate Frazier, Ahmad Hardy. Ahmad Hardy is a first-round running back, as I have him currently graded. He just got shot through his thigh this offseason, so we're going to have to see how he responds to getting shot. But his tape was really nice. He's the best running back in the class, in my opinion. I have a second-round grade on Jaden Baugh. He's my number 2 running back, Rich. And then I have Isaac Brown behind Jaden Baugh. I then would put Mark Fletcher in the 3rd round as my next running back. And then I would put Kewan Lacey, who you listed there, as a mid-3rd round guy. So I believe all guys in general terms are fits. They're very explosive backs. I'm not as sure on Kewan Lacey. We would have to see with him. He's kind of on the line, but the other guys would be complete. They'd fit. They'd work in outside zone systems. Just to give you a little bit of a snapshot on that, Rich. Ahmad Hardy, I call him a taller Ashton Genty, 5'10", so he's about an inch taller Ashton Genty. Mark Fletcher, I put his comp as a combination. He's Ramondre Stevenson crossed with Rashad Penny and a little bit of Dalvin Cook. With Kewan Lacey out of Ole Miss, my comp for him is Chuba Hubbard. And for Jaden Baugh, my comp for him is he's 90% of Jacksonville Jaguar great Fred Taylor. 90% Jacksonville Jaguar great Fred Taylor. Hawks Nest, as much as I love the songs back in the day, I refused to watch them after what happened. Saw the whole thing from Stridney. I'll never forgive or forget. I'm with you, Megan. I've stayed out of the NBA until we're coming back. You ain't stealing my team, and I'm going to still follow your product, you know? I ain't going to do that. Never again, Megan. That's right. Whether if the Seahawks had to merge with another team, would you want it to be another bird like the Ravens, Falcons, Eagles, or Cardinals? I'd probably say the Ravens. I don't want to inherit the Eagles salary cap void year stuff. Charlie, the Unicorn, Brando, you go watch training camp in Cheney, Washington. Any stories to share? I was too young at that time. I was still just very, very young when they were doing training camp in Cheney. I grew up on the west side, so I wasn't out there in the east. Would have loved to, though. There's some legendary stories of Seahawks out there in Cheney. Julian saying versus Carr. CJ Carr's got way more ability. Well, he's just got more size, more arm strength. Julian Sand's 6'1", and he's got not a powder puff arm, but probably an average arm strength for a prospect. It's just not going to allow him to be legitimate. Yeah, Oregon quarterback, just bigger arm. Arch, a little more mobility. Dante a little bit better, I think, on the on-time stuff. A little bit better as a progression reader. Just a little bit more free and easy to have a delivery. Arch's game's a little bit more centered on the off-script stuff. I'd rather move forward with Milroe than Locke. He's still on the rookie deal. Has the arm and legs to be a dual threat quarterback. Trade Locke this season, and when someone's starter gets hurt. Possibly could go that way. Some of it depends a little bit level skipped on just where the development is on Milroe and if he's come forward or not in his game. Which, based on what we're hearing a little bit in OTAs, that hasn't exactly been the case. How many all-pro caliber players? 8 in 2027 draft? 7 or 10 more? We're probably going too much if we say 10 or more. You're not going to get to that place. I haven't had a draft that's gotten to 10 blue chip prospects in my entire time of really scouting this pretty intensively for the last 7 years, 6, 7 years. I currently have 4 right now, Charlie. So it's Jeremiah Smith, the 2 edge rushers I mentioned, and then it is Leonard Moore would be my 4. But this is keeping in mind that early on in this process, for the most part, with most of these prospects, there is only going to be elevation from here. That most of these guys are going to take a step forward in their final season. And so what that should mean with that is, though I'm even at 4 right now, I'm probably going to get up to around that 8-ish, 9 territory by the time of the draft, based on how it's trending. And if that's the case, that's more than I've had for the last couple of years of blue chip prospects. Thank you for reminding that, Megan. Please do hit that like button if you get a chance. It does help out the channel tremendously. Jeremiah Smith is a combination of Andre Johnson and Julio Jones, all same size, 6'3", 220, all run 4.32, 4.34, 4.34, all top 3.6 in their drafts. Yeah. You're all about the same territory with those guys. You know what I mean? And receivers rarely come through that are at this size, this clean, this easy of an evaluation. He is that. 3 guns deep. My question about all those picks is, where are you going to put them this year? There's probably only 3 roster spots available. Well, that's where we come back to trading up, and maybe trading up in a variety of different ways. You know, maybe it's trading up for a variety of second rounders, taking all those picks and putting them all and making them all second and third rounders. Maybe it's moving up in the first round and taking a significant number of those picks to make a trade up in the first round happen, to where you don't have to give up future draft capital to do that. Just all comes out of next year's draft capital. That's where you have a variety of different ways to kind of slay this dragon. But I do think that 3 guns deep, there's no way you're walking into next year's draft with those 12 picks and you're picking all of those native 12 picks. I would even go as far as to say, you're probably not picking 8 native picks in next year's draft. Like, you're going to get it below that. And so probably a lot of trading around throughout the draft, probably a lot of trading up throughout the draft and targeting guys in that way. Yeah, Manziel highlight videos were awesome in college, man. Mike Evans also doesn't get enough credit for Manziel's ascent in college. Like, that's the other thing Manziel didn't have going to the pro level, is he didn't have a guy, Mike Evans, of, I'm going to dance all around through the pocket, and then I'm just going to throw it down the field up as high as I can to my freaking tall ass dude who can just go get it over anybody. Which there was so many plays where he just F it, throw it down there, Mike's down there somewhere. Brian B., do you feel the Hawks have a position where we could see a camp trade? I think the only trade happens by those where you go, this guy's a guy not part of our long-term future, and so let's go get something for him while we can. Like we made the, Nick Martin is who I'm trying to say his name was. The center that we traded the Browns that we got the extra pick back for. I think it's in this year's draft or last year's draft. I forget which one it was. Kind of one of those kind of trades. And so I think like Oluwatimi is a guy to maybe pay attention to there. If you are kind of like, well, Oluwatimi is what he is here, not exactly a pure fit to what we do, but a solid center. Somebody out there maybe like him as a guy that can kind of compete for their center position. I think Christian Haynes could be a guy that fits to that mold a little bit, Brian, that you're looking at and you're going, well, we just don't quite have a fit here. We can go get a 6th or 7th round pick back for him. Let's just do so. We want to be able to keep Richmond. We want to be able to keep Cable on the roster. We want to keep Stevens on this roster as these back end guys. We don't want to risk losing those guys to the practice squad. So let's move Haynes for the 6th or 7th to get something for him. Those would be the only 2 that I really go to in my mind. I don't think that there's going to be any other trades that really could come down the line as far as in that sort of way. I don't know if anybody else has got any value, Brian. A banker, Brando, using ESPN article projections for 2027 draft, has the following: Cardinals, Dolphins, Jets, Browns, and Raiders. How many quarterbacks go there? 3, probably. At this point, Arch and Dante are almost all but assured, outside of those guys falling on their face or having a huge injury issue. They're going to get up there. Dante would have been taken this last year by the Jets. I mean, it's kind of hilarious that like Dante Moore went back to college because he didn't want to go play in New York, and he might come back, play another year in Oregon, and come out next year and then have to go play with the same New York Jet team that he was trying to avoid the prior year. That's the way the NFL works, though. But I would say that 3 quarterbacks will probably go at that point in the top 5 because I have kind of locked in, even though I have a second round grade on Arch, I just know how the NFL works. And with his pedigree and lineage, like he's going top 5. If he builds upon what he did at the end of the season last year, which he should, he's got receivers to throw to. They're going to have a good defense. Like he's going top 5 easy. So Arch goes top 5. Dante Moore goes top 5. Now can one more quarterback like CJ Carr, like Darian Mensah, like Sam Levitt, like Lenore Sellers, Drew Mestamaker, can one of these guys go out there and just have one of those kind of seasons and push? I think they can. And I think that what stood out to me with these guys in this draft, these quarterbacks, is that I go back to a couple of years ago, Banker, where both of our 2 teams benefited from this. Your Rams team benefited by being able to get Jared Verse, and my Seattle Seahawks team benefited by being able to get Byron Murphy. And that was that we saw 6 quarterbacks taken there in the first 12 picks. Was that 6 quarterbacks taken because the talent necessitated it? Because they were all just that good, that clean? No. There was questions all across the board. Bo Nix was older than dirt. Penix had tore his ACL time and time again. JJ McCarthy had barely thrown the football in college. But that didn't stop teams, did it? And that's been a learning process for me that says you have to elevate these guys. Don't elevate them by your evaluation. Elevate them by projection of where they're going to go. Because that's the way the NFL is going to work. It's going to push them up. And we have too many talented quarterbacks in this class already, I'm seeing, that somebody else is going to get up in there probably. California is beautiful. All you have to do is look at my name and you can see I would not live there. I'm eyeing center Joe Otting. I have not yet looked at a center. So, no, I have. I've looked at Lapani Lalulu. But I will add Joe Otting to my list. Number 2. I got to start getting some guards and centers scouted Catalyst to round out my list. Yeah, that Rich, I was saying shiftiness was missing attribute from Chimera. I thought, yeah, it is. That's why I was kind of struggling with that one too. I was like, I don't know if shiftiness is where he's at. Not really. No. You're right. You're right on that one, Rich. Was the biggest camp battle the last running back position on the roster, or the last edge, the last cornerback? I mean, those are all going to be, I think, the 3 most vicious fights here on the roster as it stands. Did I say Matt Dillon? I meant Damon. I didn't mean Matt Damon. My bad. It's 3 hours in. I start going crossed a little bit. 3 hours in. Interstellar was a good movie too. Yeah, that was a good one. Connie turned in a great performance in that one. Tree traps are real. Trees are real jerks sometimes. So hard to avoid as you're seeing those posts all lined up and you just walk into it. And this scene is like, so the guys are being run through the forest and then they run into this real rudimentary looking trap where somebody's taking like the trees and like put them like taking like real thin trees and put them closely aligned. It's like, you could see it from a mile away walking in. It is real ridiculous. Brando needs to heed the Odyssey sirens call. You talk about the Seahawks going 6-10. How can we take him seriously? He usually has really good takes. And I think I'm not sure I don't think he's given this his ton of thought. I think he kind of was just thinking of stuff, just kind of off season, just kind of picking through things. I think he's trying to play the odds of historical norms here and not really taking into account where this team was at, how young they are, how likely they are to improve. It's more of he's trying to fit it, I think, with Bucky to the historical norms. And so the optics are a little bit off, I think, on his evaluation. The Prestige is great. Yeah. Love me some Prestige, man. Excellent, excellent movie. That year, you had that one and The Illusionist. Both came out in the same year. And what was cool about that is you had two different, it was almost like when the two Earp movies came out with Tombstone, and then you had the Costner one out. And both had their own different tenor to it, their own different kind of thing. And so each worked on their own. It wasn't like a copycat thing. But that was dark too. That was a dark middle movie, The Prestige, man. Yeah, Bucky gave some legit points. It's just he's fitting it more to the historical Super Bowl winners coming off this, it's where he's trying to operate from. And that's fine to look at stuff kind of generalized, but you also got to get specific too. Why does this team fit to those general historical norms? I liked Inception too. It's that'd be my mid place for Nolan. That'd be right in my midish section. I tried Tenet. I just couldn't get through it. I think even he has said he can't explain the whole mechanism at play there. Like, if he really, it doesn't really matter. It's like what I've heard him say in retrospect. Like, no, it does kind of matter. So who puts the money in the bank of the signing bonus? Depends on if the ownership has gone through or not. Before, it's got to be approved by the league. So if it's before the approval by the league, then it's to Jody. If it's after, unless they've put the stipulations in the actual contract itself. Bird of the Crystal Plumage? I haven't seen that one. Yeah, his 4 free agent losses when he did get specific to Seattle, that's the one where it was like, dude, that led me to believe Catalyst. He had done really the bare minimum of looking at the team and considering it. He's also living in LA right now, and I think he's getting a little bit of the LA Kool-Aid being, served all over the place as far as them feeling themselves. And that's probably rubbed off a little bit too. Have a good one there, Megan. See you on the round table. I don't know if we're doing one this week. I think we were going to wait a couple weeks. We might not be on the round table tomorrow. I got to check. Odyssey is trash. I'm struggling to. I was hopeful for it, man. I really was, but there's some things that got me a little bit worried. Split Face. Thank you for the $5 donation, Split Face. How do you see ticket prices, concession prices changing in the coming years with ownership? Even if a ticket was $100 cheaper, $10 beer instead? Well, I think the thing that we've learned about the NFL across the whole landscape in every stadium is that prices only go up. They don't go down. I think I would love to see, as they're trying to consider ways to try to increase, luxury boxes and increase, to where you get more of a profit margin. To me, one thing that I would try to do is, accommodate more seating within the stadium, and build more maybe cheap seating, and to where it's like, okay, look, I don't have a close-up view. I'm a little bit further away. Maybe even my view is even a little bit more partially blurred, even more so than it would be in the 300 levels. But like what I do with those new tickets is I create options for cheaper tickets with it, where I'm like, okay, you know what you're buying, and we're going to set you up over here. And now more of the blue collar people could have an opportunity to buy tickets to go see the games. There certainly is there is the want and the draw for it. You know, if you create an extra 10 or 15,000 seats that were a little bit more creatively put in around the stadium in that fashion, that's how you could, to me, kind of lower tickets and then still increase your overall profit margin. And then also provide people a little bit of the blue collar people that can't afford the hundreds of dollars of tickets for the family to be able to come in there. That'd be the way I would hope it would go split face. But the heart of your question, stuff's not likely to get cheaper. It's only likely to get, more expensive to go to the game. Unfortunately, I don't like seeing it, but it is what it is on that one. Thank you for the donation, man. Appreciate you. Charlie the Unicorn. This is Mike Macdonald's hardest season yet. Expectations, adaptations of scheme to new players and new plays and players. A big leadership challenge to keep the team locked in and motivated. Brando. Ain't gonna be easy, man. Beating a champion is hard, and there's been 9 teams that have done it in NFL history. So it is, and especially you're the hunted now rather than doing the hunting. There's, like you say, a lot that goes with that, and it ain't gonna make this easy on Mike, and he's still very young in his coaching career. He's still learning all of the ropes. And what's good here is he's been learning all the ropes up until this point and has found the ultimate success while still figuring that out. But it doesn't change the fact that it is going to be a challenge, to your point, and a big one at that. Tom Hammer, how can you be a 49ers fan then buy your arch rival? You get so frustrated by the organization that you've loved for so many years, doing it so improperly. You are so assured by the fact that your ownership is not good and not capable of bringing a championship home, and that you have faith in being able to do that elsewhere without you not having the control in that place to be able to get it done. So, 3% of the team didn't give him controlling interests. He had to watch the team ran in the way it's been ran, and probably disagreed with a lot of different approaches the Niners have taken in recent years, and has had to probably just sit there and take it. And that he's doing that at the same time that the team, the cross-state team, a couple hundred miles away, is kicking ass, taking names, and winning championships. Wants to be part of a winner. That man didn't make billions by being part of losers. That man didn't make his money by hitching his wagon to bad ownership groups. He did it by being on the cutting edge and by, supporting people that were smart in their process and approach. So he's just fitting more to form what he's done throughout his life. Soil says, I love Jake, but him talking about turnover Murphy, does he not realize Turner's 27 and Murphy's 23? Does he understand the difference? Not really as much there. I don't think he's building that as much into his math. I think that there's sometimes intricacies within defenses on this stuff where, you can get into a place that just you got to get to a level of understanding on ball on certain stuff, I think, to quite understand arguments in full. And if your understanding on ball is, well, this guy's a defensive tackle and then this guy's a defensive tackle, and then you're just not understanding the whole story of things. And in the debate that I had with Jake in regards to Byron Murphy and Jared Verse and him trying to get him to understand the value of Murphy, it's like he didn't understand that Murphy wasn't even a 3 tech, and like the thing is that even once then faced with the fact that he's been arguing this whole argument online with that Murphy's not as good as this and he's not as good as that because he's a 3 tech that's only done this. And it's like, well, then when I face you with the fact that the guy's not a 3 tech, you just kind of like just blow past that and ignore that I just brought that up as a fact, that the whole fundamental point that you rooted off of in your argument has now just been blown to pieces. And yet rather than acknowledge that, you just blow past that and stay, yeah, no, you're wrong. It's like, well, it's okay. So you're not taking any new data into account. And you've just kind of started out from the front of this of, I think he's just better because I just think he's better, absent of any research. Jake kept, for instance, referencing this double team rate thing, which I couldn't quite understand. Then I kept going back to and going, oh yeah. When I went and actually looked at the data on the double team stuff that he's referencing and saying that like, well, Kobe Turner's got more double team than Byron Murphy. That's only on pass rush reps. Braden Fisk is more double teamed than Brian, double teamed as much as Byron Murphy. Well, that stat you're referencing is off of a stat that was only tracking pass rush reps. What about all the run blocking reps? That doesn't really fit my argument as well. Then suddenly at that point, Byron Murphy supersedes all of those guys by a considerable margin, doesn't he? So you sort of cherry pick the data that could form fit to the argument you wanted to make right from the start, which I would argue in that particular discussion point. I think there's a lot of arguments and debates we get into. It's not always this way, but in that particular one, I think that's where he was kind of operating from, in my opinion. What happened to Bo Jackson Jr., Ohio State? I have not had a chance to look at him yet, Oiler Titan. So he is on my list. Just haven't quite gotten to him quite yet. Neither Eric on that either. Yep, Holmgren had him back in Cheney for a minute. I think they did while they were trying to build the facilities. I forget the timing exactly. Rich says, do you think it would have been wise to trade up for Chris Johnson in 2026 draft, then get a second round running back like Jonah Coleman? No, I felt like Chris Johnson was one of those prospects that just really got elevated. Whereas like people liked what they saw from him, and then it kept getting more artificially elevated throughout the process. And it kind of reached a breaking point where it's like the guy should have gone as 32 is probably his floor. And instead he went a lot more earlier than that. And that's just, what you had in this draft, Rich, was you had a very weak draft. And what that led to teams to do in the first round is to take swings and to go after players that would not typically be first round players. And in my opinion, what you do within that, Rich, is that you have to operate within the confines of the draft that is your reality. We'd all love drafts to be all strong and amazing and great. But if you face yourself with a weak draft, the thing not to do is to step outside of yourself. The thing not to do is to try to get extra creative to work around this limiting factor, but you work within it and just sort of like, cover yourself in it like a blanket and just roll with those punches. And to me, that would have been just sit and pick as much as anything else. Or if you're going to trade up, it's like you did for Beau Stephens, where you give up a future pick to go and get him in the 5th round because you have such conviction on him. But I would not have gone that way. I just think that, Chris was one of these guys. Caleb Banks was one of these guys. Caleb Banks probably should have been an early second rounder considering his injury history with his foot and a little bit of the hot and cold engine and the way it runs. That guy went like almost mid first round. That was the problem of this draft, is it was one where this would have been the opposite draft of trading up for a guy, unless you were going to trade up for a guy like a Love or something, or just some guy that just, one of the best offensive linemen in the draft or something like that. Like, it just didn't make any sense absent that. There wasn't enough of a differentiation of talent at that point in the draft from one guy to the next, considering the assets you would have had to give up to move up. Brian says, B, read a report on Ethan Posick recovered from injury and looking for a job. Trade Olu, sign him short term. I think Posick went to the Ravens, Brian, is what I'm hearing. I think he's going to the Ravens to fill in for Linderbaum. Why do people want to get rid of Olu? I believe he is heading into the last year of his contract, Seatown. You have also a couple of offensive linemen that you may want to keep on this roster that you like more in the long term, be it Cable Dew, Richmond, Christian Haynes, Beau Stephens. You may feel like these guys long term. I like some of the upside here. I know what Olu is, and Olu was already kind of fitted to being what he was going to be when he walked in the door coming out of college. He's also not a pure fit to the scheme, and that you're looking for athletic players. Like Sundell's very athletic, quick in space. Olu is not those things. And so contract year, not a fit to the scheme, probably has you looking for a market opportunity to pick up a pick for a player that's not really fitted to those long-term plans. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that. All your donos today, Randall, as always, brother. Check out the Todd Mache pod. He compares 2 of the 27 quarterbacks each week. I believe 12 total. He's not the end-all be-all, but still a good baseline. No, Todd's doing a great work with this. We need more of guys out there that are outside of, they're all doing kind of the private thing that are, in my opinion, more of covering these prospects through the process. It's kind of what I'm trying to do this year by looking at these guys in advance. It's not to get a final conclusion on these players. It's to do a better job in the evaluation process. Because if you watch them now sort of this year out, get a snapshot of them, and then you're watching as you're going through the process with them to see how that development happens, I think you can more cognitively connect that player's process through college and his development, and then make more of a certain projection about what he's going to be as a pro and whether that development will continue and he can advance further. So Todd doing that, I think, is great. And he's doing a good job with the quarterbacks on that. I have been watching that, Randall. It's a great suggestion, man. I absolutely recommend it to those guys, those folks out there, as he gives you a good snapshot. And those guys went out there to like the Manning camp too. So they got to see him in person and some of how they've looked this offseason, speaking, I think, Mateer and how looks like he's kind of reinventing some of his mechanics. It's good stuff, Randall. Very good stuff. Didn't JJ win 5 in a row last year? That doesn't sound right. They did have Vine wins at the end of the year. Brosmer, I think, played in one of those games there against Detroit, week 17. But technically, yes, they did have final 5 games that they did win there at the end of the year. McCarthy threw for 163 yards, 250, 108, and 182. So wasn't exactly lighting up the world on there, but Randall, thank you for another $5 donation. Appreciate you for that, Randall. As a prospect, how good is the Ohio State wide receiver Smith in the Moss Megatron convo, or a tier below like Julio, AJ Green, the whole package? It seems. I think if you had to press me to say that, is he closer to a Moss Megatron or is he closer to a Julio Jones, AJ Green? I think he's closer to a Megatron conversation, in my opinion. These are, I think, there is a little bit, and you're not wrong for doing so, right, Randall? I think in our minds, we look at Calvin Johnson and we do put him in that Moss category. It's like there's definitely a separation here between them to a Julio or an AJ Green. I think Smith is even faster and better laterally moving, better after the catch than Julio Jones was. And he can bring everything that Julio could bring to the department as far as, huge extended catch radius, can jump through the roof. Kitty. He can do it all in that respect of things. So, there's no real limitations to his game, and there's a lot of just tremendous upside. But I would go more into that. I don't think he's quite Randy. I don't think he's quite Megatron. But boy, is he really close to those guys. And if I've got to pick one closer to the other, he's closer to them than he is to Julio and AJ, in my opinion. I just think he's that good. Okay, Kitty. How we doing? Appreciate you, Randall. Great question, man. I can't find any real limitation. There's nothing that he can't do to his game, in my opinion. I think he's going to tilt the field from the receiver position from the second he walks on the field. And that's why I go more to the Megatron Moss, is I think Julio and AJ were really effective players right from the jump, and that they were top-end wide receivers right from the jump. But these guys actually, to me, fully tilt the field. They make you have to put that attention in his way. You're going to have to put the double teams to his direction. It's not going to be an option. You ain't going to be able to just roll single up with Gonzalez and Hilton. No, you're going to have to roll the doubles his way. Appreciate you, though, Randall. Great question. A little more of that lateral change of direction. I think he's going to run low 4.3s. Is where I think you're going to see Smith come in at. I think he's going to be like a 4.33 kind of guy when they test him out the combine. Odyssey is a very safe movie. It is very safe. And I don't know if that's the way Odyssey should be told. Odyssey should be a movie that's a little bit dangerous. remember some people have been saying like, well, it's an R rating. We don't even understand why it's an R rating. It's like, well, how do you not that I need violent hyper up, but it's a movie about war. Tired Canadian, my favorite NFL beer story was when Cheapskate Dan Schneider bought the surplus Budweiser beer from the Brazil World Cup and sold it at the stadium the next year. Oh, that's such a Dan Schneider move. Whew. Could Washington fans tell the difference? Not after the third beer. The first two were rough. That third one, they just all start to taste the same. Rich says, what about these other corners, bro? Avion Terrell, Colton Hood, Brandon Cisse. What does your researchers say about these? Well, I scouted all of those guys. I felt like all of those players were in a very similar territory as far as their rating goes, which is that they all should have been rated as early second round graded players. And that's why I say with Johnson, I'm not just being cheeky. His floor is 32, or, that's the beginning of where we talk about where he should be taken. Should he last into the mid second round? Maybe. Should he last to the 10th pick in the second round? Maybe. But that's where we should be starting at him being picked at. And similarly, Avion Terrell, Colton Hood, Cisse, all guys, there's some slight separations in what these guys do. There's some guys that are a little bit better in off coverage. There's a Colton Hood that's a little bit better in press. But the end point, like if you put them out if you spit out a Madden rating essentially for all four of these cornerbacks, Rich, the Madden rating for them coming out of college is all very similar. There isn't Chris Johnson at 96 and Avion Terrell at 89 and Colton Hood at 86 and Brandon Cisse at 85. It's more like 88, 89, 88, 87, 88. Like you're into that territory. And so I would say this is all more, they are all, in my evaluation of it, all of them were very close together. I think I had Avion a little bit more as a separator above all else, because I think that he was dropped down as much because of the hamstring injury and that he didn't get to test on the 40 time. I thought his tape was a little bit better overall as far as the true flashes look difference making at times. Johnson was just all around, usually solid in the right place at the right time. But I didn't think that there was sparkling tape from Johnson. I'll also say about Johnson, I went down to the Senior Bowl in person, watched him for a good couple of days, didn't see him do a whole hell of a lot over those 3-day span. Not that should carry a huge weight, but just it didn't. If you're looking for this guy to be a difference, and this guy's supposed to be a mid first round guy or pick him in the 20s, like I need to kind of see that there at the Senior Bowl then show up. And I think he just got elevated because it was a weak draft as much as anything else. He's not a bad player, just slightly overdrafted. In Huskies, did you ever get the feeling that Arroyo wasn't shielding off the defender that well when he got thrown to? A little bit. Mike Macdonald pointed out on the Rams interception I believe it was the second game against the Rams on the road, or the first game on the Rams against the road. On that interception, I think he pointed out that he could have made a bit of a better effort on that one. So, he's not really a high point artist going back to college. He's a guy that's going to separate and he's going to outrun you in a unique way for a guy his size. And so you might look at him and think that's a contested catch type dude. That's a high point artist. That's a guy that's going to be able to raise up over the top of people. It's not exactly Elijah's game. CJ Kurzman, thank you for the $2 donation, CJ. This is Brandon. Thoughts on Torrey Horton for the season? Well, I don't know where his injury stuff is at. I don't know. Was last year a carryover from stuff in college? Was it a separate injury, which it does seem to have been? Seems like he's going to be able to get over it healthy 100%. I think he's going to be a good player. And I think he's going to continue to build upon what he did last year, but I don't think he's going to get a lot of opportunities on this team to really elevate himself into a breakout situation. Not with Shaheed here. He's going to have to kind of pick his moments. He's going to have to wait for an opportunity of an injury to pop up for that to come up. And I'm not as certain that that's going to be the case or happen because, again, you're not going to throw the ball a lot. These guys aren't going to be overused. They're not going to be put in perilous situations for injuries to pop up all over the place. So he could be taking that step forward and still find himself a little bit stuck on the pecking order of the depth chart. And that's kind of what I'm anticipating is outside of a little bit of run here and a little bit of run there, he's going to have to kind of wait for his opportunity, CJ. And that's kind of the downside of having such good depth like we do. But the benefit of this is that if we do have an injury, we can sustain because of these type of situations. But yeah, it's not his fault. He should be fine this year as long as the health goes. He should be giving you that, being able to every bit build upon it. But I just think team's going to want to really utilize Shaheed. Kupp still got his role in this offense, and we know Jackson's going to be used to the utmost. C-Town, I want to keep Olu as a backup. We wouldn't get much in a trade anyway. No, we wouldn't. And I'm only as much anticipating C-Town that the trade would occur because of the fact that you have one of the young linemen on the roster who you want to keep. So you have a Richmond, you have a Cable Dew, you have a Beau Stephens, you have a Haynes. I don't want to let this guy go to the practice squad because he's going to get stolen away. I like the upside in the future of this guy to eventually become a starter on this team. That's more worthwhile for me to hold on to this guy now and let an Olu guy go who will never be a starter on this team, who will never be a part of the long-term plan. And that's where I think the decision might come down to. Not guaranteeing it does, but I wouldn't be surprised if a little bit of that choice comes down to, and then it becomes less about the draft capital as much as just get something for a part that you're not going to really be utilizing. Yeah, Pumpkin's going, hey, what's up? Yeah. Draft picks can be turned. That's the other part of it is that you have a player you like further down the road, and like Tired Canadian talks about, even though you're not getting a lot of a pixie town, it's that you can package those picks for ultimately a very prime pick. One more pick is one more pick you can throw into that package to make it that much better for the trade-up factor. And if it's one more pick to just take you over the top, you know. Say, Kogan, hey, B, why can't we see the kid? He's not cool, man. It's hard to get him on camera, man. I can't staple their little paws to the kitty deal. They're free roamers, you know what I mean? You've heard like herding cats is the phrase. Well, Titan, his closest comp, I think, is Andre Johnson, who went third in 2003, played with bad quarterbacks, but still put up numbers with regards to Nehemiah Smith. Yeah, I think that the key on this is I think that with Andre, and this is a little bit of Julio, both of those guys had a little bit of the big man-itis thing, where I'm a big dude. I got a little bit more weight than receivers typically have. There are those scouts out there that'll tell you sort of 6'1" is the perfect size for a wide receiver. And that when you get into sort of the 6'2", 6'3", 6'4", there's loss of lateral change of direction that comes into play that's major that can kind of then, negate some of that positive they're bringing. Now, Andre and Lou Julio weren't limited by this stuff, but it's there on their tape. There's just times as the bigger guys, they couldn't always move as sharp in and out of cuts like, in my opinion, Jeremiah Smith can. I think he's got a little bit more of that wiggle to his game. And while he brings a lot of those other things, those guys could bring in full. So I'm excited to go see Odyssey this upcoming weekend. Definitely can't beat IMAX, man. It's going to be a spectacle in that way, for sure. New Blacks, McCarthy would have been 7-3 with 2 comebacks versus the Bears, the special teams. Yeah, I mean, it's the thing with the McCarthy thing. I'll just say, is it like Minnesota's looked for every direction they wanted to get off of that even this offseason, including getting Kyler in there. I mean, if the conviction's there, I don't know if they would be looking for as much of these other ways to try to find an alternative for him a little bit. And there was even rumors this offseason of them being open to the potential of moving him in a trade. But we'll see. As we say with these young quarterbacks, the story's never set, and there's plenty of time for them to further develop and maybe improve. Just a reminder, if you got a comment from me with a lot of inner discussion, just be Brando Hawk's Nest. I do skip over if we don't have anything referenced to me in regards on the chat because we have so many chatters in here and it'll only be picking up here in the next month. Just to put that in there. Do I think Drake Thomas is a liability in coverage? No, he's great in coverage. Pull up Drake's coverage stats. Is this a bone? Are we really having a bone of contention about Drake Thomas's coverage ability? There's some wild debates that happen, and I'm like, really? That's a debated point right now? Okay. 65.9 coverage grade last year. Pretty good for linebacker. So Drake Thomas was the 21st highest rated off-ball linebacker in coverage last year, according to PFF. He's not bad at coverage. That's one of the forefront things he does well. Nickel coverages with 2 linebackers, 2 off-ball linebackers, yes. 3 cornerbacks. Riches of the corners we got, which has the most upside after Spoon and Jobe. Well, obviously, I mean, we're calling Imanwari is obviously, you can call him a safety. He's kind of a corner. So, I mean, I'd put Imanwari has definitely got to be considered on that spot too. You know, him and Spoon right there neck and neck. Probably Julian Neal. I think with Nehemiah Pritchett, I have hope for him, but I haven't got a great baseline of players at the cornerback position that have not been great tacklers in college, have not been too interested in tackling in college, who weren't too interested in tackling in their first year or two at the pros, who suddenly then became interested in tackling. You got it or you don't. And so I would lean more to Julian Neal and the consistency in his game in that approach and his ability to match up with what Nehemiah does in coverage. He'd be the next guy. And yeah, I don't put a lot of stock in Manning ratings either, Simogen. I was just trying to use that comparison of the rating to the cornerback room of just to try to just illustrate, because those ratings may be close, but they're different, like you say, in the various other ratings around what they do good and bad and what their pluses and minuses kind of are. A little bit to your point on that, but just to kind of get a general idea. But yeah, I wouldn't use the pure ratings as a evaluation tool. No. Yeah, Pumpkin definitely wants some salmon. JT O'Sullivan does great work on the quarterback stuff, Brian. Really impressed with him on that side of it. Trade Olu to the Cards? Well, don't help out the Cardinals. We got to let them flounder out there. Got to let them flounder. Appreciate you guys again for all the donos. CJ Herzhawk, Randall with the multiple donos, Split Face, Nathan Tucker dropping $30, Mookie, Banker, Arthro. You guys are awesome, man, today for all the support on the channel. Really, really, really much appreciated. If they were going to show it at the Boeing IMAX theater, I'd be more open to going and see it. Are they not doing that? I think it'd be on all the IMAXs in the local area. Someone like Drake. I don't know. I was thinking I was trying to look for the debate that might have been happening. It wasn't Herbicide saying it. He was just saying, bring it up to counter somebody was saying maybe he was bad in coverage. Charlie Incorn, Brando, did you watch the World Cup? I thought the VAR reviews and ref cams would be outstanding additions to the NFL broadcast. Agree? I just didn't, man. I've kind of reached that age where I'm old enough now in life where if something ain't interest me, I can't get interested in it. And it might be great and awesome. I can't work up the thing. When it comes to soccer, man, I just can't work up the interest. I really love the fact the country got um, electrified by it and the foreigners coming in and join America and having fun. I mean, I was all into all that, but I was watching more of those videos than I was actually anything to do with the games or any of that stuff that was going on with that. So my bad on it. I got to watch the next time they come through. Every time that happens, I'm meaning to watch it and I never get around to doing so. Positions can always be upgraded. Drake's not all that. I mean, he's a good player. He's not a difference maker. He's not an all pro. That's the thing though, putting these teams together. You can't have usually, unless you're the Rams, I guess, all pros at every position. But he's a really good player. Rich says, bro, I got into the Seahawks. I started getting third party drafters remorse or something. Huh? Drake Earl Thomas is a feisty blue jackal, and I won't hear anything otherwise. Says Max, let's go. Knight's good too, man. It's one of my camp battles. It'd be fun to watch between him and Drake. I like them both. But like C-Town says, does show you how good Drake is that he's been able to push up until this point, at least Tyrese out of the way. No easy feat. Big tight ends can bully him over the middle and make plays. I mean, yeah, he's going to definitely have some issues. I guess I'm trying to think about this. I mean, it's 6 feet tall. You know, there's going to be times where guys bigger tight ends are going to definitely have some way with it. But I do think that his coverage grade does indicate how good he is in there. And being a top 21 guy, you earn that coverage grade in that way. I think the other thing to take into account with this, Brian, is the fact that you see a very big difference when you look at him, especially as far as his individual game by game rating. Be it in coverage or across the board, he improved with time. That there was the early part of the season where Drake was at, and then there's the later part of the season and where Drake was at. And by, early on in the season, you're seeing 46 overall grades. You're seeing 48 overall grades. You're seeing a 50 overall grade. I start to get into the depths of the season, and now I'm starting to see a 90 grade, a 76.5 grade, an 82.9 grade, a 92.1 grade, an 88.4 grade against the Niners in the playoffs. Not to take these grades as being the end all be all, but that he improved with time, which fitted to what I saw on tape myself, just watching him all the L22. Because both him and Okada were the two that stood out. Two of your new starters last year, early on the season, got better with every game they played within. And while he can maybe be bullied here and there over the middle of your point on that, Brian, it's not like it's a huge gaping issue. It's not like it's some limitation to his game that we have to completely work around, and that teams were able to attack it and go after it over and over, time and time again. So I would just say that it's one where it's maybe there, but 73 overall grade, really highly rated linebacker all around last year, good all around in what he did, sure tackler. You're getting him on a nice market economical deal. He plays the wild linebacker position, which in itself is a position that can sometimes be a tough one to always find impact on the field. So I've often said we've had one will linebacker that has gone into the Hall of Fame over the last 35 years in the NFL. One. So it's a tough position to evaluate just in general terms, even from the NFL evaluators, evaluators on that side of it. But I think he's going to continue to build upon what was that later season performance, Brian. And I think that 72 grade this year is going to actually come up to more of like a 76, 77 grade by the end of the season. And the consistency factor can come a little bit more forward. Josh Gordon from Baylor and Browns in NFL might be another comp for Jay Smith. Yeah, there's some similarities between those two. CJ Curse Hawk, Drake Thomas was such an unsung stud last season. His attack burst is crazy. See ball carrier, drop ball carrier. He's got some quickness to him, man. He's got some true get up and go for being able, especially attack those TFLs in the backfield. How about him tossing a lineman at one point too, where he just chucked the lineman with one arm? Samuel Brando, why is it the NFL media has an obsession for player before and after they play for the Seahawks? You would think Woolen and Bryant were first team all pro. I don't know. You're onto it though, and that it's something that we've seen not only present itself this offseason, we saw it present itself last year with Geno Smith. You know, people couldn't throw Geno Smith in the trash can fast enough when he was with Seattle. The second he went to the Raiders, and now suddenly he's going to elevate and take the Raiders to the promised land. It's an indicator, Samuel, and it's an indicator of the fact that when you hear the national media speak about the Seattle Seahawks, probably chances are they've done very little homework, they have very little care, and they just sort of are getting to it as a gotta do more than it's something that they're really interested in discussing. And that stuff extends itself out in this manner and presents itself like stuff like this, where when guys leaves now, suddenly the best thing since sliced bread. And when they were here, you'd never even hear their name being talked about at all. It is strange. Weather Titan, who elicits fear in Seahawks fans, Stribling in San Fran. Jeremiah loves presence in AZ. Myles Garrett landing in LA. Well, I mean, Garrett is the most concerning, but nobody here's afraid. We're the champions. They got to be afraid of us. We're not afraid of them. But concerned. There's some mild concern with Garrett, I guess. Reside, who leads the sacks this year, or who leads the team in sacks this year? Hawks Nest. Ooh, good question. We'll give Derek Hall the nod. Derek finally gets bust through with some double digits this year, Riverside. Mays Brando, the nickel is 2 linebackers, 3 defensive backs, 1 safety. No, it's 2 linebackers, 3 defensive backs, 2 safeties, 4 down linemen. Charlie Brando, do you think the Eagles' Woolen will be equal or better than his time with Seahawks? I think it's going to be equal. I think Woolen is what he is. That's a guy that can give you stretches of games where he is very tight in coverage and gives up very little as far as completions or yards. You're going to have your brain dead moments where he just kind of sometimes checks out and does things where you really wonder what's going on with his internal processing. And he's always going to be a guy that's going to be a little hesitant to want to get in and tackle. He's not going to be ever ferocious in that way or really, I think, motivated in that way. But there's some good to work off of with that. And this is why I got the 1-year prove-it contract with the Eagles, but then also got some significant money on the prove-it contract, because they're kind of acknowledging all of that within their dealings with him on this. But you get the full experience. I think we learned with Woolen in all ways in that manner. Dansby might be good, man. He's one of those guys that's in the mixes for that kind of last roster spots. And can he take that 4.2 speed and maximize it to the ultimate when it comes to special teams, especially? We'll see. TJ, Brandon, I see you swapped the DK jersey for JSN. I love DK as a Hawk, but something about that 11 just pops off the jersey differently. I know, man. I'm getting the DK back in the backdrop, so I'm going to get that put back up, but I'm going to probably put it just behind me. So it's just less center frame stuff, with that. But yeah, I had to change it out a little bit. There were so many requests for that. Well, Titan, how are the Buckeye linebackers going to tackle NFL players when Avell Reese and linebacker that went to Washington, Sonny Styles, looked averse to tackling in college? I think you're right about it. I think both those guys had things that they've got to clean up in their game. Sonny Styles is a safety converted to off-ball linebacker, and he played like that. His run game instincts leave you wanting. And remembering in the college football game, so much of it's about passing that if you have limitations as a run defender, they can kind of get covered up just by the offense's lack of commitment to doing it. Abel Reese is a little bit of a different story with him, Euler. He suffers from a little bit of being the in-between man where Buckeyes, wanted to utilize him for the off-ball linebacker stuff, but then wanted to try to turn him into the Micah Parsons project. I don't think he got to really refine himself at either of the two positions and might end up just being a better off-ball will linebacker when it's all said and done. Might be a better kind of a Julian Peterson, kind of an old school reference for you on that in the way that he operates versus turning into a Micah Parsons where it's more, I should be operating off the edge more often than not. So there are two different reasons for both those issues. I have bigger concerns with Styles. I don't know if I ever really see off-ball linebackers turning around their ability to take on blocks and getting more ferocious about it at the NFL level. You avoid it at the college level, you're going to avoid it at the pro level probably. But I share your concerns with those two guys. Simogen says, no, what I meant is that in the prior years, Madden could have you at a 60 overall, but your actual and status was different as you could have 82 overall speed. Nowadays, Madden is a lazy 82 all stats. Yeah. Yeah, the stats didn't exactly fit to, like you're saying, to the skills you'd see on the field. Yeah, that's been my past with it as well. Herbazad, Hawksnest, what's your favorite position in football? You rocking a couple of wide receiver jerseys? I mean, it's probably wide receiver, but I don't know if there's a clear cut number one for me. You know what I mean? I don't know if there's a clear cut, but if I had to go to one, it might be wide receiver as far as my favorite. And something that just comes from Largent, and Largent being the childhood hero player for me, those roots set deep. Charlie, Brando, do you have a membership stream or call-in shows with viewers? I do indeed. We have a Saturday, this upcoming Saturday, for members of the channel and patrons of the channel. We'll be doing a call-in show. So 12 o'clock Pacific Standard Time next Saturday. I want to give you guys a little bit of leadway time on this one. And then we'll be doing one once a month. So we'll do one in August. We'll be actually doing two in August. We'll be doing one at the end of the month here, once next week, and then we'll do one in August. So once a month, we do that for the memberships. And we're trying to look to how I can expand this stuff further for you guys. I really do appreciate your guys' support in that way. But do keep an eye out on your community post if you're a member of the channel. That's where I put the membership benefits at, is under the community post there. Love the t-shirt, Brandon, says John. That beast Kenny Easley. Got to give Kenny a little bit of love from time to time, man. He's forgotten about, you know what I mean? He's forgotten about. Soccer is boring as heck, based Brandon. I tried, man. I just can't. I just get tired watching it. Simogen says, I will say the cams in soccer are amazing, but the actual reviews were bad. It took almost 20 minutes to get the actual review cam showing a player offsides. However, it was pretty fun overall to watch. I should try, man. I got to get over this thing. You know what I mean? I got to get over it. The flopping gets to me too, amazing. That's the tough spot for me on that one. Don Mata in the house. Good to see you, Don. Thank you for being a member of the channel and your $10 donation as well, brother. Very, very kind of you. Hey, B, how are you? I'm doing great, man. I'm having an awesome summer. If Rod McVay doesn't win the Super Bowl with that roster, is he one of the worst head coaches of all time? Will anyone call him out on it? I hate that pretentious piece of S so much, man. It's unhealthy. I get it. He definitely has gotten at times a little bit into that area of things of the face is getting more punchable with time, just a little bit. Yeah. Really going to create a rule for this play that didn't go in your way? Really? Fortuitous bust? You can't just own it that we beat you on the call? So there's a little bit that I play with him. And you touch on a good point with this, which is that my man Jake out there would try to tell me over and over again that this guy's the best coach in the NFL. And if that's so the case, if this guy's so amazing, if this guy's so able to elevate the talent that he has, no matter the talent he may have in full or in partial, he can elevate. Well, if he can elevate, then why you got to assemble the Avengers squad in order to beat us? If he's so good at his job, why you having to do that? 1 + 1 don't make 2 here, does it? There seems to be a little bit of something that doesn't quite add up. Almost like if I were to operate from the standpoint of saying, hey, I don't think I'm as good as a coach as that guy. I need more talent to be overcome that guy who's really brilliant, being Mike Macdonald. Hey, Les Schneed, go get me that. Okay. And then Les went and got him that. Now, I don't know that that conversation occurred, but I'm saying that if there's one to likelihood to the other, that's more likely than the alternative. So you're right. You can't have it both ways. You don't get to be the best coach of all time and you're putting an Avengers crew together, because you fell a little bit short. So I don't blame him for doing it. Build your team as strong as possible, but don't then point to me about how much your coach elevates everything around him. Your coach needs a lot of help. Your coach needs a lot of help to get you to where you need to go. That's how I do the math on that one. So good point on that, Don. Very good point on it. And will anybody call him out on it? I mean, that's the part of this that I come back to as far as the pressure quotient. And that's the part of me saying, I don't think the Seattle Seahawks are under pressure this year. I don't think they're walking into this with like all the eyes on them and like, okay, come on now. People smacking on their watches going, now. And quite the opposite. It's kind of like we already got the job done. It's already been to the promised land. We succeeded in the promised land on top of getting there. Like, don't feel a lot of pressure. And now everybody thinks this team's going to be the team that wins. Like, you think we're going to get everybody's best game. You think we're going to get everybody's best punch. What do you think the Rams are going to get with this roster? You don't think everybody's going to be loading up on them in the very same way, like as if they were a Super Bowl team? You better believe it. And where does the pressure go? What if this team starts out a little slow? Where's that pressure land? How does that start to mount? We could start out a little slow. We could finish with the 7 wins Bucky Brooks is prognosticating. It's not going to knock us off our hitch as far as the long term of this team still having every bit of chance to come back very next year and get back into the Super Bowl. There is no pressure, but there is pressure here. How much longer does Stafford have? How much longer does Sean McVay want to coach? Only 1 year of Aaron Donald coming in and out, not a multi-year experience. Better be now, better be now, better be now. And when stuff starts to get tight, when you start to get knocked off your hitch, you're not doing what you thought you should be doing, the pressure starts to amp up. You start to play tighter. People start to press. And the negative results start to increase. It may not play out. Maybe the pressure will be not on either team's shoulders when it's all said and done. But the Rams have certainly set the stage hugely here for it to be that if you guys don't win the Super Bowl, anything short of that, almost anything short of that, is a catastrophe at this point, considering all that you've put into this thing. Mays loves it. He says, Don Mata, best comment I've seen in a while, and $10 to boot. Well done. Let's go, Don. Okay, Brando drops some elite ball knowledge, but it's about why soccer sucks. Max says, you better believe the Hawks fans are going to be calling out the Rams if they flop this year. Offseason champs don't mean nothing. No, they don't. And we're ready. We are ready. Mays, I want to hear from Brando on the nickel and how the Seahawks could use it a high percentage of the time due to our excellent players. Well, you're already using it as high a team as anybody in the NFL, Mays. You're between nickel and dime cover. You're nickel 72% of the time. You're in dime 8% of the time. So you're in either nickel or dime 80% of the time. I don't think you're going to see a higher mark from teams anywhere across the sport. So it's tougher to go more than that. I mean, when you're looking at the other position, like the other position points are like 4% of the rest of the time you've got goal line situations, and then, base situations where it's like 3rd and short or 4th and short, where you're going to want to bring out base personnel. You don't want to bring out nickel there. So I think they've kind of driven it as high as they can, Mace. I don't know if you can go any higher. Simogen in the house. Thank you again, Simogen, for the $10 donation. It is good to see you too, man. I hope you're doing well. My main issue with PFF is that limit the top 5 grades over 80 per game. Top 5 offense and top 5 defense get over 80. So we can't even rely on them to get decent ratings anymore. Don't like that part either. That's for sure. And it is also why I would say, there's problems within the PFF rating system. There is. And I try as I can with this to always make sure that, if I'm referencing just the ratings, to say, okay, this is just the ratings, so let's take it with a grain of salt. When it comes to a guy like, Drake Thomas, for instance, and we're rating his coverage grades, I've got the all 22 that I've watched of Drake as well. I've gotten to see his collection of coverage snaps and what he does dropping into space. How good is he at dropping into space? His coverage instincts. How good he is about dropping, especially in this system where it's so much zone and so less man, dropping into space and feeling the guy coming into your zone and then moving towards him as he gets into your zone, moving through with him through the space of your zone, leaving him off then when he exits your zone, not to get caught up in those flood zone concepts that, of course, used to take Jordan Brooks to school over and over and over again. So it is never one thing that I try to lean on as being an end all be all, but it is also one thing that I think the most important place to utilize PFF from my standpoint of it is that number one, I think PFF gets hammered as sort of this 1 or 0 thing where everything's got to be it's all 100% great and all the information is perfect and useful, or it isn't worth a lick of nothing. It's all useless information, where there's the nuance here on this one to me. But the place that it gets the most value to me, Simogen, is when I can take coverage scores like this off Drake. I can take the trajectory of Drake's season last year and remember and watching the tape early on, problems here in the second game he started, problems here in the third game he started, problems here in the Tampa Bay game. He was one of the guys that had issues in Tampa game across the board, tackling, coverage. It was just not his best effort out there. There was a lot of holes. And then that got better as the year went along. The tape got better as it went along. Well, that fits to what I see from these grades. That matches to what I got to see on the tape. So it's when I can take the grade, marry it to the tape, and that's where, to me, it really reinforces the point about a player being good, bad, good in coverage, bad in coverage, good as a tackler, bad as a tackler. That's where, to me, you can get more of the fuller story. And that's where I always say the PFF data is there to be supplemental. It's to be a tool, but it's a supplemental tool in addition to the tape watching that's occurred as well. And whatever other information that we can bear into this, we want to try to utilize it all, but it is far from a perfect system. And there are certainly some, plenty of flaws within the PFF rating system. Absolutely. Yeah. I don't like, you only want to give out so many grades over this mark either. The grade should just be the grade. What's the grade for the player, right? Charlie Brando, how many awesome Ohio State wide receivers can enter the NFL and produce? So many quality wide receivers last 10 years. It is nuts. Yep. It's a lot of ways. It's been certainly them being a major program through that time period and not having any faltering and being a prime, a prime destination in that way. It's obviously been Brian Hartline through a lot of this period and his presence there. I don't think he's there right now. I think he's a head coach somewhere, but he was there, of course, highly renowned receivers coach who developed a lot of these guys. And I think that also helped out a lot of this, but let's face it, you can go back to like guys like Chris Carter back in the day at Ohio State. They've had a very rich history of really, really good Ohio State wide receivers. That's for sure. It is kind of nuts though, how many they've been able to produce. I mean, how many programs do we have in like Texas, for instance? Had a lot of receivers that have come through there over the last 10 years, but how many high quality ones? How many ones that have actually been able to realize the potential that they have tantalized coming out? Derek Brooks, you nailed it, OI Titan. Derek Brooks is the one weak side linebacker in the Hall of Fame over the last 35 years. And nobody's kind of thinks about this. And there really is something into this if you think about it. Because think about it. What does that mean? We've had no good will linebackers for 35 years? Is that what that is? No worthy of it? And what it really is it's a representation of a lack of inability by the voters of the Hall of Fame to understand the value of a will linebacker. It's not a stat-driven position. So what makes a great will linebacker? Has there been a great will linebackers the last 35 years? I'd offer there has been. I'd offer our own Chad Brown should be in the Hall of Fame, but isn't and is punished by this very same problem. Maze, I wonder if any Seahawks players ever come here and read our chat and listen to Brando. I don't. I think I don't think so. I would doubt it. Yeah, we know. I don't think so. I got Demon with more sacks than Hall this year. I could see it. You never know. Joey Galloway's another good one. Yeah, Joey was fantastic. One of those guys that's punished a little bit by the new mark of, like, the running backs can't get in at 10,000 yards rushing. 10,000 yards receiving, 11,000 yards receiving don't get you in automatically anymore either. He had a great career though, man. A lot of longevity on Joey. And he was a just freak coming out. One of the fastest receivers I've ever seen come out. Tyler, do you think Woolen will be the next former Seahawk to take a swing at a fan in the stands? No. Well, he's not built like that. He can go a little bit wild sometimes, but he ain't going wild like that. I could definitely think he could cause him some taunting penalty problems, and Simon's on it. He'll lose you a game in other ways. Other methods and means. I really think Price will be a more efficient runner than Walker, less negative runs. I think you're absolutely going to see that. But it's also just styles. Price is a little more of a decisive, get downhill guy. Walker's a little bit more of, I want to dance around and try to find the big run. Price finds the big run by getting downhill. And that's where they're really different. Both big play kind of running backs, but just different in the way that they do it. More vision on Price. It's part of why he's decisive too. You can just kind of see it quicker. Remember the time we beat them and they said that we were lucky and then they fired their special teams coach? That was awesome. That was awesome. So it just says, again, the Rams don't play us until the last 3 weeks. I mean, you got people saying we might go 14-0 prior, which would be great, but at some point the Rams might lose a few games. Indeed. I hope Aaron Donald sucks too, Max. I as well, man. Oh, Simogen, thank you for another $10 donation, brother. Very kind of you, man. Very kind of you. I mean, outside of Seahawk-focused news, no one is even talking about us at all. No mainstream content outside of hot takes, and even Tom Grossi and Perna is the only two people saying we will do well. I agree with you 100%, and I usually have good explanations for you guys on why things happen, and I may not agree for why they occur or that this is the way that, but I go, well, at least there's an explanation for why this is occurring. I've maintained I don't quite get how a team that can come off of greatness, that a team can come off of winning a Super Bowl, that a team that's coming off winning a Super Bowl that blew the doors off of its opponent, that the team that won the Super Bowl that won 14 games, that the team that won the Super Bowl that had to win their division twice over in the same season, that played in the toughest division in football on top of all of it, that team struggles to find people willing to give them their flowers and their lauding and their then projection to be good again the next year. They have gotten forgotten about instantaneously. And I would usually have a good excuse for this. The only thing I've been able to go to in my mind on this, Imogen, has been it happened so fast. And this team came up out of the ether, out of nowhere, that it's caught people off guard. And the NFL is one of those places where the pundits and the analysts need a couple of years of something to happen to then say that it'll be happening in the future. It's one of the reasons I say the pundits are so empty in their analysis, is because this is what they require in order to have analysis. Analysis, you're able to anticipate stuff that you haven't yet seen. You're so much an expert, you don't need to have to seen it multiple years over to become and then be an expert on it. Right? I think this Mahomes guy will be pretty good at this point after you've seen him for 4 years. You got to see some stuff and see it, relatively quickly in how you identify it. But this has been one that's been maintained throughout this offseason. It happened right after McDuffie trade. The Rams instantaneously, everybody's off Seattle. You've heard it in how all of these people have referenced how we won last year and should have been really the Rams, and we got lucky and 2-point conversions and blah, 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 right? It's been the same story over and over throughout this offseason. I think the good part about this is, while it'd be great to hear people lauding us over and over again, I think it brings less pressure to the team, Simogen. I think the team last year had no pressure on it. And part of them able to accomplish what they did was that they were so free and unbridled from that pressure, from that same pressure that I think started to mount on the Rams after that second game in that overtime period to us. I think they started to feel it. I think they started to understand what they had lost as an opportunity. And that pressure just started mounting and mounting and mounting. So I think there's a good side to this where, okay, nobody's talking about us, but then we may get a benefit of this. We may be able to actually be one of the few Super Bowl winning teams in recent memory that is able to fly beneath the radar like a B-12 bomber, like a B-2 bomber. You can't see us. We're just flying right between the radar, and they aren't going to see us until we're right on top of them, dropping our stack, full load. So I'm hopeful that this is going to be the outcome of this, Imogen, but I don't have any good excuse as to why it's played out this way. I've never seen anything like this in recent NFL history. I've never seen a Super Bowl champion tossed away so wantonly, seemingly by the general NFL public. I get we're in Seattle. I get we're easy to be forgotten about. But greatness should be recognized. Greatness should be celebrated. But not quite in this case, huh, Imogen? Hey, Hawks Nest, do you think we will make a trade? Who do you think we'll trade for? I don't think that we're going to look to make a trade right now. I think we make a trade by the trade deadline, Minksy, but I think that then that trade is built upon where's the team at right now? Where have we had a position where injury has struck us and knocked us down a notch or a peg, and we want to get back up that peg? And then that, I don't know which position that's going to be as far as where that injury hits where to where you got to reinforce. Maybe it's safety. Maybe it's edge. Maybe it's running back. But I think that you're in a position to be able to wait and see because of how strong a roster you've stacked both with the starters and the depth. And so there's not a reason to have to necessarily go make a move right now. I think that they're going to keep an eye on a Max Crosby and see where that situation rolls to. I think they're going to keep an eye on a Kayvon Thibodeau and see where that situation rolls to. But I don't think that they're impelled to have to do anything pressing right now. So just honestly, Perna and Grossi are not bought by the mainstream media and give their raw thoughts. They both said Seahawks are a major threat. I could see that. Those guys tend to be pretty even keel on their analysis. Kevin O'Connell, Brando, you look tan as hell. I'm getting out in the sun, man. I'm enjoying the summer. I'm just trying to get out, touch grass, man. Enjoy a little bit of this off season, this little tiny Super Bowl champion off season that we have upon us. Will this be the year Maserati Marv asserts his dominance? Maybe. It wasn't an awful year last year. Started out brutal, and he got a little bit of the yips early on in the year last year. The drop-itis struck him hard, but he got it figured out and started to get some things turned around. Coca Brennan, I thought soccer players were extremely athletic until I watched soccer. Half the time they're walking or light jogging. They only go 100% for brief moments. Only impressive thing is the footwork. Yeah, I mean, they get talked about in that match. And I do maintain, I think the NFL players are the best athletes on the planet. Maybe basketball players, if not them. But soccer players are not, you don't use even the top half of your body, basically. But yeah, it's one of the reasons it's such the jogging and the light, the lack of intensity. It's hard for me in watching sports throughout my life that have just, intensity has been at the forefront. Alan, thank you for almost over 2 years as a Hawks Nest member. Very kind of you, my man. Thoughts on running it back, scale of 1 to 10? Oh, I'm completely a 9 out of 10. I think that this is a team in Seattle that has as good a chance as any team in recent history to repeat. And the reasoning being is that you were able to return so much of your roster back. And it was such a young roster. On top of returning so much back, it was also such a young roster last year, being the third youngest roster in the NFL. There's going to be some natural improvement from it just because of that. It's in a tough division, but I just think that, that being set up in the way that it has been, I think is going to really allow you a real chance to get this done. I don't think you lost anything that wasn't replaceable. I think they still have the means to be able to add on top of this more. Somebody that was asking above about making a trade deadline trade or what we'd be doing. I think that's coming down at some point to reinforce you. So I'm a 9 out of 10 on this, Alan. I'm very bullish on this team right now. I think they're in a great position. They're flying under the radar, very little pressure on their back with how the media has put the attention on the Rams. Rams are going to have the pressure. Certainly Rams are going to be a tough, but it's kind of like a bridge we don't have to cross early on. It's like the Rams situation is something that we can deal with down the line, deal with after the trade deadline, deal with after we see how our season kind of goes. So it's kind of like just take it one at a time a little bit. But I have a lot of hope for this team, man, in that way. Let them hate, man. That's all they know how to do. That's right, Alan. That's right. Means who starts week 1 for running back? It will be Price. But you're going to see all those guys probably get a lot of carries. You know, there's going to be probably a nice intermixture of divvying up the carry load. Samuel, Brandon, when has an actual super team actually worked out? Remember the Eagles' dream team? I do remember the Eagles' dream team. You know, they spent a lot of money in free agency. I think they made a trade. It doesn't work out a lot. I mean, I will say that, look, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers kind of put a dream team together a couple of years ago, didn't they? They had Tom Brady came in there. You brought Antonio Brown in on that team. You had, remember they got Gronk as well. And remember, that was a Tampa Bay team that was really well structured. Grade A offensive line, really good defense. So, I mean, that was kind of a dream team, and that one did kind of work. You know, remember, Brady got there in that first year, got him right to that championship. But to your point, how often has it worked at other times in NFL history? You know, maybe not a lot. There's been some teams that have definitely taken a try at trying to soup them up to the maximum for one given year. You could see why a team would. You know, why not just take us above and beyond in 1 year, pay the price in the years after that, but just try to soup it up for one season to take it past everybody else. I mean, you could see it as being a viable strategy, but hasn't exactly worked out to your point. Simogen, I do love how every time in the NFC roundtable, you keep telling everyone how to say my name. they do not pick it up. They struggle with that one, man. Brian, no respect for our players, but K9 and Mafe leave, and suddenly they're indispensable, and we're nothing without them. That's how people have been kind of speaking about it, yeah. I think Mina Kimes go out of her way to undersell the Seahawks. Yeah, you become aware because she's kind of a national pundit on this one. So it's like they're also aware she's a Seahawks fan. So you're trying to do a little bit of see how even keel I am. And I don't, you know, I can get that a little bit from her standpoint when you're more doing a national discussion. You don't want too much your colors to show through. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Ohio State, Terry Glenn, ask Parcells. He was great. Oh, Terry Glenn was nice. Terry Glenn was very nice. And yeah, another one of those lineage of wide receivers where it's connected decade by decade. I'm sure in every decade you can find probably about 2 or 3 Ohio State wide receivers that have been very good receivers in this sport. And Terry was a good player, especially with the Cowboys there. Fast and good route runner, strong hands. Yeah, another one of those guys in that lineage, man. Great poll there, Randall. Terry Glenn. Who was the other guy? There was the wasn't David Boston Ohio State too, Randall? The steroid receiver? He was Ohio State too, I think. They hate us because they want to be us. They hate us because they ain't us. Pat ignored. Colin just likes us for Sam. I mean, the other media figures, who cares about the Seahawks, is the other white guy. Outside that, Perna and Tom give us love. Yeah, that sounds about right. You got that right. That's accurate. Flopping gets me. I could maybe take the languid pace of the game, but the flopping just takes me out. Alan says 9 out of 10. I love the sound of it. I'm in agreement with you, Brandon. I'm feeling good about this team, man. I wouldn't sell you guys wrong if I felt differently, but you know, do you guys look? I looked up last year. I said, here's a pathway to the Seahawks win the Super Bowl last year. I did a whole show around that. And a lot of that stuff that I talked about in that show played out to the season of what we saw. Dominant defense, ground game taking off, Sam replicating what he had done the prior year with Minnesota. And so I'm telling you true, man. I feel it is in that place. I think we are as in good a place to repeat as any team in recent NFL memory. Most NFL teams in recent memory have to take some hits. They've got to pay that price, that Super Bowl tax. We paid the tax maybe as far as losing a couple of guys, but we had reinforcement. We had the ability to replace what was lost. We did not lose what was vital. For sure, I'd say we have nearly 100% to get back to the playoffs, 90% round, and 70% NFC Championship round, to be honest. Love it, man. Let's go. Super team only works out if the team has chemistry. You put a bunch of flashy star players together, and most of them are trying to compete for camera time and clicks. It's a good point. That's the part about where you build a team in NFL, and chemistry is an important part, and having these guys on the same page is an important part. And you put all these disparate parts together, they don't just necessarily seamlessly work together like it's nothing. Sometimes you got to construct this and develop it to get it to go right. So underrated place, Brian. Underrated point to this, and it's certainly part to this Rams team you do, wonder a little bit about as you try to put this all together. Like it should work, but you are going to have to kind of manufacture some of that process to make it fully kind of happen, no matter the talent. Especially like their defensive front and all the games that they're going to want to run up front. Did you guys hear Brendan on the Seahawks episode 1 on YouTube? Hell yeah. They got Brendan on there? Let's go. Did he say he ain't us because they ain't us? It works either way. That's right. Stole that joke from the, forget the name of that movie. Called The Diplomat or something like that. It's that ridiculous movie where they go over and got to take down King Jong. I softened my dislike of soccer when they helped us build the stadium. That's fair. That's totally fair. 1994 49ers were a super team, hired guns to win a ring. That's true, kind of as well. Yeah. That's also true. There's some varying different attempts at it. But the bottom line is there's no guarantee. I think you can put a super team together in basketball and you'd be like, well, I know this team's going to be to the conference championship. I know this team's getting to the finals. May not win the finals, but they're getting the finals, this super team. I think in the NFL, it's a lot more of everything is still remains very much chance, and couple things break wrong in your way and you're toast. Doesn't matter how well you've constructed it so thoroughly, so deeply. Just got back from golfing, crazy Alaska wind. We for sure are a contender this coming season. Golfing in Alaska, man, in the summer. That sounds like an experience. Do you have to contend with moose and grizz on the coast? You get a little bit of moose, grizz, and yeah. Well, what's your handicap? Well, my handicap's 5, but I also got to shoot a bear every round. That's worth a couple strokes in itself, I got to shoot a charging bear once a round. It's no fun. You gotta hide from the moose on the turn at 9, behind the big tree, swing and then run. How you doing, John? Is he in the house? Yeah, those Tour de France guys, man. Look at their legs too after they've like pedaled for all those days. It's freakish looking. Coby's basketball players hold the title for most athletic IMO, complete package of change of pace, explosiveness, endurance. True. I think that's a good point. I don't like TDF anymore. They're all drug cheats. Good to hear, John. Hope you guys are having a great off season. Hawks Mess, you forget rugby players are elite. Tight shorts on well-built men running into each other at speed. What's not to love? Hey, it's very athletic too. It brings a lot of those elements into gear too. I like the fact that it includes the toughness aspect, which I think should be a part of the athleticism. Contact and whatnot. It's part of the thing where the basketball argument makes a lot of sense, is being the best athletes, because even with basketball getting a little bit less defense driven and can't touch each guy, there still is a little bit of physicality to it, which allows to kind of give you the full experience. Hawks Nest, an old friend of mine, won a place in the TDF a few years ago. Ooh, let's go. Last August, my 50th birthday, good friends took me out to the Moose Run golf course on the military base. In hole 4, we had to pause because of a grizzly bear near the tee. I was just joking too. You gotta have the beer spray in the back pocket as you're carrying your club bag. That adds a little bit of extra excitement to the golfing game, doesn't it? Like, I might get eaten today. You talk about a little bit of extra motivation to get through the course a little bit faster. I can't find my ball. Forget about it. Just drop it and go. I don't care. Just drop it and go. I won't even count your stroke. Just let's go. Something's looking at us. I don't know what it is, but I feel a pair of eyes on us right now. Alan, thank you for the $2 donation, man. Says, life has been lifing, but I'm so glad to be back. It's good to have you back in the flow, Alan. We're going to be doing a call-in show next Saturday, as you are a member of the channel. So be on the lookout for that in your community post link, as I'll get that posted it today, but we'll get another one posted this week as a reminder. But good to have you back, man. Hope life hasn't been lifing too hard on you. You've been able to hold up all right on that side of things. It's good to have you back in the flow, though, man. Albert, favorite Seahawks ever, Brando? Well, Largent's my guy. That's my number one dude right back there. You can see that. He'd be a number one for me. That'd be, pretty familiar names you'd go through as far as easily would be on there for me. Jacob Green. John, I'd want to kill like John L. Williams and Rufus Porter and Eugene Robinson and Walter Jones, Cortez, Chad Brown. All those guys would just they'd all be on my list, I'd say. And then there'd be some of the new guys on there here and there too, but probably a little more filled up with the older guys on it. I don't know if it'd have as much of the, I liked a lot of the Legion Boom guys, but I might find myself with a little more fondness at times in looking back on some of the guys like a Largent or an Easley or a Tez in retrospect. Simon Mariners won today, but unless I'm at the game, I'll watch full game. House of Highlights is pretty good for recap. Yeah, I like that too, man. They give you almost every bat. You can kind of just go through the game so much quicker. It's such a investment with baseball, 162 games, and some of them going 3.5 hours. And you're just like, man, it is a commitment. Love it. Thank you, Albert. I got some in the modern era I like too, but those guys just, probably more like a Max Strong and a Lofa and there are a couple of current Seahawks that I'll definitely have on there. GSN and Devin Witherspoon. Leonard Williams might be working his way into that place. Jim Zorn he's right at the edge of the list for me there, Megan. I can't quite get him on there. Mike Tice, Joe Nash, good names. Mike Tice might still be the best all-time tight end in Seahawks history. And Joe Nash played how many games is it's like 17-year career with Seattle? Hard hat, just type dude, nose tackle, dirty work guy. John Paul, does any thoughts on how the Seahawks do now with the new ownership group? Hard to say, man. I think it's a big guessing game as far as how they're going to operate and how aggressive they're going to have John be, or if they're going to just keep things fit to form and keep it at the same speed it's been at. Just you never know with any new owner and what you're going to kind of get. They seem to be committed to the process and letting the experts run the organization. But until they take over, we will not know for sure. Stop lying. You know it's him. One of these days, Megan. What's your thoughts on the CFL? I just watched it for the first time over the weekend. It's not quite like the NFL, but hey, it's football. I mean, it's fun for something to fill in that scratch for football, like you say, Koken. So I'd love to see a development league step forward, be it the Canadian League or be it a domestic one, just for the development side of it. But I don't run to it, you know. It's not much watch for me. Albert says, I have my favorite players, official Nike jersey. Cam would be one of my guys on there, Albert. He definitely would be one of my guys. Bobby would be on there from the Legion of Boom era teams, I think. Marshawn would be on there, no doubt about that. Doug would be one of those all-time guys on there. And this wouldn't be really like best players, just your favorite players, right? Just guys you just gravitated towards. Jabe Green and Paul John's coming to my elementary school in Nome, Alaska in 84. Maybe a Seahawks fan for life. I'm glad you mentioned Jacob Green. He's great, man. Underrated. I think he's still got in Seahawks history the most sacks of any Seattle Seahawk. Probably should be in the Hall of Fame. He was fantastic and did it in a 3-4 and did it in a 4-3. You talk about a defensive end who did it both as an edge in a 3-4 and a 4-3 at a time when usually you could do one or the other. Jacob could do both. Good player. Corey says, hey, Brando, can't wait for the first preseason games less than a month away. Go Hawks. Being season ticket holder is my favorite thing in the world. Oh, it's going to be good. A lot of fun young players to watch in these games, too. They won't be empty watching where it's just a bunch of back-end roster guys will never see an NFL field. We're actually going to get some real good competition and battles going down here. Fortunate Seahawks era to plan. Yeah, the 90s era. That's part of Cortez gets forgotten about a little bit. It's just he was in that dead area, but he was a hell of a player. I mean, win the defensive player of the year in a season when your team went 2-14. Yeah, if that doesn't speak to how dominant you are as a defensive player, I don't know what does. All right, we are 4.5 hours through here and to the bottom of the chat. Got through every question and comment on that. Oiler Titan of Steve Largent had stayed with the Houston Oilers and Earl Campbell. Do the Oilers beat the Steelers in the controversial 1979 AFC Championship? Most fans view as the real Super Bowl. Regime, no business. I mean, probably. I think the hard part about that becomes that the Oilers were so centric on running the ball. And that, I mean, I think Bum Phillips was very much cut from sort of the ground chuck cloth of things. And we're going to run and we're going to run and we're going to run and we'll pass begrudgingly. You had receivers there that were pretty good at that time. I don't remember where the things were out in 79. I know you had Burrows and you had Kenny White shoes with Johnson or whatever his name was. And that's part of why you guys weren't willing to move Largent. But Largent was getting into the height of his powers in 79. He was maybe the best wide receiver in the sport. And if you put the best wide receiver in the sport on the Houston Oilers team against that Steelers team, is that enough to push them past? Maybe so. Very possible. Corey, out of the rookies, who are you looking forward to the most, Brando? Well, it ain't sexy with it, but I would say it's going to be your 1-2 guys on this. Jadarian Price is the guy that I want to see if he can take the rock and roll with this. And given so much he's set up to be able to go downhill here and for his success downhill, and that, you know, you're set up to be able to just hit this ground running and go fast. The wind's at your back. Can he maximize that? With Bud Clark, can we start to see, even though I don't expect him to start, can we start to see the signs of him in training camp and stories we hear about him, and then what we see from him in preseason game, that nose for the ball showing up? Bud Clark had another interception today at training camp. You know, we hear stories like that. That's kind of two of the things I'm going to be most, taking a look at. I think that'll have me most interested, and where Beau Stephens is at as far as his level of advancement and preparedness and how good he looks. Thank you, Filler. Appreciate you, man. John Paul says the percentage chance the Seahawks can win the Super Bowl again. Well, we've had so you've had 9 repeat Super Bowl winners in 60 years of games of NFL where there's actually a Super Bowl. So 15% of the time, you're a Super Bowl champion, then my numbers are right on this. 15% of the time, you're a Super Bowl. So if 15% is what we've got historically we're working off of as a chance, knowing how hard that is, I think your Seattle Seahawks double that. I think that they're at a 30% chance from what would historically just be there in general terms. So they more than double the chances of repeat teams to go back and repeat. I phrased that weird, John, but hopefully that kind of makes sense. 15% would be your normal chances by your average team, just by 9 teams having repeated in 6 Super Bowl championship years. I think you're more than double your chances of getting that done. I do like Megan's 100% though. That's also a very strong. Cool Breeze's 250% might be even better though. I might even have that beat. Thank you, Maze. Much love the chat. Brought it again today, as they always do, and I love to see it. I really appreciate it. Dune Moose Rooks coming to the league via the Seahawks is the most exciting way to break them in. Macdonald is proving to be a master, saying the barn developing players. Can't wait for 26-27. Me neither, man. Amen to that. Amen to all that. Mike Renfro. Yeah, you guys would have been able to get the job done with Steve. Steve was the truth, man. Seahawks Daddy Jacob Green, most sacks in Seahawks history, 35th in NFL history, a half a sack ahead of TJ Watt. What a career, man. Not really appreciated. And that's just, young franchise, kind of just finding his feet. Great player comes onto that type of team. You get sometimes forgotten a little bit. Got to have Price ready day one, man. Absolutely right, C-Town. Looking forward to seeing all the rookies be. Amen. I think exciting ones to check out. Cool Breeze, Brando, if you had to compete in a track and field event, Olympic hockey event, what would your choice be? I can tell you the one that I think I'd have the most enjoyment. I'd want to do that ski move they do where they do the ski launch and they go for like 500 yards in the air, just flying in the air. That one looks pretty fun because it's all just like, it's very quick and then it's a lot of fun enjoyment. Now, you crash and burn on that fall, that ain't going to feel very good. So you got to land it. But how much fun would that be to that's like you're flying, man. I'd go with that one. I'm not fast enough for track and field. Even in my fantasy version. Hearing a lot of lukewarm reviews of Price so far. I don't know where people are making this assessment based off, Filler. Somebody had mentioned it early in the stream as well. But I just have come back to asking what is the basis of this? They're not in pads. They're not hitting. They're not going full speed. They're in shells. They're not running 11 on 11. They're running 7 on 7 in just the best case of scenarios. They're very limited on how intense they can run those practices. How do we make an assessment of that? How do we look at a player in those kind of conditions so separate of normal game conditions and say, I can assess that this guy's a little bit slow behind the curve and where he should be? I don't quite get it. It speaks to me of people who are trying to more create content and get clicks than it is actually representative of the fact that there's something slow going on there. There's a weird pull now, Filler, that's occurred here recently. I've noticed in the offseason. It's from a lot of content creators where you don't have a lot of stuff to cover. And so you start to try to manufacture and artificially create. And you can see the signs of it. You can feel the timing of this at this time of year when nothing's going on. And so you say something salacious or you say something you know is going to get clicks and it works. That's the point. If I put a video out tomorrow that says, think about this, folks, like I put out tomorrow video, just a full 5-minute video. Jadarian Price is struggling in training camp, and I just come up with a lot of stuff that's heard secondhand. I've heard sources from this, hearing sources from that, hearing reports of this. I'm going to have a 15,000 view video. That video is going to be watched. People are going to click on it. It's disingenuous as hell, and it's completely against everything I would ever run a channel to be. But there are some people that don't have the kind of scruples or moral code to that, and they don't care, and a click is a click, and it doesn't matter. It's kind of like, when they say, any media is good media. Even bad PR is good PR, because it is PR. But I don't think it's a lot. They're not basing that on anything. $112% chance. Hawks repeat. Saber dueling would be fun. That's a good one. I forgot about saber dueling. Hot Blogger doesn't like Price. Well, I like to hear that he's being, if he's basing it on OTAs, I think you're doing it wrong if you're looking at guys in the shells and trying to make assessments of them, especially when you're looking at a rookie in his first OTA. Like, this is where there's much, what there is there's a draw here to come to a conclusion of something that'll be clickable, and where we start from the conclusion and then we unwind the logic to then fit the conclusion, in my opinion on this. Because I don't know anybody that would look at football and say, I'm going to make any assessment based off of 7-7. There's no coach out there that would do that. There's no scout out there that would do that. That's not a thing. But it has become a thing in recent off seasons a little bit, I've noticed. And again, I think it kind of comes from that draw to need to create content. Koken B, what have you learned so far about Nero and Neal Kosla? I like what I hear about Vinod, but those two are expected to be heavily involved. I don't get too far into it. I've done some basic research, but I think when this all comes down to this is all just a guessing game. And I don't think that there's every subject you can go and become an expert upon understanding what's going to play out. When it comes to NFL ownership, you have everything under the sun, every reality under the sun: bad ownership, good ownership, in between ownership, overactive ownership, inactive ownership, cheap ownership, ownership that'll spend at every turn. The real bottom line on this is that you don't know what you're going to get until they become the owner. We want to know in advance. We want to have the whole story told to us in advance. This guy's going to be top notch. He's going to be on his game. He's going to be committed. He's going to spend money, but we don't know. And so I can't draw an opinion when it's based on ignorance. And this is one that's completely on ignorance right now, but we'll learn soon on that. Filler, I agree 100%, Brando. Yeah, it's a weird thing, man. It's one where it's just, it's almost one where it's like anybody that's played football would be able to tell you this. Everybody's been in shells. Everybody's been through walkthroughs. And the level of intensity level when you're in one to the other on that, it is almost a different sport entirely. It's like going from two-hand touch to tackle almost, and comparatively speaking things. So it's just a rookie and OTAs and shells. Nobody should be taking any evaluation points from that. Remember this happened last year. Remember the whole kerfuffle with Sam Darnold throwing an interception in OTAs? And it caused Brock Salk to have to ask Mike Macdonald in person, Mike, does this mean that there's a quarterback competition battle between Jalen Milroe and Sam Darnold? And do you guys remember Mike Macdonald rolling his eyes and absolutely just like, what are we doing here? And Mike pointed these exact points I'm pointing to right now. It's like, this isn't the time for evaluation. You're preparing the buy, you're preparing them for training camp, you're getting them acclimated to a playbook that they've never faced before. That's a pro playbook that's going to look a lot different than college. Checks, all those things, adjustments. I mean, your head's swimming. You know what I mean? And when your head's swimming, are you running at your athletic fastest? Are you out there thinking or are you reacting? Probably thinking, but probably expected. So then is that guy looking a little slow? Maybe. Should I then take something away from that at that point if he is looking a little slow? No, because it's just as much about being neck up, It's been one of my little pet peeves in recent years that have popped up where I'm like, why are people trying to figure guys out in this kind of environment? Don't let the facts get in the way of a true story, says Megan. That's right. I think part of it made you laugh, K9. Yeah, maybe so. And I mean, he may be seeing a little bit slow, but like I said, that could as much be about processing and trying, okay, playbook's got me over here. Okay, prior to the snap, I need to be here. My check's got to be to this, and then I got to go out to that. It's actually kind of complicated. And especially for a guy like him, like, pass pro situations, which he wasn't necessarily just at ease with in college. There's a little bit of a learning curve there. Kogan, right. I just want to know more about them so I can better understand how they might control the franchise. I just can't glean much from it myself. I mean, like their activity and what they've done, it's hard for me to make much assessments on this. I'll admit, Kogan, it's not exactly my, it delves outside of my area of what I would call my expertise and trying to make kind of assessments on that type of stuff. Oxness, that's why I never read media in the off season. That's a good approach. Very good approach. When I was younger, I did the javelin, shot put, 100 million dash. Oh, you're the full meal. You're one of those, what were the ones that I used to know the name. You did the full thing. Like, what did they have the name for that? John, it was, triathlete. That's what, my old brain sometimes. Dune's on it. Shoot, last year, Donald was struggling throughout OTAs and early training camp. Now we love him. See, there we go. You're on it. See, you guys are so smart. I think it's something you guys are thinking of at the same time. You're on it. You know what I mean? 1,000 chance of a repeat B. Even better. That was on Mike Salk. It was. But it's also like, it shows that there's a nature of a beast of people to watch camp and see something happen and start to try to, in these situations, derive a lot of conclusions. No, that's not what you're doing. It's not the time of the year to do that. Brock was not involved in that. That was all Salk. Definitely a little bit uncertain times, Koken, in that way. And I'm with you on that. And that I don't know what I'm going to get until I get it. And that's why I got to see it. No matter the promises put at play, Media is a little bit funny in that, Cool Breeze. Yeah. Radio's kind of going through it, I think, a little bit too. Megan, people are always trying to make something out of nothing as if there's nothing else to do in the off season. Yeah. Well, that's the part that I don't always understand that too, is that especially for a Super Bowl team like the Hawks, there's plenty of stuff to talk about and cover with this team on, prior to talk about that, how to do it this season and projecting to next year's season. But it's the nature of the game right now. Clicks and, all clicks are good clicks, essentially. Show starts on I think it's the 7th of August. It was 7th or 13th, I think. I forget. Seahawks Daddy, I judge myself on what my 8 and 80-year-old selves would think. Neal Kosla's Twitter description. It's a pretty good description. It's part of the reason I think Price should play a decent amount in the preseason. Potentially, yeah. I think it's kind of two different things drawing at you at one end. You need to have him healthy for game one. Charbonnet may not be available for the first 3 or 4 games of the season, which means Price has got to carry more load at the front of the year. Do I want to risk that in preseason and losing that to acclimate that stuff in faster? And that just depends on his progress, I guess, a little bit within that. But if I was in Mike's position, I'd be a little hesitant to want to play him because I don't want to lose that guy and end up down to my 3rd and 4th running back by game 1 of the season. Did Jody make an exit statement? So I didn't catch it. Curious to hear her next info. I have not heard it either. Nothing yet. We should get something, though. Like Seahawks Daddy did. She did a Trailblazers farewell. Oiler Titan, Carson Beck and Jeremiah Love looked amazing at practice. Everyone has noticed. Yeah, I've been hearing that too. Exactly. Exactly. Dude Moose, the algorithm has put a bit of the Rams and Niner channels in my feed, and the little I've watched, they both hate the Seahawks and are offended we won. Love that. Bring it. Not afraid of being a target. No, I'm not either. And both of those franchises hate it. You can feel their anger about it. You can feel in the different ways they go about their business and their frustration and how they act out towards a lot of Hawk fans in that way of how mad they are. I think that they just didn't think this was a possibility, and that they have been struck sideways as much as anybody. And I think you feel in the reaction of the Rams front office this offseason and all they're doing to try to supersede the Seattle next year, and that you've caught them a little bit thunderstruck, and you've done it so right. You didn't do this fast. You didn't do this quick. You didn't do this because you dropped a big stack of cash on a table somewhere. You built it slow, properly, through the draft, drafted and developed, brought in the amazing game-changing head coach, spent your money smartly. You can't kick anything, you can't pick at anything at this organization. And it's frustrating because then it's harder to find the hope. Hope starts to feel a little bit, blind. Or in the Rams case, we just have to go so over the top to find the hope. Oh, they're offended. Yeah, they're offended. I'll tell you what. Kevin says, when you head into Seattle B, I had to pass on the trip this year, Kevin, unfortunately. I would have loved to have taken the trip up there, but the pricing ended up just going too much. To come into Seattle and do a hotel stay and the car rental and all of that, it just ended up being I couldn't validate it as far as the cost goes. I've gone up the last couple of times for training camp, and I love seeing training camp in person. I really do. But there's not been any real big bump as far as viewership by going out there for the training camp streams. It just doesn't do anything for the channel. So it just kind of becomes you're throwing $1,500, $2,000 away for no real major benefit. And I've done a couple of meetups. We've done a few meetups in person. I appreciate all of the people that showed up in person when we did the meetups, but it was like a couple of people showed up. So there wasn't really Kevin, there wasn't really like a big hunger there to do like the meet and greet kind of situation on top of it. So kind of between those two factors, I was like, well, there's really not a lot of reason to go up then at that point, outside of being able to see them kind of in person and the value that brings. And it does bring a value, but not $1,500, $2,000 value, Brandon, when do you predict the Spoon deal gets done by? Lots of creators saying during training camp, the last insider report was that the negotiations were going smoothly. Hard to decide on this one. I think this is another one where it's the reason you're seeing differentiation in responses to this is because everybody's trying to come up to a conclusion blind. And I think there's a lot of times in doing analysis in this game, people ask you questions where I'm just answering a question just off of my gut instinct. I don't have anything to base it off of. I can base it off past history of negotiations and where I think it could go, but it's really whimsy, what I'm basing my opinion on at that point, Koken. So I would say take it with a grain of salt. I think it gets done within the first 2 weeks of training camp. But I could see there being a lot of holdups on this deal, him demanding too much money. You have to wait for the new ownership to take over before you want to put the deal through. A couple of different things on this could be a little bit of sticky on that. So it's hard to know exactly what's going on for sure. I wandered onto the Raiders chat. It was cool, but funny. They have really high expectations. Oh, goodness. Oh, those poor Raider fans. Brian says, if that's not a sense of entitlement, I don't know what is, to the point where they're not the least bit sheepish about buying a chip. No, it's all good for them, which, hey, good for you guys. You bought it. Good. I think it's more impressive to draft and develop myself, but put it on the credit card, so to speak. The clip of McVay trying to explain the 2-point conversion thing is hilarious. Yeah. Especially the reporter who says there's like there was a reporter who was just grilling him about it too. She's like, yeah, wasn't that just a stupid thing on your part? He's like, yeah, the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I can't be doing that. It was just that thing in the moment I thought that I shouldn't have done. Cool Breeze. I personally can't wait for AD to come back week 10 and they still settle for the wild card and come up short. Me neither. See down Mike Macdonald saying something like, we still talking about that? Yeah. Yeah, man, I'm going to try to get up next year. I'll try to kind of get the bud. I did a Senior Bowl trip this year. I wanted to do that at one point or another. And I did the Seahawks parade, which I really wanted to go to the parade too. So I kind of cut down my budget a little bit by doing a couple of those trips like I did. And so hopefully next year I'll be able to get up there. But it just didn't, I couldn't financially make it make sense quite to make it go on this one this year, unfortunately. Next year, maybe. See down. Hey, Brandon, are you going to watch Hard Knocks? I'm not only going to watch Hard Knocks, we're going to do watch along Hard Knocks on the channel for members of the channel. So if you're a member of the channel, I will be going live when Hard Knocks goes live and reacting to it. And so, yeah, if you guys are going to be watching it, we can all watch it together. Check it all once. Huskies, do you think the Rams made a mistake going forward on fourth on the fortuitous bus play? A field goal wouldn't have been terrible. I think the part that makes that hard is that from Sean McVay's standpoint on that, you're making that assessment based upon how the game has gone up into that point. And the way that the game has gone up into that point is that, they've run the ball. Seahawks have run the ball decently. And then we've thrown the ball really well. Sam's got 350 yards passing on you, something around that territory. Do I feel like I can trust my defense to get a stop right now? And well, that's, a stop in the way of not giving up even a field goal to the Seahawks team. And remembering, considering with that, you kick off and you're going to kick them off. You're going to give them the ball at the 30, at the 35-yard line, whatever. And then, now they just get a couple first downs and they're in field goal range and they got the field goal kicker to kick the kick. And then bingo, bango, you're kind of neutralized there from his territory of things. So I think he thought his defense could get a stop, but I don't think he had confidence at that point with the way that game had played out that his defense was going to get a stop from keeping them from going and getting a field goal. And it all coming back to, again, you're building a little bit. This is the problem with having a bad special teams unit from a Ram territory of it. And then not only having a bad special teams unit, but knowing you've got the bad special teams unit, you're building it into your strat. You're building into your strat in that moment. Okay, well, we get the touchdown or we get the field goal, and then we're going to kick off. And I got to kick off to Rashid Shaheed. And then he's probably going to get that ball back at the 35-yard line. And then they only need a couple of first downs, not a touchdown, just a couple of first downs, and they're in field goal range. Better just go for it on fourth down. The problem with that thing is that it starts to factor into how you build your strat a little bit. Not a driving force, but it's built in, baked in. What players are you targeting in the first round for fantasy? Ooh. Shoot, man. I certainly think you're good straights by keeping targeted on running backs. What do I have here? I think going for, obviously, your Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan Robinson, Kyren Williams, Breece Hall, Jadarian Price, Marion Hampton, Rico Dowdle. I mean, these would be guys I don't know if I'd go full first round, but in first and the second round areas. I'd be careful with some of the aging running backs out there. I think obviously you're in good shape with Jackson, Jamar Chase, Puka Nacua. You get these guys. Luther Burden's a guy to target. Emeka Buka's a guy to target, maybe. These guys I think are going to be very productive. Jalen Waddle is a guy that I think is going to, I've said this, I don't think we've yet seen Peyton put with a top-end wide receiver that he hasn't been able to maximize. Zay Flowers, I would throw him in there as well. Those would be the main guys I'd probably take to look at. I will admit, though, I'm not the best fantasy guy of XO. I tend to be about middle of the. I don't tend to be the worst, but I'm right about the middle in every year that I do it. Not been a rich history for me. Thanks, love that we don't get HBO down here. B, why don't you guys get HBO? What are you guys doing? Why don't you guys? What do you? Come on, you guys get HBO. Come on, Megan. Leonard could be a big hard knocks. I see it. John, let's say the Seahawks do win back-to-back. Will they ever get the same respect as the Cowboys or Patriots, the Super Bowl champions? Probably not. And that's a little bit of what you get with being out the Pacific Northwest like we are. We're not a major market team, and we'll never be treated like an East Coast team or a major market team. But that's okay. The greatness is still legit. Doesn't need to be talked about to be real and true. Crosby by the trade deadline, says Telios. I wouldn't say no. Remind me who got third last year. Yeah, you did a little bit better. I was rolling, and then there's always some little thing that just trips me up. Seahawks will go undefeated, and all the critics will be silenced forever. Well, that would shut them up. I'll tell you that. That would get the job done. Patriots shut down all the running attacks in the playoffs except the Super Bowl, but the running back is gone, essentially a winning game before rookie injured left tackle lost the game. Who is going to run on the Pats week 1? Well, I might point to other Titan that, their fairly easy schedule and one of the more easier schedules in recent Super Bowl history definitely aided them out in being able to get up on top of teams and make teams have to pass a lot. And, even the pathway through the playoffs, going through the Chargers, who had no offensive line, and then going to the Denver Broncos, who didn't have much of a running game, and then no starting quarterback. Yeah, you're able to limit those teams in the playoffs as well as far as the rushing attack goes. It was more of an extension of what you dealt with through the regular season. Then when you had to actually go up against a team that could run the rock in Seattle in the playoffs and was a good team overall, you faltered quite a bit. So I don't think they're going to stop our rushing attack in a week 1. I don't know if we'll be as successful in rushing as we were in the Super Bowl, but I think we'll be better in our passing attack. I think there was a couple of throws in that game that Sam Darnold missed that he doesn't typically miss, that he's going to make in the game in the second go around. So passing attack will be better if the rushing attack isn't as good. But can't understate as well, or Titan, the easy schedule that Patriots team had to go through. And this is part of the reason why you blew the doors off. It wasn't just their left tackle was quote unquote injured. You had plenty of guys on that defensive line taking that whole Patriot offensive line to task. The whole offensive line to task. Your absolute favorite beer, regardless of cost, mine is Duvel, available at Total Wine. I'm almost to the point where I don't drink it all hardly ever anymore, Al. I've gotten bad about dealing with beer. I go with something really light because I'm a lightweight at that point. It's got to be something like just a Stella type thing that because I'm so weak now as far as my tolerance goes if I drink. And I have a couple beers and become hung over the next day. It's gotten ridiculous. I hate getting older. But something like that, just something easy and light. Telios, Patriots owner will be like a lion playing with its food. Let him know, Telios. You tell him, man. Pats had Gonzo with a monster game, but that wasn't enough. No. It's true. Warriors says, I agree. The Pats had an easy record, will be better, but might have worse record. I'm thinking they are. They were one of the teams that I think ends up probably being at a positive record at the end of the year, Toiler, but I do think they're going to miss the playoffs just because I do think there's a little bit of a backwards. I like what they've done with the receiving core. Brown and Dobbs, that's the part to me that where they're more dangerous against Seattle, where that's the distinct difference as far as the matchup. It has less to do with the injury to the left tackle or this over here. Or us running the ball really good. It's that now they've got some two real viable receivers to really challenge you on the outside, which you had Mac Hollins and Stephon Diggs. Like that's pretty night and day difference on that side of it. That's to me where the challenge will be. What about the long promised drunk stream? Well, we're going to do a charity stream. I don't know if I can do the drunk stream anymore, man. It might have to be, I'll drink some THC drinks or something. Something like that, Megan. The last couple of years, anytime I've drank, I've been thrown off by how my body just like rejects it. I don't know if they've started doing beer weird or differently or something, or I don't know. I think the NFL putting the Pats against us to open is doing them a disservice. Beating them to close last year and to open this year will be awesome for us. Yeah, it's not great for them. It's not ideal for them, to your point. And I think the NFL just got stuck. Seattle's got to be the first game of the year. They won the Super Bowl. That's the standard. There's only so many teams that would be a drivable option for you that would bring eyeballs at the teams you play on your schedule. It's got to be in Seattle. They just got kind of stuck with limited options there, Dune. I did think it was going to be Chicago. See down the drunk streams are reserved for chat sports. That's right. That's right. Maybe someday we'll do it. Ron Sausage, how you doing, man? Just can't wait for the season to start. We better have a game plan, better game plan for Gonzo. Yeah, I mean, remember there was the post route where Sam threw it a little bit behind JSN. JSN beat Gonzo on that post route. That would have been a touchdown. There's the play where JSN breaks deep. Sam pointed to this in a recent podcast about missing a couple throws in the game. Remember the deep throw to wide open JSN? I mean, I think Sam makes that 9 out of 10 times when he makes that throw. I think he was just trying to be a little extra careful because it was the Super Bowl as far as the turnover stuff goes. So, even with as good as the Gonzo played, there were still going to be some spots in there you could have easily have hit and normally would have hit and will hit, I think, when it gets to week 1. Alice, is my favorite episode is the night we lost the Rams a handful of years ago. You knew we were losing Russ. You were unloading for hours. That's one of the famous Hawks Nest streams, is one of my great drunk streams, is the day Russ got broken with his finger. I knew that was going to be it. You're right about that. Yeah. Man, I got smashed on that stream. Smashed. I had my boy, Dr. Sanders, bringing me whiskey shots. That thing went sideways. If you guys can ever find that show, I can't bring it back out. I almost am a little like embarrassed by it, where I'm like, oh, yeah, maybe not my best moment. I had to mourn though, Al. I had to mourn the loss of Russ. We all got to mourn our own way. Coke and Brandon, are you on the Zaza? No, I'm not. No. I can't drink due to migraines anymore either. I get the crazy headaches, Megan. I might be with you on that. Brian, you have a good one, man. Appreciate you hanging in there with me tonight. Always good time. Just a bit. You were 6th, I think, and you laughed at my second pick of JSN. I did laugh at your JSN pick. I did end up with a lot of... I'm not the greatest in fantasy. I'll own it. It's not the strength of my game. No, I definitely was not sober on that one, man. We went a little overdrive on that one, but I was mourning. A man in mourning. I mourn like Brad Pitt's character in Snatch when his mom dies. That's how I mourn my football team, okay? We all got our own process. Funniest nights I was doing straight vodka shots. Woo! That was an intense stream, I'll tell you what. Seen the Odyssey yet? Not yet. I don't know if I'm gonna, man. There's some stuff that's got me concerned. I'm a little concerned. F it, Brandon, go grab a blunt and do a geeked out stream. I might do a geeked out stream at some point. That's on the table. That's a little bit more doable for me. Hopefully, special teams can be better this year, Doom. Hard to be much better than they were last year, but you never know. You get a full year of Rashid Shaheed now, not just half a year, not just partial year. Paralytic drunk takes on a whole new meaning with a hemophilic migraine. Oh, yeesh. Yeah, that sounds brutal just in itself. Have yourself a good one, Maze. CRB, ever drank real beer? None of this U.S. water? No, the U.S. stuff is pretty dank. We like spray air with a bunch of pesticides. It's basically pure poison by the time it gets to you on your in your fridge. So one of these days, I'm gonna get out there into Europe and taste the real beer, the unfettered, the unpesticide treated. Bronze, it was awesome. The upset people are kind of circling around about it, but not Nolan's best, but a cool ass movie. Yeah, and I'm not as much caught up in some of the stuff that people are caught up in. I could get on board with some of the stuff of changes that have occurred. But I got to be honest with you, Bronze, like some of the clips coming out have not gotten me into it. I didn't like the trailer. What I've heard about the changes to the story, I haven't liked. Them talking in modern language is kind of strange and jarring. Again, there's been some things with it just scene wise that are just, The scene with the guys running in the woods from the big dudes and they run into the wood trap, for instance, that's a Monty Python sketch. Like to see that in a Nolan film is just really jarring. And I do have a worries with with Nolan that, I understand why some will hold him in high regard as saying he's my favorite all-time director. I get it. Like I wouldn't push back against it. I can understand why the draw would be there with a guy like that. But boy, there is sometimes a little bit of just it's a little clinical. It's a little bit like I'm in a laboratory watching a movie being built rather than there's the feeling of it behind it there at times to it. But I'm on the fence with it, man. I don't know. On the fence. Which quarterback on the 26 schedule scares the Hawks most? Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Mahomes, Knicks. None of them. I mean, Mike McDonald's beat two of those guys his first year. He beat Jaden Daniels last year. Mahomes is not likely to be at 100% by the time you're playing him. Was a week, 6, 7? I'm not scared of any quarterbacks, man. We got the number one defense in the NFL. They got to be scared of us. Some drunk Christopher Walken would be fun to watch. I'm having fun now. Does Barton Rabbit have a chance to be second on the team in receptions this year? No, I don't think so. Too many good receivers, man. Poison is the American way. Boy, everything we do here has got to have some sort of like corporate, I'm partially trying to take you out part of the process. It's like the more you look at, the more you just shake your head. You're like, really? Everything's got to have this? Really? Megan Hawksnest rereading the Iliad Odyssey. Can't wait to see it. I hope it's good. We need more good movies. Husky, if they had small pours of beers like Japan, I'd be all over it. I can only drink like a quarter of the big glass they bring out in the US. Yeah, it's tough. We definitely put him back. I enjoy his original movies and not as much of the biotic adopted story stuff. Same. And I think some of the stuff is I think my issue a little bit comes into bronze, filmmakers go through transitions and changes. And I ran into this a little bit with like Quentin Tarantino. And a lot of people like Quentin Tarantino's later stuff in his career. I prefer more of earlier Tarantino stuff. I'm more Reservoir Dogs, Pulp Fiction, True Romance. Like that's where I think he was in his best. Likewise with Nolan, I think that he was more at his best when he was in the Insomnia, Memento, Prestige area of things. And I think with time, and this kind of happened, I think Tarantino as well, you get big for your britches and you get a little bit, there's not enough checks and balances kind of stuff, and you just kind of take it wildly into your direction fully all the way without any kind of that. And it kind of can just add a little bit of extra, like in Tarantino's case, bloat at times. Like Tarantino needs an editor. Tarantino needs somebody to take this out, tighten this up. This can stay, this can go out, There's not enough of that going on. Just kind of like everything you're putting down is glorious and great and the best. Uncut, unadulterated poison's what this country's built on. That is the truth, man. We protect Monsanto out here. We give our corporate plutocracies, we give them protections from the courts. That's how we do it. We protect our poison makers. Just makes us more badass. Yeah, Tenet completely lost me. That was one where I was just like, I'm out. No, he didn't direct True Romance, but he wrote the original script. And I think that's one of his better scripts ever. And then Tony Scott took the script and, unlike Oliver Stone, didn't change it, put it down exact, casted it beautifully. So it's still very much to me a Tarantino story, even if he didn't direct it. But that's where I think he was at I think that's when he was at his best. And I think filmmakers sometimes, when their stuff is really great and they've had that run and everybody's told them that they're the best ever and everything they shoot's amazing and every dialogue they write is amazing, and there then becomes a little bit of a lack of check and balances there. And then you allow your stuff to get a little bit too indulgent, I think is the word that I'm looking for. Bronze, QT's later stuff doesn't appeal to me as much. I agree. Nolan's kind of fall into that A-lister, check the box 5. Yeah. And look, it is me taking a little bit of Nolan to task here, but I don't want to undersell the fact that he is very talented. He's made some great A movies. He has it in him, I think, to do it right. I have kind of felt like he's in that sense of like, I think Villanueva is as well. Denis Villanueva, that they need kind of the strong screenwriter to put a script together, and then you come in as the director. They tend to think that I need to be the screenwriter too. I need to have craft the story too within that. And the problem is that then some of the deficiencies within your game, and all storytellers and filmmakers are going to have some deficiencies in their game, just they get bigger. In Nolan's case, complete lack of humor and a little bit of that just clinical feel you can get from him at times when he kind of loses a little bit of that, for lack of better terms, this a sense of humanity to the work, that really connects it in that way. It's a little bit like sort of shades of kind of Kubrick could be in his worst case scenarios at times, and when he was going into that territory of it. So yeah, I'm that way with QT. There are scenes that are absolutely as good as you'll ever find, like the opening in Inglourious Bastards between the Frenchman and the Landa trying to find out the people under the floorboards. Like that's as good as anything Quentin Tarantino's ever written. It's an amazing sequence, but it just isn't consistent throughout that whole. There's a lot of unevenness, a little bit too much fat here, a little bit too much fat there, unnecessary scene here. Brandon, did you watch the show Prison Break? Thoughts? Just rewatched it recently. A little bit of it. I never could quite get fully into it too much. But it wasn't bad. It just didn't quite grab me. Kevin says Nolan describes purposely making it so you couldn't understand the plot or hear the dialogue. Yeah. And then I've even heard him afterwards when people are like, explain this whole backwards to front thing. And there's a lot of people that are saying, no, I understand it completely how it works. Even he said, it doesn't really matter if you really understand how it thinks. And it's not going to make a sense if I try to make it like you didn't even think it through all the way. You just had kind of a cool concept of if this could go this, and then you built it around that. And then you mentioned like the dialogue, and I can't hear half the stuff being said. Like that drives me crazy. It's yeah. And that's that indulgent side of it. I want the music to overtake the dialogue. No, I want to hear the effing dialogue. Yeah. Oh, thank you for the $2 donation. Have you ever lived in Washington? Just, sir? I grew up in the state of Washington. Went to high school, town near Everett. But grew up there through my first 20 years of my life. For the most part, was in the state of Washington growing up there. I lived up and down the North Corridor, everywhere from Marysville down to Seattle, Shoreline, Linwood, Everett, Mukilteo, Edmonds. I've lived over on the east side from Bothell to Bellevue. Yeah. Yes, sir. I'll probably end up back there someday too. I'm down right now in California as much for family reasons. I'd like to get back to Seattle, but there's some other things that supersede that right now at the time, Ron's Odyssey making all the money won't help him push back the old ways, I wouldn't think. Probably not. And that's okay. I have problems with filmmakers in this day and age that piss me off and annoy me to no great lengths. With him, I got at least a guy that's a true artist and truly trying to make, great cinema. And that I think a lot of people aren't trying to make great cinema. They're just trying to sort of just check some boxes and get things pushed through. So, he deserves to be lauded for that reason alone. But I do think that this is where you got to be careful as a filmmaker as you get older and falling into this trap. I think Spielberg, and you see that recent movie with Spielberg coming out, I think some of he's fallen in that trap a bit, and it's human nature a little bit. And someone punched me in the face and knocked me out for 3 weeks, so preseason games will get here faster. Let's go. I was hoping Disclosure Day might be better than Contact just from the trailer. Yeah, that would have been great, man. Fell on his face, though. The game can pass you by in sport and in filmmaking, I suppose. Tenet is one of my favorite Nolan movies behind Oppenheimer and Memento. Sorry, B. I tried with it, Megan. I gave it a true try, but boy, I couldn't. Trapcat, if anything, the music should be put a plus to the dialogue 100%. Yeah. Yeah, you should not be drowned at your I never be watching a movie. I'm straining to understand what somebody's saying in the scene. At the end of the day, dialogue is a big part of what draws your movie and pulls people in. And I get there's always with the filmmaker, and I think this is what you get, especially with these visual type filmmakers, where everything is led with the visual. How awesome can the visual look? And they get very concentrated on that. You almost get a little bit too obsessed on that part, right? And really, it should be a balancing act as a director. How am I balancing how I'm guiding the actors? How am I balancing how am I, the visual? How am I making sure the pace and the message of the scene's getting across right too, in addition to that? I think he's kind of a guy that goes over there and just gets his shots set up and just tells the actors to just kind of figure what they want to get figured out for the scene, and then I'll shoot you. And it's like, look, that works. And that can make a great movie, but it also has some limiting effects. Al, thank you for the $2 donation. Top 3 all-time favorite TV shows. Oh my gosh. Oh man. I don't know if these will be, I'd have to probably sit down and think through, I'm an old dude at this point. I've seen so much TVL. So it's like going through decade after decade and just trying to quickly go this. I think the 3 shows that stand out to me, the first 2 seasons of Dexter, I think are phenomenal. I think that the Game of Thrones through the first about 4 seasons is about as good a television as you will find. Both those 2 shows really did fall off pretty hard. And then I think that my third show would actually be Justified. Justified would be my third show. I think Justified's dialogue is as good a written dialogue in television as we've seen in recent memory. It's the closest to Tarantino in a prime Tarantino dialogue, I think, as you'll kind of see. Another one where maybe with time, the show didn't stay as tight, but for a couple of seasons there, it was really good stuff. Goga Brando, can you drop the link to the drunk stream? I swear I had it saved, but I lost it. Yeah, we can find it. Yeah, we can find it, I'm sure, here. Let me see here. Man, this is back a ways. Ooh-wee. 5 years ago. All right, folks, I'll give you the link to the drunk stream right here. See if it posts it. Oh, yeah, there it goes. I think it got in there. I think it did. That's why I love Nolan. I saw Oppenheimer 4 times, 5 days. I get it. This is one I get. Even if I don't, there's sometimes will be directors people like that I'm like, I don't understand the draw to this guy or this storytelling, but that's a guy that I completely get it. Is the Fantasy League still in full swing? If you're in it, let us know. See, down some YouTuber made a horror series and then made a highly rated feature movie at 20. He did. Yeah, that's the Obsession one. Or Backrooms. Backrooms is the one. Yeah. I love seeing it. Backrooms, Obsession, original stories, finding success. You don't need to have some monstrous budget. It all comes down to good story, well written, good dialogue, well acted. That's what you need. It's hard to do, but it doesn't have to cost a ton of money to do that. You just go find the artists and the people that can do it right. Splitface always talk about Chris Nolan. No one mentions the Dark Knight trilogy. True. I think the first 2 are really strong. I think that third one's a little bit dicey. but the first two are very, very good movies. Best Batman movie is probably the Dark Knight. Movies have been real mid to me since '05 too. Part of it's getting older, and this is the thing that happens as you get older. Part of it's just that movie making has really changed conceptually, and the level of care and detail, and the level of really trying to make something special has kind of gone out the door in favor of sort of a conveyor belt process that just has no immersion to it because it's so made so wispy. Yeah, CR. If you want to get on CR, by the way, if you're looking to get on the fantasy, go ahead and just email me at HeyHawksNest, and I'll get it pushed out to our fantasy commissioner. We're going to run it again, but if you are interested in getting on, just heyhawksnest@gmail.com. Send me out there to a link that direction of things, and I'll try to reach out to our commissioner to get you added on to the group. There's usually always a couple open spaces. Trap Cat, I had to shake my head when I saw the trailer of a guy writing a script that becomes the Rocky movie. Like, what is this? It's their struggle to lean into original content. It's remakes, it's sequels, it's trilogies, it's comic book movies, it's find anything current that's a property and then take and ape off of that. And that's all they can do. Like, they've lost their faith and ability to create any sort of original stories. I'd offer that at times they're not even trying, which, how do you know you fail at it if you're not even really trying to a high degree? And that's where they've landed with this. I think eventually Hollywood will get it right, or movie making will get it right and get back to original stories. And that's where movie making will find its footing once again. Cameron says, I saw a lot of people saying the NFL was a down year last year. Do you think this coming season will look much different than last year? I'm not so sure. I think it's going to look very similar to last year. I don't know if it was a down year last year as much. I know that the blue blood franchises weren't as much center focus as they normally are. Some of your juggernauts fall back, but some of that's just the transition of the sport, of those that are great that fall and those that are of the lesser now start to rise. And it's the beauty of the sport is that there's different teams that kind of roll through over given 5-10 years territories. I think a little bit of that transition process was undertaken last year, Cameron, and will probably continue through this year. Trap Cat Dexter was really great in the beginning. Dan Miguel just couldn't follow the code. No, he could not. Just got too crazy with it. But yeah, first couple seasons really good. It really held on and found some real unique ways to do it. Love how it built on season 2 off of season 1. Just one led into the other so well on that. Interstellar's top tier Nolan film. Dark Knight's amazing, obviously, but without Ledger's performance, Begins would be the one we talk about most. That's true. I agree with all of that, Bronze. Sopranos is a good one. I definitely was thinking about that. Oh my God, I love Justified. Back when FX was a powerhouse. Such a good show, man. I've gone back and watched it a second time to rewatch it through, and it holds up. It's really well done. Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, very solid entries as well. So one good thing is that all movie making has dipped down a little bit. We've had some pretty good television. Bronze, I zoomed to a random part of that stream, and the first words are, let's move on from this together. Complete slammed. It's been a while since I watched that. I got to go back. Oh, goodness. What format is this draft? I think we got 12 people, I think. I got to go back and look. It's been a while. I can't remember. Jack, nice to see you, mate. How's the team looking so far? Everything's looking good, man. Quiet on the Western Front. No injuries. Everybody's getting set up here for training camp. How you'd like it to be. Trailer Park Boy's good. So good boy. Trailer Park Boy's underrated. Cool breeze. A very underrated show. Were you big on Seattle grunge music? Oh yeah. If I'm doing karaoke, you're getting one of Soundgarden, Alice in Chains, Pearl Jam. I was a Pearl Jam guy going, but I loved Alice in Chains right there with it, and Soundgarden and Nirvana. I was 100% 100% knee deep in that stuff. 300 is the movie I can always fall back and watch again every time. Very good movie. Very unique film Snyder made, man. You talk about a visual stylist too. Another one of those guys that he's very different from Nolan, but both very visually based directors in their methodology of trying to tell stories. Some directors like a Tarantino is going to lead with dialogue. Some guys are going to lead with story, you know. These are guys that live, it's really the visual part of the medium that they're most interested in. Jackson, something I don't understand too is people thinking our offense is going to suck. Didn't they say that last year? They say weapons suck and Kubiak carried him. It's confusing. I don't think it's based on anything smart to your point on that. Everybody's thinking a new offensive coordinator with his whole staff back and all of your returning starters back is going to somehow take some major step back. I don't buy any of it, Jack. And just feels like people are searching for this to be the answer more than it's what they think the answer is going to be. They've got nothing else they can point to on this team as a deficiency. So it's kind of the only thing they can quasi point to. All the injured quarterbacks is deemed a down year. Yeah, I mean, I guess to a degree with that. Just kind of felt like, well, the Ravens and the Chiefs aren't in this, you know, we don't got those teams in on it. And so it's like, you know, and some of those blue blood franchises weren't as much pure. I just think it's kind of the interconnected on both there. I grew up on mostly Russian cartoons and films. So when people talk about movies and stuff, I feel left out. That sucks. There's always time to caught up. Megan says, the Hawks Nest, I would pay to see you sing. That'd be straight up $500 donation. Someday, Megan. Someday. My brother has warned me not to do it. He's told me I'm not allowed. So we're going to have to get the sign off from Rob on this one. 300, my favorite documentary. Oh, thank you, C-Town fan. Yeah, hit me up on at HeyHawksNest at Gmail if you're interested. I'll get you off to the commissioner. I think we don't go overload. It's like I wish I could remember if it's 12 guys or 14. It's kind of right at the right number, I think. But we always got a few spots that are opened up if you're interested. When we're seeing sports media saying Mafia was a huge loss for the Seahawks, that's when you know they're not really doing their homework. Bingo. And this is the point where I say don't get angry about it. If the quote unquote expert is giving you an opinion that's obviously based on nothing, that means that expert sucks at his job. But then that means his opinion's worthless too. Toss it away, put it in the trash where it belongs. You're touching on a trap cat. They're not basing this stuff on anything. It's based on, I start from the conclusion and I work backwards. Seattle won the Super Bowl. Most Super Bowl teams fall back a little bit. That's my conclusion. I'm going to work that backwards. Yeah. Jack says another thing is, why does Darnold get all this criticism? Yet a guy like Herbert gets praised, yet he hasn't won a playoff game. I don't know. Herbert hasn't been bad. You don't ever have seen any moments of Herbert bad. He's maybe never been great either, but you've never seen him purely bad. So they don't ever get those snaps of Darnold like he has with his Jets team in that first stop that are so horrible and I see ghosts, and there's no moment like that for Herbert. And these kind of moments in football stand out in people's minds and carry a lot of sway. Doesn't mean it's valid. Doesn't mean it should be that way, but it is a little bit of the human nature of looking at this sport in that manner. But your bottom line point isn't wrong. Herbert does get a pass in a way that he probably shouldn't in a major way. And I like Herbert. I do, but it is a lot of projection and hope. And I think it can become this, not that it has been this. Al Brown, thank you for the $5 donation. Al, very kind of you, my man. Appreciate you for that. Thanks for your link to my favorite video of yours. P.S. Every night we play the Rams, I eat lamb chops. Call me Hannibal Lecter with a little bit of Chianti. Right? You know the scene. Go Hawks, Al. Go Hawks, and my pleasure. I hope you guys enjoy the link to the drunk stream. I don't know if we'll do another one at some point, so it might end up being a one-off on that one. But we had a good time with it, and you got to mourn the loss of an era, and we all mourn in our own way. And I don't mourn my way. And good to be eating the lamb chops, man. That's some great psychic energy you're kind of putting out into the ether there. I dig that. I would follow that with you. I would match that with you if I could stomach lamb and I wasn't such a picky eater. So I'd be right there with you on that, Al. But thank you for the support, brother. I appreciate you for that. You guys are just tremendous on everything you do for this channel. Very, very kind of you. Yeah, they're not doing their homework, man. And it shows. There's ways that this stuff shows, and that's one of the ways. I think there's a lot of laziness in this business. There's a lot of ease to try to take kind of shortcuts. And I think that's where you're doing a disservice to the fan base that's listening to you, no matter what fan base that may be, because people will know. People will know when you short-strided stuff. People will know when you haven't taken the proper approach to building up your opinion in the appropriate way. You think Josh Allen's psyche's injured by the fact Mahomes, Burrow, and Jackson got down with injuries? All three teams have been hurdles for Bills the last 5 years, then loses to Knicks and Drake. I don't know if it's psyche's injured necessarily. I just don't think that the Buffalo Bills have done enough to help Josh around expecting him to basically be a superhero for them. And I think that's the place where I don't understand, with a little bit of the extension of Bills being a small market team and they don't have the cash rich nature to be able to really go for it in a major way. Like they can't take an Eagles void year contractual approach. So, my opinion on it is that he had his worst game of the year at the worst time of year of it to happen. And that sucks, but that's also football. When there's not a 5-game series to decide things, you can be the greatest of great quarterbacks. You can be the best in the sport. And you just sometimes are going to have a bad day at the worst times. For instance, I think you could make an argument that Sam Darnold had one of his worst games of the year against the Patriots in the Super Bowl. He didn't have any interceptions. He had a couple of close calls, but he didn't have the 4 interceptions in the Rams that you could just easily point to and be like, look at how bad. It just happened to happen in the worst of games, and that some people will point to that and be like, oh, look, that's how a guy falters in the biggest of moments. To me, it's just, if I've got proof of him doing really great in the big moments, and I got a variety of proofs of that, then it's more of a one-off, just this is what can sometimes happen in this sport. And it certainly can be set up to happen when you don't have the best of defenses, when you haven't gotten him the most of playmakers around there to work with. And I think that the Bills could have done more to give Mahomes more talent, or give Allen more talent here to help them get over the top. If Sam wins another Super Bowl, is the narrative around him officially done? Yes. You've got nothing else. I mean, they're holding on to with like just these little 2 fingers right now of their prior narrative grip. It absolutely slips away. Trap Cat, I probably have to say the last 3, maybe 4 months, I have to look to individual podcasts just to actually find true Seahawks news. I get it, man. I don't know why the national perspective on this is so weird with this one. I have no explanation at all. It's just been strange. But I've seen the same thing with it. I had lamb for dinner tonight, says Jack. No joke. Let's go. You guys are setting down the groundwork right now. You're laying down the foundations. Megan, the Hawks Nest, my brother called the Lecter reference after the 2-point conversion, remember? I do remember that, yes. Yes, sir. There's maybe only about 2-3 podcasts that I watch that bring real honest news, Hawks Nest being one of them. Well, thank you for that, Trap Cat. I got to say, I've been sharing the same problem where I'm trying to, get a little bit more locked in on finding just even NFL podcasts that just have good NFL general knowledge, that you're just kind of extra stuff that goes beneath the surface, that just getting you into, at times, what some people might consider a little bit of boring information. Hard to find. It's more people trying to kind of go to these just lazy factors. And I don't know why there's not more of an NFL centric, a bigger, wider network of NFL centric talk. Kind of makes me driven to want to kind of do that a little bit, because it does seem to be missing a bit on the market. Just having true, real in-depth discussions on these teams, not getting into like, I just kind of generally feel that this is just this thing. Instead, like, let me build my case for why this is this or why this is that. Megan the Doc says, this is why I'm glad that Bob Gale has always said there will never be another Back to the Future reboot sequel ever. Me too. I am over it. We have exhausted this as far as we can take it. We've had retellings and deconstruction this and deconstruction that. Let's get back to original storytelling. We're more than capable of doing it. Al says, in your heart of hearts, do you think that the winner of the NFC West will win the Super Bowl? I do. Somebody was asking earlier about what this would be like this year versus last year, and I think it's very similar to what happened last year. The NFC is going to continue to be better than the AFC, in my opinion. The NFC West is going to continue to be the best division in football, in my opinion. And that, again, it's going to come down to this division deciding who's going to go win it. I do. Yeah. I think too many teams in the NFC have not net positively put themselves forward. Like a Philadelphia Eagles team can be like, well, we added Mekhi Lemon and we added Jonathan Grenard. But then to the flip side of it, you lost an off-ball middle linebacker. You're losing A.J. Brown on this deal for a 2028 first-round pick. You lost Jalen Phillips, so you added Grenard, who's probably a little bit better player than Jalen Phillips, but it's a moderate improvement than at that point. Chicago Bears, you lose DJ Moore. You have your all-pro center retire. You lose an off-ball linebacker. You lose both of your two starting safeties. Like, aren't you supposed to be taking a step forward this year? Isn't that the point of what you're supposed to be doing, building on your performance of last year? I just don't see it across the board in the NFC, in my opinion. No, Hawk's Eye. How you doing, Bryce? It's good to see you in the house, man. Caught me right here at the end. Right at the end. Jack, it's getting pretty obvious the national media has no idea how the Hawks organization works. It's almost picking against them because they're mad about their opinion being wrong last year. I think you're kind of onto something. I did a show earlier about the fact that teams are still chasing us because they've not attempted to understand what made us great last year. And you see it in the excuses and the flippant reasons for why we did what we did. It's not based on anything really tangible. It's like, well, this happened and that happened. Like I said, it's much more of what you hear the terminology used as fluke or luck. Not like you drove these results to happen by your process. And they don't understand a process. But the good news on this is that this is part, in my opinion, what leads you to potentially getting back that ultimate success again. It's because instead of them deconstructing you and figuring out in you what made you tick last year, they're still trying to kind of scratch their head, look at it, squint their eyes, and still kind of shake their head and not know. Bryce, how's the beard coming along, man? Got a beard check request. Oxnest, one movie I loved was Death Robin Hood with Hugh Jackman, a Logan-esque retelling of the Robin Hood myth with Robin not being the hero we all think he is. I'm open to checking it out. Good to hear it was good. I'll maybe give that one a try. Give it a shot. Oh, man, you finishing off with a donut, Bryce. Let's go, man. Drop your $20 donation. Very kind. Very, very kind of you to do that, Bryce, man. I really appreciate it, brother. And looking forward to doing these syndicate shows this year. We'll be doing it once a week, folks, on Thursdays. Hope everybody's checking out. And please do, this little updated logo there from the Hawk's Eye. Do please as well get subbed up to the Hawk's Eye podcast. Dan Viennes, be following Mookie over there at Field Goals. These guys, we're going to be doing some great work this year. Really looking to cooking it up with these boys. It says, just dropping in to say hi. Keep killing it, man. Thank you for that, Bryce. I do appreciate that, man. Another good stream out here. Hawk fans feeling good. We're going to get the syndicate cooked up here in the next couple of weeks with you guys. Of course, do get out there to Fast Fashion Brewery here in early August. Be on the lookout for those guys' notifications on that. And we'll be doing a couple of shows when they're down at training camp. Be able to get those guys 3 set of eyeballs there on the practice field to give us some feedback on what they're seeing, what's going on there or down on the football field. But good to see you in the house, my man. I hope you're doing well. And man, you're very kind, Bryce. You dropped way too many big time donations here on the channel in recent memory. It's much appreciated, brother. But you're a struggling one, man, too. You're out here grinding as well. It's hard for us brothers out here. You know what I mean? Do you think Herbert, Chargers, or Lawrence Jazz can ever get to the AFC Championship? I don't. I have more faith in what the Chargers are building to get there than I do in Lawrence. I do like both quarterbacks, and I think that both quarterbacks have been kind of sold a little bit at times prematurely because the supporting parts around them have not been up to snuff, and they've been improved in recent years. I think Herbert's really been held back by an offensive line that just can't stay healthy, or he doesn't have skill position players on the outside to throw to, or both. I think both of those things are getting cemented up. I think that it does require the health of the tackles to hold up. If both of those two guys go down once again, all bets are off. But the Chargers with their defense, building offensive line, skill position players coming into flow. I think they've got a young running back who's going to be healthy this year and is going to do some work for them. I think they're both capable of getting there. Am I predicting both of them are going to get to the championship this year? I don't think I'd predict that. Capable versus predicting are two different things, but yeah, I think they've got the goods to get it done. Bryce, you're awesome, man. Appreciate you, brother. If you see it, keep an eye out for the leper. I will indeed. We're going to blow minds if we go back to back. You know it. You thought that they were shocked last year. They're not going to know what to think if this happens again. Hawk's Nest podcast. I have a pre-existing TV commitment on the same time, so may not get there on time. No worries on that. like I said, we're going to get some more. I'll get August going mid-August. We'll get another call-in show too. So if you miss one of these shows, we'll get another one turned around really quickly on that. And I'll try not to schedule them exactly at that time. I'm caught with some overlapping schedule issues right now at the moment, Megan, unfortunately. But 12 o'clock, members of the channel. If you are a member, patron of the channel, I've got the link for patrons that's sent out and on the community post right now. Link to next Saturday, we'll be doing a call-in show. So if you are a member, please be on the lookout on your community post. That's where I post that link at. Drinking a Corona and smoking a Newport inside the bodega, waiting for my chopped cheese. Pure bliss. McDaniel and Herbert combo would be really interesting this year. Yeah, don't undersell it too. That's another thing. He's got a true offensive coordinator to guide him through. I mean, he's had Mark Roman there the past couple of years. That's not an upgrade from what he had been dealing with prior. And that's where there's some validity behind giving a guy like Herbert a little bit of room on this, saying the Charger organization is not exactly done right by you. They have not set you up for success. And the Charger organization is not alone. This is, of course, a lot of what these NFL teams do now. Just draft the quarterback and figure out all of the rest of the process later. Well, okay, great. What if it takes you 4 years to figure out your process? What happens to that quarterback in the immediate time? You know, and that's a little bit of what I think has gone on there. And McDaniel coming in there, I think is going to be a breath of fresh air for Herbert in a major way. See, let's go backwards. I leave the Cardinals with the number 1 overall pick. It's not a bad consolation prize. Megan, I meant the Hawks as I meant for the syndicate, but we'll try to get up because I have never missed one yet. I see. We'll hang in there on that. We'll be expanding hopefully in the future on the syndicate too. We got up to, I think we're doing once every 2 weeks last year. We're going up to once a week this year, and hopefully able to just keep kicking it on in that way into the future. Yeah. Keep amping it up. Pineapple on a pizza normal? No. It does not belong. I'm not a big fruit on bread guy in general terms, but absolutely positively not the pineapple. That is a no-go. You could it is really on the line of almost a sin against God itself. I think it was maybe the 11th commandment, and it just got scrubbed out at the 25th hour. Thou shalt not put pineapple on pizza. I'm almost certain it was in there for a little while, some iteration or another. Well, I mean, if the 49ers beat the Rams this our season, I think if they do, when social media is going to blow up thinking the Niners are everything, probably. Of course, a big part of the story of the Niners will be how you sustain and how that health holds up through the whole long season. Coby, do you expect Stephens and Neal to play a lot in the preseason? I do. You're going to get a good long look at them. You're still going? Let's go. We're just wrapping up now, man. Just wrapping up now. It's no pineapple, Al. Yeah. Amen. Can't do it. Thou shalt not put pineapple on pizza. He was telling that to Moses, but Moses ran out of room. He had the two tablets, and the 10th one on the tablet was a little bit too far, and he just didn't have the space on it to write it in. Cardinals do get the number 1 pick, and his family refuses for a player to go to the Cardinals or be drafted by them. Where does that leave the Cardinals? They trade to a team 3rd, 4th overall that he is willing to go to. They get a nice return back, and they make that trade. We saw it with this older Titan. The Chargers didn't just look at Eli Manning and they say, tough nuts, we're keeping you. They got pressure by the NFL to go make a trade. The Cardinals would get pressure by the NFL to go make a trade. It's just the way this will work out. I love pineapple and pepperoni pizza. I call it the Italian. I love pepperoni on a pizza. That's the best. I can't do pineapple. I can't do pineapple. I won't judge you guys if you're pineapple on pizza. I'm just saying it was maybe going to be made a mortal sin. So make of that what you will. You want to put the pineapple at that point, it's like eating bacon. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, the rule said don't, but you're doing it. So just your luck. Hawks Nest Pope Leo 70 is 70, so here for a while. And Jesus was a Hawks fan. He had 12 men from the roundtable convo last week. Let's go. Let's go, Megan. I love it, but I'm allergic, so no. All right, well, let's wrap it up on that note, folks. That's a good place to finish up on. Pesto is always good one. Pesto always does wonder. I love me some pesto, man. Love me some pesto. Canadian bacon and pineapple. That it should not be a thing. I don't know what madman figured that out in the first place. Just should not be a thing. We got 5 hours and 49 minutes in the books. You guys got me almost 6 hours going today on an off-season stream. What the hell? What the hell? We had a great time, though. It's always a good time hanging out with you guys here on the stream. We will be back here somewhat shortly here as we're kind of setting up and just getting some offline stuff prepped up for the season, getting all the kind of the behind the lines people reached out to, getting some thumbnails prepped out, just trying to get the stage set here for the upcoming season, look at the draft prospects as well to get you guys an idea of what's going on with that. So background work is getting done, even if we're not getting a lot of content out to you guys right now at the moment, just kind of getting stuff prepped up. But we got a lot in the route for you guys. So next Saturday, we will be getting up and getting out to you guys a call-in show. Members of the channel, 12 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. Be on the lookout on your community post for that. We will also be doing the charity stream here at some point. I might be doing that on Wednesday, but we're going to have to just kind of play that one by ear just a little bit as I'm trying to kind of get some things figured out here on my end. We'll get the last dono in board here. Nusky's finishing us off with a $2.51 dono. Thank you for that, Nusky. Appreciate you for that. Love your free talk portion as always. I love chatting with you guys. It is a great time as always. 5 hours and 50 minutes goes by in the blink of the eye. I swear I just start talking. It feels like I say a couple of words. I look up and suddenly like 5 hours have gone by, Nusky. It's wild. It's wild, wild stuff. I tell you what, I never get used to how quickly it's the fastest time ever goes for me is doing that. But just speaks to how much fun it is chatting with you guys and being able to cut it up and talk about this team that we love, that is at the height of heights. It's in this championship glory. That has as good an opportunity as any team in the NFL to go and reclaim it once again this second season. This is as good as it gets. Why shouldn't we be celebrating it to the absolute ultimate, savoring it to the very last bit of the bite that's left in your mouth? And I know all of you are doing that. Yeah, I'm hearing the pundits. Yeah, I'm hearing the analysis out there. They don't know your Seahawks. They don't know why you were great. I've been trying to tell you through all the offseason. I think many of you are understanding it and seeing it more and more clear now, the more opinions you hear on this. They don't know why we were great. And that's a good thing because they haven't solved us. They haven't figured us out. They're still just trying to flippantly toss us away to random chance or acts of luck. Luck doesn't exist in football. You make your luck. You make your luck. Al, thank you for the final $2 donation. It says good night and go Hawks. Well, that's what I want to finish you guys with. The good night and the go Hawks, but also to remind you, don't listen to a word of what these people are saying. They were showing you in their analysis. They're showing you in their very thin veneer of an analysis how truly deep they have gone into this team, how truly they understand this team. They could take the time. They could do the research, but they're lazy. They're lazy. They're bored. Maybe they don't even love their job. Maybe they're just going through the motions. Whatever the reasons that bring them to this evaluation, put no faith in it, put no stock in it. You're about to shock the world a second time. You're about to be the only Super Bowl winning team in NFL history that's going to come back and shock everybody a second time because everybody's so confused by how you were so great in the first place. History is about to repeat itself, and we're going to enjoy it in the fullest. So don't listen to analysis. Don't listen to the quote-unquote experts. They haven't been experts at their expert thing for 30 years, so don't start listening to them now. They had you at 7.5 wins last year. Don't start listening to them now. They told you Sam Darnold was going to start seeing ghosts once again. It always happens. It's inevitable. Don't start listening to them now, and don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.